Please welcome to the stage Dr. Laye Butake, Director of Communication and Outreach at Academia 2063, to set the mood of this day.
So good morning, everyone, and welcome to Day2. First of all, apologies, we're 10 minutes late. So I will unfortunately have to be very strict with our chairpersons. Forgive me in advance so that we keep to time. Welcome to Day 2 of the ReSAKSS annual conference, where we are discussing the theme, Advancing the Climate and Bioeconomy Agenda in Africa for Resilient and Sustainable Agri-Food Systems. We are kicking off today with plenary session 2, on the theme Climate Change Impact and Opportunities in African Agri-Food Systems. Without further ado, please welcome the chairperson of the session, Associate Professor of Plant Nutrition, Soil and Irrigation Research Center, School of Agriculture at the University of Ghana, Professor Dilys McCarthy.
Good morning. Yes, so we are a little behind time, so we try to speed up. So without much ado, let me invite Dr. Ninde Nasi Bari to come and give us a recap of yesterday and then set the tone for this morning.
Thank you, Prof. Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Ninde Bari, and I'm working as a scientist at Academia 2063. So today is really my pleasure to recap the insightful and impactful discussion from day 1 of the 2024 ReSAKSS annual conference. So this year's theme, as we all know, Advancing the Climate and Bioeconomy Agenda in Africa for Resilient and Sustainable Food System and Sustainable Agri-Food System, bring together leaders, experts, researchers and scientists, and also stakeholders to discuss critical topics at the intersection of climate change, bioeconomy, and also food system. We began yesterday with the registration and warm welcomes at the Policy Center for the New South, where participants were guided to the venue by the academia and also the Policy Center staff members. This set the tone for an engaging and productive day. After that, we kicked off with 4 side events that provided in-depth insight into key initiatives. The side event number 1, which was about the Biennial Reviews Decision Support Tools, DST, showcased the conceptual framework and application at the CADAP DST, emphasizing how decision makers can use these tools to optimize agri-food system outcomes based on data from the Biennial Review. During the side event number 2, about information and knowledge sharing on the post-Malabo agenda, participants gained insight into the post-Malabo CADAP agenda with a focus on the new priorities for agriculture transformation in Africa over the next decade, as informed by the technical working groups and also policy dialogues. The side event number 3, regarding financing circular bioeconomy for climate resilience, highlighted policy innovation and also strategies to enhance access to climate finance in Africa. The session covered how financing challenges related to economy and also climate resilience can be addressed to ensure sustainable development in the agri-food system across the continent. The last but not least side event, the number 4, regarding the updates on local analysis network and e-Atlas revamping, covered the progress of local analysis networks and also the revamping of e-Atlas in countries like Senegal, Kenya, and also Mozambique. It emphasized the importance of localized evidence in driving effective policy making under the CADAP's Malabo agenda. In the afternoon, we dove into the official opening of the conference, presided by Dr. Karim Al-Ayanoui from the Policy Center for the New South. Key personalities delivered opening remarks, including Professor Mohammad Sadiq, Minister of Agriculture, Marine Fisheries, Rural Development, Water and Forestry of the Kingdom of Morocco. Dr. Osman Bajan, Executive Chairperson of Academia 2063, Dr. Christy Cook from USAID, and Her Excellency, Madam Ambassador Asia Ben Salah Alawi. We also received a powerful presentation from Dr. Bajan, focusing on scaling solutions for advancing climate and bioeconomy agenda. His message was clear: building resilient agri-food system requires strategic scaling of action on climate and bioeconomy. Next, we dove into the annual 2024 Trends and Outlook report, the ATRO, presented by Dr. Augustin Wambu, Director of Knowledge System at Academia 2063. This report provided a comprehensive overview of Africa's progress and challenges in addressing climate crisis by advancing bioeconomy initiative. The highlight of the day was the moderated panel discussion led by Dr. Bajan. Panelists included Dr. Godfrey Bahawi and Mrs. Nadine Bosa from IFAD, discussed how to harness the potential of bioeconomy and climate finance to build resilient agri-food systems across the continent. The panel emphasized the need for innovative policies and also the collaborative action across sectors within the continent. The day concluded with a plenary discussion and remarks from Mrs. Sissi Makombe, Director of External Relations at Academia 2063. Her words sums up the collaborative spirit of the day as we look forward to building on this discussion to drive impactful change across Africa agri-food system. Thank you all for your attention, and I apologize I mispronounced some names, and I will wish you all a very fruitful conference day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Barry. So we'll move straight to the section. So we'll have two sections. The first one with two presentations, and then we'll have a panel discussion. So to kickstart the presentation, we have the first one from Dr. Jean-Paul Faye, a machine learning specialist. He will give us a presentation on tracking and measuring greenhouse gases, methane, and soil carbon. And you have a maximum of 10 minutes for your presentation.
Okay, thank you, everyone. And hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us for the 2026 ReSAKSS conference. My name is Jean-Paul, and I'm going to present to you our work about exploring methane emission in Africa through remote sensing. This work is done in collaboration with colleagues at Academia who are also online in case they want to also to participate. So before I jump to the result of these chapters, let me first to give you the key messages. We all know that climate change is a worldwide reality with significant negative impact across Africa. And because of this, there are two strategies that African countries try to develop. The first one is adaptation, and the second one is what we call mitigation. Most of the African countries here, they focus on adaptation. And But now we know that mitigation is also taking more and more room in the NDCs. So what is important here now is actually how we can help the African countries of having some data in order to assess the greenhouse gas budget accurately and in a timely manner. This is actually what we are trying to do here, where we focus on the emission of methane. And the technology we use is what we call, I cannot highlight, but the technology we use here is satellite remote sensing data, because this allowed us first to have not only the granularity, but also to shift from the one side feed to a tailored intervention. So the second key message is that I will give you here that come from the fact that we have in our data is that what you see here how you gonna keep pushing? So, which one you gonna go back? This one? Go back again. Yeah, yes. Okay. Okay, no problem. So what we have here is that on your left here, you have actually the global methane concentration up to 2023. And you see that there is an exponential increase. So the question we ask ourselves is, what is the contribution of Africa on this global methane concentration? And you see here at the middle that most of the African countries are actually at the bottom. And the gap between the global methane evidence as the gap between the global average and the global one is around 600 parts per billion. And also, if you look at now, what happened for each country in Africa here, you see that even from our data now, you can know the concentration of each countries here. For example, in Mali, you have, if you fix the references to the global average here in Mali, you have minus 30.35%. And Nigeria here is the one that is more close to the global average. So now for our data here, you see now it is possible to have the amount of methane concentration for Africa as country, but also the concentration that we have for each country. So this is the outline of this talk. We first start by the justification. If it comes to combat the climate change, actually there is many reasons that we must track the emission of methane. The first one is the fact that methane is more effective at absorbing and re-emitting infrared or heat at the atmosphere. It has also a relatively short lifetime into the atmosphere. But most important here is the effect you get when you remove, for example, 1 ton of methane is equivalent, is the same effect that you will get when you remove, for example, 84 tons of CO2. So from here now, you see that it is more effective if you try to remove the methane emission. But most importantly, methane emission is known to have what we say climate positive feedback. It means that, for example, if you take the temperature here, which acts as a major part in the emission of methane, you see that the increase of temperature here will increase the emission of methane, and the emission of methane at the atmosphere will increase also the temperature here. And you see that this is a cyclic process we call climate positive feedback. Now let's see the methane emission sources. Almost all the components on the Earth, they will emit some quantity of methane here, and we have some removal on your left. And all these removal are actually chemical. It means that if you try to remove the methane by some chemical reaction, what you will get is another greenhouse gas. So the most effective way to remove actually the methane is to act on those sources. And it is where that the use of remote sensing become more important, because it will help you to know what is exactly the quantity of methane emitted by each source. And this is some information that you can use for having an effective strategies for adaptation or mitigation. So I will go first for the methodology. What we use here is actually tropomy, but if you need more information, just feel free to talk to me. Here there is, in order to use the tropomy data, this data has to be validated first. It means that you see the concentration of methane and the concentration of some ground station, and you compare the data. What you see here that there is a good correlation, and this is why you will be able to use the tropomy data everywhere. Now let's go to our result here. You see here that what you see here is the for the methane concentration. And, okay, and you see here that at the center of Africa is the region that emit more methane. Maybe some people will be surprised of seeing that, because we think that in the region where we have more activities is where we expect to have more emission of methane, but what we observe from the data is here. If we go now to the use case, you already see this map from the presentation of Dr. Augustin. And here, what you see here is the concentration of methane over the cropland and non-crop land. And you see that the agriculture activity actually increases the emission of this gas. Now, Namibia is the same. I will go in Niger and Nigeria. And here you see that in Nigeria is one of the countries that emit more methane in the country. If you look at now the correlation between the methane emission, the temperature, and rainfall, this is the example of Senegal. You see that the maximum of methane emission arrive when you have some amount of water with some temperature. And this is actually happening at the sowing season. But this emission decreases if you have a lot of water with less temperature here. but this concentration of methane increases also at the harvesting season, where the amount of water decreases and the temperature increases. So in summary, I show you the level of Africa in emitting methane emission compared to the global one. And also here, I add some figures that show you the amount of methane emitted by each country in Africa with respect to the average, that is the acid curve here, the red acid curve. And with this, I would like to thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Faye. So we move to our second presentation, and that is on the topic, impact of climate change on African economies and opportunities for agri-food system transformation. So I have the pleasure to invite Dr. Mahamadou Tankari, Deputy Director, Capacity and Deployment, Academia 2063. So please, to the time, maximum 10 minutes.
Good morning. Okay. Yeah, so my name is Mahamadou Tankari. I am the Deputy Director, Capacity and Deployment at Academia. So my presentation will focus on the impact of climate change on African economies and opportunities for agri-food system transformation. Here is the outline of my presentation. I'll mainly focus on the impact of climate change on the economy, with a particular focus on the macroeconomy and agri-food system. Then I will share some opportunities, Africa food system transformation under climate change. So we can say that, like in the rest of the world, the climate is changing in Africa. And the data shows that the warming trend in Africa is even higher than the global average. For example, the data that we have for the period. For example, the data that we have for the period from 1991 to 2022 shows that while the warming trend in Africa is 0.3 degrees Celsius per decade, the global one is just 0.2 degrees Celsius. So which shows that the African warming trend is higher than the global one. Then in Africa, we're also seeing a change in precipitation pattern. We are also seeing a rise in sea level and an increase in the frequency and intensity of extreme weather events, such as drought and floods. Some estimations show that the economic damage due to climate change was estimated at 8.3 billion, and more than 100 million people were affected in 2020 in Africa. And this data can be even underestimated because some events were not reported. So climate change is really impacting African economies, and one of the clearest impact is the decline in crop yields. So which means that we are expecting or even seeing some disruption in food supply chain, which have some negative implication for food and nutrition security and livelihood. It's also important to mention that the impact of climate change might extend beyond the agri-food system, which means that it can affect the entire economy due to some impact pathways that I will show soon. So in terms of macroeconomic impacts of climate change, we need to know that there are several channels from which, or impact pathways from which climate change is really impacting the economies. So we can cite, for example, the change or impact on productivity, which is crucial, for example, for economic growth. We have also the impact on employment. We know that millions of persons are really depending on agriculture for their livelihood in Africa. We have also changes in prices. This is also another impact pathways for which climate change can affect the entire economy. And then we have trade. We also know that many African countries are relying on agricultural product export in order to generate income. So, in particular, the productivity change is an important channel for which the climate change is affecting the entire economy because it's slowing the growth. Then in Africa, what makes African economy more specific is the importance of agriculture and also the dependence of agriculture on rainfall. So it's also another aspect that is really causing or affecting the macroeconomy, or ensuring that the climate change is really affecting the entire macroeconomy. Here I would like to share with you some data from 5 East Africa region countries. For example, we can see that for some countries like Ethiopia, up to 80% of the population is depending on agriculture, which means that here we can expect an impact of climate change on the employment. And if we consider, for example, another country like, we can also consider Ethiopia, we can see that in terms of consumer price index, so food and beverage has a significant weight. So all this kind of data shows that climate change has really can have an important impact on the macroeconomy. So some analysis conducted by academia using the computable general equilibrium model, which is an appropriate tool in order to capture the macroeconomic impact of shocks like climate change, shows that we might expect some negative impact in terms of growth, in particular on the growth of several African countries. For example, we can see that one country that might be greatly affected is Nigeria. So it's Mali here. Up to 9%, we observe a decrease of up to 9% of its GDP. So for the agri-food system here, when we focus on it, we can see that the impact will depend also on the characteristic of the agri-food system, because we have different type of agri-food system depending on their contribution, for example, in terms of contribution to GDP and employment. And also, we have agri-food systems that are developing gradually as the economy is transforming. For example, we have some traditional agri-food system, others are modern, and also we have in transitional agri-food system. So the impact will depend on the type of agri-food system. And so what makes agri-food system vulnerable or to climate change is due to its dependence on climatic, biological, physical, and chemical processes. And then we have also some existing structural deficiencies that amplify the effect of climate shocks on agri-food system. For example, in a country where we have inadequate roads, or for example, road infrastructure, for example, irrigation, processing, and storage capacities, and even marketing, where, for example, we have this inadequate infrastructure, we might expect a higher impact of climate change. Because this type of deficiencies act as barriers that limit opportunities to develop businesses and access services. It's also important to mention that the impact of climate change vary depending, so the impact vary depending on the type of actors of the food system. So even, for example, wheating, it depends on the component of the food system, and also the impact will not be the same on the different actors of the food system. For example, the small-scale agricultural producers are more likely to be adversely affected than large-scale producers. We have also data that show that actors who are well connected to supply chains will overcome supply shortages and recover from disturbances more quickly than smallholder. And then we have also poorest households that will be more impacted by the rise of food prices compared to poor non-poor households. So these show us the heterogeneity of the impact of climate change, and this is something that we need to consider when designing policies dealing with climate change impact. Now I would like to share with you some of opportunities that we can tap into in order to cope with the impact of climate change. So here we just select some of them. First, we have the adoption of modern technologies for climate change adaptation and mitigation. So this is something crucial if we want to really ensure the transformation of our food system under the climate change. Also to promote trade in Africa, in particular the intra-African trade, in order to stabilize food supply and demand. Because trade is a good mechanism in order to ensure or to stabilize food supply and demand. And then we have also the digital solutions, which is also something important because access to information, in particular weather information, is crucial because it helps to improve the planning, agricultural production planning. Then we have also to promote, adopt social protection programs, in particular for agri-food system workers, because we know that agri-food systems are really facing or coping with shocks, climate change shocks. So it's important to set up social protection programs that are really benefiting to agri-food system workers. Then we need to adapt our financial services because under climate change, we are expecting, for example, smallholders, agricultural and forest, small and medium enterprises to invest, for example, to increase their productivity, but at the same time, they are also facing the impact of climate change. So we need to make sure that our financial service can help to meet the need of, for example, improving or investing in their productive capacities, but also how to minimize the impact of climate shocks. So in conclusion, I would like to say that in Africa, the climate change impact are real. As you can see, there are extreme weather events that are negatively impacting economies and displacing communities. So it's important to factor in climate change impact in order to formulate sound policies in this context of post-Malabo agenda. In particular, it's also important to consider the macroeconomic impact of climate change by emphasizing on agri-food system. And finally, we need also to invest more or repurpose the support to intervention for economic resilience and adaptation to climate change. I would like to stop here. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. May I invite Dr. Faye to join him up here? We have about 12 minutes for questions or comments related to the presentation. So at this moment, we invite questions, comments from the audience to our presenters. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much, dear presenters, for the presentation on climate change and the impacts, especially on the continent of Africa. My name is Olawale Olayide from University of Ibadan. I just want to clarify, the two studies seems to me not to be agreeing in some terms. For instance, you presented that the impact on climate change will be more on Mali than Nigeria. But what Dr. Faye presented was saying that there's more greenhouse gas emissions in Nigeria than Mali. So I want to confirm, what is the variable that you used to test the impact of climate change? Is it the same methane or a combination of greenhouse gases to arrive on the effect or the impact on GDP, that is gross domestic product? I just want to clarify whether the two studies are consistent with the methodology the impact that you are projecting for each country and the continent. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question. So I will try to show the link. The studies that Jean-Paul presented, he focused on greenhouse gas emission. Yeah, for methane. So which means that he focused on the cause of climate change. So emitting more, or if a country is emitting more, doesn't mean that this country will be more affected. Because what we are seeing, what is causing, for example, the shock that we are seeing in Africa, and not just the emission from Africa, the global one. So there is this difference. In countries that are facing the same condition, the impact will not be the same, because we have also to consider, for example, the adaptation capacities that might be different. I don't know if we see the link. Thank you.
Yes, I can also add some point. What I'm trying to do here is to track only the methane emission. There is other gases that you need also to take into account, like the CO2, the vapor, and everything like this. Maybe if you combine all these gases, it can happen that other country will be at the top of Nigeria or so. Thank you.
Okay, so my question is directed to Jean-Paul. My name is Paul Godiga. I work as a senior scientist with academia. I wanted to hear a little bit more about methane emission in livestock systems, especially the extensive livestock production system vis-a-vis the crop system. Because there are some discussions I hear about livestock system being big emitters of methane compared to crop system. But your results are showing maybe something slightly different.
Okay. Thank you so much for your question. Actually, as you said, the livestock emit also methane. And what I say in general is everything on all the components on Earth will emit methane actually. Okay? But what we are trying to focus here is on the agricultural land. It means that we wanted to know the activity related to agriculture and to measure the methane emitted above. Okay? And if you see also that we are trying to separate the emission from agriculture with the others, where we select to some sites where there is no agriculture, and we compare what we have on the agriculture land. So it gives us only the amount of methane emitted because of agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Constance Okeke. I work for Action Aid International, and I'm also representing the Cardiff Non-State Actors, CNG. I really want to thank our two scientists for that elaborate and detailed study, and the evidence you have brought up have really shown that, yes, climate change is real, and again, the impact is more on the smallholders. And that brings me back to the topic of yesterday, where we were talking about controversial issues, which I'm still wondering how they are controversial, issues of bioeconomy and then agroecology. It's also clear that what you have presented shows that these two terminologies, whether they look very elitist or borrowed, would really solve a problem, because you also see the interconnectedness of the two. And I'm hoping that policymakers, advocates, scientists that are here would take some of the lessons or results you brought out to package better policy documents that will make our executives, that's the policymakers, the heads of states, the member states, to adopt these new technologies to help solve issues of climate change. Thank you for the great job.
Thank you. So that's a comment. So we come here, then to Patrick.
Yes, Christian Henning, I'm lead scientist at Academia 2063. So first, thank you very much for this very interesting presentation. I have two questions, one for each of you. The first is to this measurement of methane using remote sensing data. I think this is fascinating. My question would be, is this also possible to measure this on a more detailed level, so basically on farm-specific basis? And because that would be very interesting, then one could set up some incentive systems that farmers really have incentive to reduce their individual emission rates. That would be one question, if this is technologically possible. And the second is for Tankari. I also thank you very much for this interesting presentation. You focus very much on the impact of climate change in the countries, but the climate change also happens in other regions, and then this comes over price changes. So to what extent this would maybe change your conclusions, what the total impact of climate change of African countries would be, if we take into consideration that this happens in other countries, and if they adapt, these adaptations come to African countries via price changes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the...
Okay, thank you so much for the question.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentations. Just two questions. The first one on the machine learning. I was a bit curious because did you treat what you're calling agriculture as a homogeneous system, or did you factor in that there could actually be pretty significant variations in the farming systems? That's where his question on livestock comes in. That even among places where you think there is so-called agriculture, only crop farming, if that's what you mean, actually mixed farming systems are more prevalent than just crops. And so what you might be seeing is a mixture of both. That was one. The second one, I just wanted to understand a bit. You said that as the rainfall decreases and the temperature goes up, I think it was one of your conclusions, you have increases in methane gas emission. Why is that so? I just wanted to understand a bit more. Thank you.
Thank you, Usman Bajan. I have a quick question, Jean-Paul. What is the contribution of your methodology to methane or greenhouse gas tracking? Why is it important? How does the rest of the world do this? And how are you doing it? And what are the opportunities that is opening? I think the audience needs to maybe hear that, right? So it looks like it's just you're going there and you measure the emissions, but getting to that is where the innovation of your work lies, and I think that's what people need to hear. Thank you.
Yeah, I will start by my colleague. So, yes, actually, it is possible to refine this work on specific farmers, but at least we need 7 by 7 kilometers as grid. It means that if you want to track of farmers, you need really his field to be 7 by 7 kilometers at least. In this case, it is possible really to track it. And I think you asked me two questions. The first one is related of the mixed case, I think so. Actually, we didn't take into account for farmers who mix livestock and crops together. And what the satellite is doing is just to measure everything that is emitted on the troposphere. Okay, it can be of course, if you have in this field livestock that is mixed, it is difficult for us to separate it. Okay. And the second one is actually, if you take the temperature, let's say that the methane emission is emitted by wetland, for example, we know that the parameter that affect more the emission of methane from wetland are the availability of water, you need the temperature, the substrate, for example. But among all these parameters, what is more important here is actually the temperature. So if the temperature is increasing, it will increase really what we call the methanogenesis. And this process will emit the methane into the atmosphere. But if you have a lot of water also, this will block this chemical reaction. And so it means that you need to have some amount of water. The temperature should be there, and your methane emission will increase a lot. So it means also that we can avoid that. Okay, I think I respond to your question. For the question of Usman, yes, there is a lot of use for this data now. First of all, if we equip the African countries with the data that we get, they will be able now to say that, okay, in Africa, this is the amount of gas in methane that we are emitting. And for example, when they are going to the court, they will know how to defend their position. Also for farmers, when they know what is the component that emit more methane related to agriculture, they will be able also to avoid that and to decrease the methane emission into the atmosphere. And this will also contribute for the financing, for example, because they will have an effective strategies on adaptation and mitigation. Yes, maybe there is many other applications. Yes, here what we use is the satellite remote sensing, the satellite remote sensing data. Actually, this is new because it allowed us as Africa not to be in what they call the one size fits for all. For example, in Africa, some factors, they are bringing them outside because we don't know what we have in Africa actually. So they take the aberrance from the countries, from the industrialized countries that emit more methane. They take the aberrance and calculate it for Africa. And actually, this is wrong because as we see here, African countries do not emit methane, and even if you see the aberrance, you will see that all the African countries are at the bottom. So the aberrance of the global and the African one is almost 600 of part of billion. So we should do not taking this aberrance and to calculate the Africa to affect the African calculation for the factors. Yes. Okay. So this is saying that we have a new way now to have our own factors to defend our position in the world. So.
Okay, thank you very much. Can we? Yeah, half a minute.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor. Agri-view, as economies are interconnected, we might expect that this, for example, for the trade channel, some impact outside of a country can affect the entire economy. So that is why for this analysis, we use a tool that we think can capture some of these aspects, in particular for trade. For example, the general equilibrium model. We the rest of the world that is taken into account. So the price change in the rest of the world will take their impact on our national economies. So we try to capture as much as possible the impact of the rest of the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So we bring this section to an end. You can take your seats. Yeah.
We kindly ask Dr. Barry to join the moderator and the other speakers on stage for a panel photo before starting our moderated panel discussion.
The panel discussion, and the main essence for this section is to have a brainstorming of the evidence and the lessons learned from the experiences of some of our senior researchers and policy advisors with extensive experience and knowledge in the area of climate change and African agri-food systems. So without wasting time, I would like to invite panelists to the stage. I think we can do away with one of the chairs, or maybe you can even just leave it there. So the first person on my list is Ms. Soha Bench-Coron, climate policy analyst and African development professional. Yeah. And then we have Mr. Alion Badara Kari. He is a technical advisor on climate to the Director General Center for Ecologie. That's my French. And then we have Professor Roberto Valdiva, an associate professor, College of Agricultural Science, Oregon State University. And the last but not the least, we have Dr. Clement Ajololo, that's head of Agriculture Division, UDA, NEPAD. So you're all welcome. Okay, so we'll start with Soha, sorry, if you don't mind. Ladies first. Based on your research experience with development in Morocco, in the area of climate change, how do you evaluate the real threat and impact of climate change in Morocco?
Yeah. Thank you, Professor McCarthy. Hello, everyone. Well, I think Brother Tankari talked about the impacts of climate change in Africa. If we take the case of Morocco, we are living a context of severe drought, 6 years of drought. And this has led to very critically low levels of water in reservoirs. This is obviously a critical situation. Of course, you also have climate-induced extreme events that are increasingly frequent in Morocco, in Africa, in other parts in the world, and especially in the Global South. If you take the example of the recent floods that happened a few weeks ago in Morocco, and that caused the death of 18 people, Although it was presented by some media as a good news after drought, actually it was obviously not the case. First of all, because of the loss and damage, including loss of lives, but also because it was so sudden and so violent that actually very little water infiltrated the soil, and the rest just ran off, and it was devastating for oases. So this is to give an example. To continue on the floods example, if we take the dams, also they haven't benefited from these exceptional rainfall. Only maybe 1 or 2% increase was noticed in the total volume of dams in Morocco. So it's a critical situation. We are living a structural drought, and of course this is caused and amplified by climate change, and this is why we need strong frameworks for climate adaptation in Morocco, as it is of course the case also in Africa. Strong frameworks also for loss and damage assessments, but also both adaptation and loss and damage financing. We need national frameworks also for this, and we know it now, the international sources of financing are seen to be increasingly unreliable. So we need these national frameworks. Of course, we also need collaborations between South countries of the South, Pan-African collaborations like this one we're also having today, spaces for experience sharing, as this is very critical, and this is a common threat that knows no boundaries. But of course, when we talk about, since the question was about the threats of climate change, we cannot talk about drought in Morocco without mentioning also another issue that is not related to climate change, but is related to water mismanagement. This is also very critical. So, months ago, I will give 2 or 3 examples of this. There was
can we make it just one? You have another time.
I will have another one. I will be quick. No worries. People, citizens in Figuig, for example, a region in Morocco, that expressed concern about water privatization, and this is an issue for these communities that have very traditional knowledge, that are actually a source of inspiration in terms of water management and water scarcity management. So for them, the management of this common good, water, by the private sector was not welcome. You also take the big discussion today in Morocco about the agricultural model and the fact that we are exporting water by exporting fruits that are not adapted to our arid and semi-arid climates. You take also our food regime that need to be more consistent with the reality of water scarcity that we live in Morocco. So just to say that this needs to be taken in an integrated way. It is not only about climate change, it is also about reviewing some agricultural and food system policies and make them more grounded in our socio-economic realities in Morocco, and same for Africa.
Thank you very much. To Mr. Kari, African countries are struggling to engage with the carbon market, partly due to lack of clear and easy methodologies in measuring and verification of carbon sinks. Can you share your experience and challenges in measuring carbon sequestration and sinks at your institution in Senegal and maybe beyond?
Yeah, thank you, Professor. Allow me, first of all, to remind that CIC, the Ecological Monitoring Center, is a regional organization specialized in the monitoring of natural resources and environment based in Dhaka since 1986. But we have also developed an institutional profile on climate finance, as CIC was the first national accredited institution to the UNFCCC funding mechanism, in particular the Adaptation Fund in 2010 and the Green Climate Fund in 2015. Our experience in working with African countries on this particular topic have demonstrated that actually countries do not face a lot of constraint in terms of measuring carbon sinks in Africa. They are a little bit familiar of the processes under the national communication. We have every 4 years a national communication elaborated by each country. As you know, when you have a novel inventory of greenhouse gases, and alongside the NDC processes every 5 years. So the problem is not really our African countries are in a capacity to measure the carbon sinks, but we have two major other issues. And the first one is the availability of data, what we call the activity data. Because you need the activity data to measure the variation in the carbon stock, in the crop lines, in the forest line, in the wetland, and in the grassland. And sometimes you have this activity data in the countries where the forestry management system is very well organized, but sometimes these data are lacking. And when the data are lacking, we use the satellite data to generate the activity data and base it on that to estimate the variation in the carbon stock and consequently the carbon sinks. This is the problem number one. But the problem number two, and it is probably the most crucial one, is once you know your carbon sinks, you need to certify it. So the certification process is one of the major constraints we are facing with. And alongside the certification process, the establishment of an MRV system. MRV system, I mean here, monitorable, reportable, and verifiable. And the establishment of the MRV system is a little bit critical in our countries because it is anchored in an institutional constraint. When you take the forestry sector, for example, to certify your carbon sink, you have to follow a lot of processes. One of them is you need first to have a forestry management system. You need as well to have a national registry system, because for the registry, I mean, you need to know all activities and the implementation in the country and what is the estimation in the carbon stock variation. The registry system allows you as well to have the information on the finance opportunities and what the country is offering in terms of carbon sinks. You need to have as well a legal, a legal certification of the carbon. We need to know if the carbon will be under a public domain or maybe appropriated by the private sector, for example. You need as well to have some compliance mechanism in case community-based organization where the forestry are, for example, have to comply about activities. You need as well to have sharing mechanism to see if the carbon credit is valorized under the market, how will be the sharing mechanism between the country, between communities, etc. And ultimately, a law to establish the the regulatory and the institutional framework. As you see, the process is a little bit long. And here is where most of our countries are facing some constraint to valorize their carbon. Allow me, to finish just by one other point. I tend to think that African researchers have to support the countries and the decision makers to respond to this question. The question would be, based on what I just explained in terms of procedure and steps, what is the value for money of these processes? Because when you look at existing mechanism, the World Bank FCPF, for example, the Forest Carbon Partnership Facility, we have about 6 African countries who submitted something, but until now, only one country, Mozambique, has received about $60 million for 1.3 million ton COD equivalent. So the question would be for the researchers, what is the value added of the carbon market in the context of African countries, given the fact that it is very concerning? And at the end of the day, what countries are gaining in terms of finance would be, would not be, very incentive. So we'll probably need to respond to this question to make sure that carbon finance is relevant to African countries. And I recall that the carbon market is one of the flexibility introduced under the Kyoto Protocol in 1997. So if the flexibility is not here for African countries, I tend to think that we should find some answers to the question I just raised. Thank you.
I think that's quite an elaborate process. And I think we will come back for you to answer the question you have posed to the scientists. Let's move on to Roberto. So based on your experience from the agricultural model improvements and intercomparison projects, AGMIP, what decision-making tools and scientific competences are needed or lacking to advance the climate agenda in Africa? And what actions are needed to ensure that policy impacts of these tools are felt?
Thank you, Dilis.
First, if you can keep it to 5 minutes, please.
Okay. A quick word. First, you mentioned AGMIP. For those who don't know, AGMIP is the Agricultural Model Intercomparison and Improvement Project. It was created about 12 years ago by a group of agricultural modelers that got together looking at the challenges that the agricultural sector face and said, instead of thinking about my model is better than yours, let's work together, compare the models, and try to improve them for using them as decision tools and supporting policy decision making. So right now, AGMIP is really a community of science of more than 1,200 agricultural modelers around the world. There's many decision tools and models floating everywhere by many institutions, programs, and projects. So instead of talking about a specific decision tool, I think we need to focus on changing the way science communicates with policy, right? You probably have heard in recent years, there is a lot of discussions about how to bridge the gap between science and policy. How do we link those two together to improve decision making? In the experience of ACMIP, just let me tell you briefly, when we first started working here in Africa many years ago, we had our first results, our modeling results, fancy graphics, and all of that, and we went to stakeholders, decision makers, present our results, and they say, well, that's nice, but nothing happened. There was no uptake, no follow-up, and just the results is there. So what we learned is, for the next phases, we said, let's bring the stakeholders, policymakers, into the project from the beginning. Let's make them part of the project. So they are part of the project design. We work with them to select the indicators that they care about. We work with them to select in the case of climate change, the kind of adaptation strategies or policy interventions that they would like to be tested with the models. And that was a game changer. The results were completely different. And since then, we've been working a lot with many policymakers, and our results have been used in many forms and informing decision making. So I think there is a process where we need to improve the communication between science and policy making. And I think there are two aspects that are critical to this, which is capacity improvement. Yesterday, somebody was talking about, decision making need to understand the scientific results. So I think this is a two-way avenue where policymakers need to understand the kind of information that we can provide with our models, with our decision support tools, so they can use them. And on the other hand, scientists also need to improve their capacity to produce outputs and present the results in a way that can be used by policymakers. So this process of improving capacity in both ways, I think, can improve the way that research can serve as decision making and what we call research for action. Right?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Clement, from your experience working with remote sensing techniques and also dealing with land mapping, do you have any specific comments on the current work that estimates a concentration of methane associated with different land uses?
Thank you very much, Prof. And I'll go straight into it. Well, remote sensing, it's a very important and useful tool. It's a tool, or I'll call it one of the tools in our toolbox. And it can be very useful for land surface mapping. Having listened to the presentation from colleagues on the methane mapping, one thing that became apparent is the interest to map methane and attribute it to a specific land use. We had the issue of the croplands, the wetlands, and it is an important technology. I always challenge people to say remote sensing by itself is a very expensive business. If there is a way you can do without it, I think it's the first choice. But if you have to do it, it has to come at scale. Why am I saying that?
when you have a large landmass like Africa, that is 30 million square kilometers, and you want to estimate gas emissions, it's probably not going to be practical to use in situ or underground measurement. And therefore, using the satellite-based approach becomes a very important approach to look at large areas like the size of Nigeria that we are able to see methane this concentration and flux over. However, that also has to be accompanied by a level of ground truthing to really ascertain that what the satellite is measuring is a true reflection of the concentration of methane across the different land uses. So in all, I will want to encourage that it's a very important study that Africa have to undertake. Why? Also because, like the colleagues have indicated, we need to demonstrate and provide evidence of how much emissions are coming from our different land uses, and the satellite give us that capability to be able to do that. And I think that is something that is welcoming. It's welcoming particularly to us in the development space. We need to be able to have this evidence that link to policy decision and formulation so that we are able to have targeted interventions where they are needed. So that's my brief observation on the application. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So I think we'll have a second round and 2 minutes each to respond to your questions. Back to Soha. Do you think African countries, including Morocco, are responding and committing enough to mitigating and combating the impact of climate change?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think there needs to be a focus in our policies on adaptation, and there is no enough focus, I believe, on climate adaptation in Morocco, in Africa, at all levels, high levels, strategic levels, but all implementation levels as well. Because this is our priority, we're clearly the worst hit by the impacts of climate change, and our priority should be focusing on adaptation. It is not necessarily consistent with donors' priorities sometimes, but it should be, in my opinion, a priority and a focus. While it's nice to have, of course, mitigation commitments, and we had very interesting presentations in this regard, yeah, it's good to have ambitious, I believe, goals at the international level, even if we are far from being historical emitters. But the focus is first and foremost adapting to the impacts of climate change on lives and on livelihoods. I came across many kinds of mitigation projects with related reporting and transparency, with related modeling, but far fewer initiatives and projects about climate, adaptation modeling, adaptation-related modeling, related reporting, related risks, and even fewer initiatives related to loss and damage, and also related frameworks and methodologies for assessing loss and damage in agriculture and other sectors. So there is this lack of balance that I believe we need to address. Of course, we know why it is this way. It's because there is a neoliberal approach to global climate governance, and adaptation is seen to be is actually less profitable than climate mitigation. Loss and damage the same. So there is less appetite from donors, less enthusiasm to fund climate adaptation projects, but this shouldn't be at the expense of climate justice. This shouldn't be at the expense of populations living in the Sahel, in other regions, in Atlas Mountains, etc. So I think it's an important point. And very briefly, maybe another point is related to innovation. We usually, I mean, in the way we relate to innovation and technological innovation, the question can be, is advanced technology, will it be the solution to the climate crisis, to the water crisis? We maybe should not forget that advanced technology is also part of a reinforced market system that is the very cause of the ecological crisis and climate crisis we are living today. So maybe there needs to be another approach. You know, there's this saying that we cannot solve today's problem with the mindset that created these problems in the first place. So while they are very interesting technology in climate, early warning systems and other technology mentioned by colleagues earlier, there are climate technology that are simply not contextualized, not fit for purpose, and simply not the solution. So there is really also, when we talk about data analytics, big data, and how it can disrupt the agricultural sector, this also maybe needs to be nuanced a bit, as it is, of course, it is not a purpose in itself, obviously. The purpose is food sovereignty, and digital technology should be only a means to reach this. Also, there is a whole question about how inclusive these digital tools are, and the smallholder farmers topic was mentioned earlier. It is about marginalizing the smallholder farmer, how this can be inclusive and adapted to also the reality of these smallholder farmers, and not only export-oriented firms.
Thank you.
So
Thank
yeah.
you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so we move to you. So one of the key objectives of your institution is improving access to climate information that is required to strengthen resilience and also build capacity to adapt to climate change, variability and impacts, such as drought and then desertification. How do you evaluate the impact of climate information access on building the resilience and responding to extreme weather events in Senegal and elsewhere?
Yeah, thank
2
you.
minutes. Keep it to 2 minutes, please.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. I tend to think that in Senegal and in West Africa, we come from a long way when it comes to climate information services. We have developed in close collaboration with WMO what we call the National Action Plan for Climate Services in several countries in West and Central Africa, following a methodology developed by WMO, consisting of several steps, but one of the main steps is the establishment of the interface and user platform, bringing together the climate service providers and the end users. And in Senegal, it is called the GTP, Group de Travail Pluridisciplinaire, Multidisciplinary Working Group. Very instrumental and very effective in providing climate information to the last mile, in particular in the agriculture sector. And here, what is interesting is that the impacts are both on the strategic and operational side. On the strategic side, in agriculture sector, it comes, for example, that the ministry prepare some or develop some preparedness strategy based on the seasonal forecasts, provide at the regional level and downscale at the national level. At the operational level as well, it is interesting to note that farmers and the last mile is more and more using the climate information. through the SMS or the voicemail provided to them by the higher services in close collaboration with CSE, which is part of the multidisciplinary working group. One assessment has been done to see the impact in 2022 that demonstrate that we had an improved farm productivity of about 15% increase in groundnut yield and 50% increase in millet yield, based on the use or not of the climate information services. The seasonal forecast increase as well farmers' income by $41 per hectare, based on the assessment made. But here the question would be, it is my last point, and it is very important for us, the payment of the climate services. Until now, we have no answer about that. At the end of the day, we will pay, because we need that at some point someone pay the climate services. And it is a critical point that need to be answered. Some things are being done, but not sufficiently yet. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I think for it to be sustainable, someone has to pay for the services. So that is a debate we have to think around. To Roberto, several studies, including one presented in this year's ATO, show that climate stress affects African agricultural commodities differently. Some are more sensitive than others, suggesting that African policymakers should consider shifting focus to strategic crops. Given the socioeconomic and biophysical context, how feasible do you think this shift from one crop to another would be in Africa?
This is a tricky question and not a simple answer. Right? But as you said, and this was alluded in one of the presentations before, and one comment earlier today, is crops may respond in different ways due to climate change. And I'm not talking about country level, but even in a small region, you may have crop yields respond differently to climate change because there could be some biophysical conditions, or maybe farmers manage their crops in different ways. They use less inputs, more inputs. So there is this inherent socioeconomic biophysical heterogeneity that needs to be taken into account to be able to assess the sensitivity of these crops to climate change. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that we also need to remember that farmers do not grow just one crop, right? So the farmers grow several crops, they have livestock. So in order to look at the sensitivity of the farming systems, especially when we talk about smallholder farmers, we need to have a whole farm approach, right? And within that, see how the different activities, the different crops respond to climate change, and think about what can we do? Maybe different land allocation. Do we need an improved variety? Do we need to enable access to inputs, to more fertilizers? There are a set of different policies that can be done, right? For example, we had a case in Zimbabwe. We did an analysis, and maize was the crop that was more affected to climate change, really decreasing yields significantly. And somebody said, well, we need to replace maize with another crop. Do you think the farmers like that in Zimbabwe? Of course not. Right? Maize is a staple, and farmers like to have maize on their farms. So what we did is we estimated what would be the necessary area or land that can be allocated to maize, so farmers can still have maize for their own consumption, and then try to reallocate the rest of the land to legumes or groundnuts, or the crops that are more resilient to climate change. Now, more recently, we've been part of an initiative, maybe some of you know, the Vision for Adapted Crops and Soils, VAX, which is looking at promoting what many years ago they used to call the neglected and underutilized crops, right? So in these 2 years or 3 years of VAX, they have identified a set of crops that are supposedly more resilient to climate change, but also provide more nutritional features that can improve food security and nutrition security to farmers. So the idea is how we can invest more in these kind of crops, make seeds more available, and so these can be used or adopted by farmers. But one of the questions I have is, if that is the case, why farmers are not using those crops or are adopting those crops more widely, right? So we need to understand why or what are the constraints of adoption. Is it just low yields? Is it market? Or what is happening that farmers are not using these crops that potentially are more resilient to climate change and have more features in the case of nutritional content. So I think before thinking about, let's focus on changing from one crop to other crop, there are a lot of steps that we need to make sure we follow, and taking into account also the cultural conditions, the local conditions, right? Because that also matters. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Clement, so I have 2 questions for you in 3 minutes. So first, on tracking the impact of climate change on climate change generally, what are the lessons that were learned from the CADEP biannual review on Malabo? And then whilst as that, you also look at climate change is clearly being defined from what we've heard as a threat to African countries, and meaning that the desire to build a resilient agri-food system is at a threat. So looking at the complexity of the issues that are associated with changing climate, what do you think that African countries can do a bit more differently to be able to address this issue?
Thank you very much. The question is quite loaded. I'll try and break it down in the digestible portions. So first of all, climate change triggers new way of doing things. Climate change brings opportunity cost in essence. Under the CADEP BR process and under the Malabo commitment, precisely number 6, that looks at resilience, we do have parameters or indicators that look to track and measure the impact of climate change, like your carbon dioxide issues measuring. Lessons that we currently have learned from that process will be the lack of data availability to really report on the impact of climate and the resilient issues. That is also an opportunity for us to adopt new technologies that will provide that data gap or solve the data gap for the BR processes. So that is something that going into the post-Malabo era, we hope to adopt more smarter ways or techniques that will bring in data to fill in the BR process. The BR is tracking data across countries, and I think that is very important. That the problems that we have, particularly that climate brings, they don't follow our political boundaries. I think you will agree with me that we have to have an agroecological approach to solving some of the climate issues. What do I mean by that? If it's about production, as my colleague have just mentioned, is it about changing crops or taking the comparative advantage that a particular agroecological zone or area brings that we have to? Though I remember not long ago, we did a modeling that we call it the global farming, where you said, okay, if there's drought, there is no scenario that says that there will be drought across the entire African continent. So if we plant collectively and smartly, we can also produce, taking into account how the climate is shifting and be able to have better adaptation and resilience in our food production or agriculture globally as a continent, if we take it that way. Now, you ask, what can we do? The second part of your question, to improve resilience. I think I've kind of delved into that already. It will be very important that we looked at the climate problems, but we also look at the opportunities that it brings in terms of approaching our interventions following the climatic patterns that we have, or we are witnessing, the patterns that we are seeing. We need our interventions to be also targeted in that manner. And when we do that, it improves our resilience. When we produce and we optimize our production, we heard from the colleague from Morocco that Morocco has water shortage, but Morocco is exporting food and in essence exporting water from a water scarce region. That is a very serious policy issue, but again, it's an opportunity cost. That Morocco decided to say because of we are water scarce, therefore we should not produce and sell. I think those are some of the smart policy issues that we need to discuss and build into how we work around the climate issues. So I know you have very limited time, and I see 0-0 on the board, but I think we can have more conversation about how we want to solve the climate issues. But my parting shot would be, or the bottom line is, that the climate change issues cause us to work together and cause us to look at the issues beyond the political jurisdictions and look at it from the agroecological system. Even the way we measure our biennial and assess ourselves, we are still limit ourselves to political boundaries. Perhaps we should start looking at assessing things using the natural agroecological boundaries. That would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So at this point, we open the discussion to our audience. So we'd like to take some questions and comments. So we start from this side, 1, 2.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, panelists, for a great conversation. I learned a great deal of listening to you. My name is Hamadi Job. I'm the cadet process coordinator, but I have some other hats because I came also from academia. I had a journey where I jumped from research to academia and now to development. And at every stage, I have asked myself a question. We are scientists. Sometimes we live in a bubble. We speak our own language within ourselves. The question I'm asking, and I will give you a fact. For example, there is a paper I reviewed a few years ago in the area of fisheries, where people are asking themselves, what is the role of the scientific advice and how the scientific advice is being taken into consideration by the decision makers. The paper basically concluded that more than 50% of the scientific advice were not taken into consideration by decision makers. For many reasons, I don't want to get into those discussion here. My question to you is that how can we integrate and enhance scientific advice differently from what we have been doing so that it can help countries take the right policies in terms of mitigation and adaptation? I know it's a very broad question, so it's addressed to all of us because I am still struggling to see how all these policies that we are taking, because they are not lacking. We have tons of well-written policies and documents, but they are not being implemented. And the reason why they are not being implemented is maybe that the scientific advice and the linkage between the science and the decision making, there is a challenge somewhere there. So let me just stop here for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, presenters. I mean, discussants, just one observation and kind of question. We know that climate change is going to definitely impact agriculture, as evidence started showing up from yesterday, and we've had some of it today. But I wanted us just to think a little bit more. Most of this farming is in rural areas, and majority of them are also poor. But then there is also the other factor that in the same places you have these vectors. So as your temperatures go up, places that never had certain types of vectors, mosquitoes, for example, are moving to places where they used not to be. So you expect to see a surge in vector-borne diseases. So the rural people are the same people who will get hit most. I'm raising this to say that I think our analysis should go beyond just looking at the impact on the crops, but ultimately it's the people. So a One Health argument makes a lot of sense. Maybe that explains why we are having a lot of the spread of diseases coming from animals to human beings, the so-called zoonotics. So I think in our analytics, that needs to be looked at carefully. The second one is on the crops. We know that there are C4 and C3 plants. They all use carbon dioxide or carbon differently, and they will respond to heat differently. But the underlying point is actually the water is the most critical of them all. That will determine whether your yield jumps up or down, because carbohydrates, you know what it is, hydrogen and oxygen, and then carbon is a small part of the game. So I'm just saying that I think it's important to deepen the analytics and pay attention, especially when you're going to say, replace this crop with the other, this by that. You need to also think about the transitions of the food and nutrition lens of it, what the colleague has just said there. It might not just be as obvious as that. So I'm simply saying the connection between food transitions, the changes in the weather connected to vectors and vector-borne diseases, and the impact on all that on the overall productivity of the farmers and the people living in that economy. That depth of analysis is what we are actually missing, and that's what the policymakers need to make the kind of investment decisions that we need as a continent. So it's just an observation, and it's maybe additional work we need to do, but where we are, we really appreciate. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's take the last two. We come to the panelists, then we'll come for more.
Thank you very much for the discussions that we've had. I just want to maybe add some voice to the remote sensing work. We recognize that it is expensive and it needs to be paid for. So I ask, well, how do we see the interface between our rigorous research and the private sector? We recognize that a lot of the satellites that are up in the orbit are owned by the private sector, and there are a few already. They have developed mechanisms in which they have commercialized the use of their satellites. So I don't know how we can organize ourselves or package ourselves to see how we can leverage on how we can involve private sector to help us at least record and capture data that we could then use to make our models more robust and enable us to develop our own models, especially for Africa, domesticate our climate models specifically, and help us to have more accurate work or results that we can then inform policymakers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. First of all, I want just to thank you, moderator, and thanks the panelists for their contribution. I'm Fauzia Shakiri, I'm an agroeconomist, and I'm actually working in the Arab Maghreb Union, which where I'm responsible of food security issues. I want just to jump on the solution to change crop on crop, to come over this climate change effect. Because as you know, one of the big challenges in North Africa is water scarcity and the soil, health soil. So in North Africa, we were working with the FAO and the what we call biosaline, agriculture biosaline, or biosaline agriculture, and as a solution, because this excessive use of water led to increased salinity in water and also in soil. So my question is, what do you think about this biosaline agriculture? Is it a solution or a sustainable solution? And what kind of side effect could it be, or would it be on the future of the agriculture in the region? Thank you so much.
Thank you. So we'll have our panelists to respond, but let's keep their responses very brief.
I can try to respond a little bit to the first two. Because that was one of the questions that I had, is about science and policy, right? And what I said is, yeah, we need to change the way that science communicates with policy. And the way that we found out it works is to involve policymakers from the beginning and discuss with them what are their questions, what do they care about, what are the kind of indicators they want to know, right? Because at the end of the day, I think policymakers establish or set priorities for investments or for technological changes or innovations or policies. But they want to know what are the impacts of those, right? What are socioeconomic impacts, environmental impacts, or biophysical impacts? So we need to work together to understand what are the priorities of decision makers, and makers need to understand what the models can do and what are the limitations, because models also have limitations. So work together to be able to understand what are the priorities, what are the questions, and how the modeling community can support decision making. Then to the other question, I completely agree. The linkage between climate and health is important. And in fact, there is a chapter in this author that talks about climate risk and health. And I think that should be also at the forefront of the discussions, right? I think for when we talk about agriculture and climate change, we focus a lot on crop yields, but not on the other impacts, biophysical, environmental, and health in this case. You also mentioned about going beyond just crop yields, and I completely also agree. In the work that we do, for example, we go in detail and do what we call the CTWN test, for example, looking at how crops are sensitive to carbon changes, to water changes, temperature, and nitrogen. So this kind of analysis also helps to understand how these crops respond to not just climate change, but also to different varieties, to different inputs, input use like nitrogen or other components. So yeah, so I agree with what you commented on.
Maybe I'll take one question that I think I have authority over to answer. And the obvious one is on the remote sensing application. So in my previous intervention, I did mention that is it an expensive business or exercise, and it's true, but there's an inflection point on that curve. What you mean is expensive. So at some point, you need to understand the cost implications linked to the level of decision making. Many at times, we do overkill. So if your decision making is at the policy level, you also have to appreciate the level of resolution that is required for policy level decision making. And there's a lot, in fact, we are drowning in the data that is available. You take the likes of the Sentinel satellite flicks, there are about 6 or so, that provide adequate resolution for policy level, regional level applications. There is also many other applications that you will need to go to granular on the ground. For example, he mentioned about MRV for the carbon space. Once you want to get into that space of certification of your carbon stock, you need what we call tier 3 level of accuracy. And that means that you go in very granular on the ground. That is where the rubber hit the road. The private sector is operating in that sector. You have the likes of like your Planet, fleet of satellite that gives you up to centimeters observation to provide that level of accuracy. So I think it's a balance that we need to bring, and we need to bring the private sector on board, and they are playing a role already. But like I said, once you put a satellite into orbit, you cannot stop it. That thing, once it escapes the Earth's atmosphere, is in motion. There's no stopping. If anything goes wrong, it is a catastrophic cost. And that is also one of the reasons why private sector have to get return on investment as quickly as possible. It's also impacting the pricing and so many other factors. But I think working together and policy arena, providing the necessary support, we should be able to handle that.
Thank you. So can we have a next set of questions from here? Yes. So we have 1, 2. Okay, so when it comes. 1.
Thank you very much to all the panelists for the great discussion. I always really enjoy all of them. So I have a question regarding the carbon sink. I think it's for you, Mr. Kaire. So we need, according to your explanation, some maybe institution to guarantee like this carbon sink is reliable. So any idea of this institution?
Did you get a question?
Okay. Thanks very much for the nice presentations by the panel. I'm Greenwell Machair. I'm a coordinator for ReSAKSS for Eastern and Southern Africa. I'm also deputy country representative for the International Water Management Institute in Pretoria. I just wanted to ask two questions, because I think each of you have kind of articulated the centrality of water in terms of climate change, etc. Do you think that we should be coming up with, say, for example, a target or an indicator about the amount of financing we need to allocate to water management or agricultural water management, considering that neglecting that sector brings catastrophes? I mean, we have examples with the El Niño effects in Southern Africa. Countries almost have been brought down to their knees just because rains have failed. That's one. Secondly, for the panelists, I've forgotten the name, but from Morocco, great insights. You touched on the issue of virtual water as it relates to decisions on the international agricultural trade market. We published a paper with colleagues here at academia this year, showing exactly what you're saying. And that's exciting to see that you're also seeing that. The question is, what do you think it would take for the countries to start changing the behavior? Because indeed, it's not just in Morocco, but in some of the countries, find they are water scarce countries. They are exporting goods which they shouldn't probably be exporting, they should just import. What would it take for them to engage in behavior change in favor of water conservation? Thanks much.
I think, Constance, you want? Okay. So I think that's it for any other question?
Maybe one last question.
Okay.
Sorry. So it's regarding, I think, the replicability regarding some staple crops. I think it's for you and for Mr. Sorry, I forget the name. But I think you bring a problem, which is like some farmers refuse to adopt new crops, even if it is more reliable in terms of productivity and even the short crop growing. So I would like to know the point of inclusivity. Where do you place it in order for you to make farmers accept maybe new technique or innovation? Thank you.
So, over to you, Clements. Sorry, to Suha. Yeah.
Thank you. I'll try a few inputs, although I'm not sure I have authority for the 2 or 3 questions, but I'll try maybe start with the question from Sister Fauzia around biosaline agriculture. As I had the opportunity to work on integrated aqua agriculture systems years ago in the, I think the United Arab Emirates is working on such topics, and these can have the advantage of, combining different systems. So you have desalination for irrigation, and you have this salty water, concentrated water that can also be used for with halophyte plants that tolerate or like salty water, and you have systems that are integrated, combining many components of this kind. This is worth, I think, trying maybe in Morocco and see how relevant it is for our context. Of there is a whole question about energy recovery in the desalination process, and as we've been mentioning before, desalination is a technical solution. I believe no technical or technological solution is a miracle solution. It has also an environmental cost, a financial cost, but it is such systems can be worth exploring in the Moroccan context as well. I believe. Maybe another question related to loss and damage, and the colleague saying that there is impact on people, on farmers, on pastoralists, and I think this is why we need these assessment frameworks and methodologies to assess both economic and non-economic loss and damage, and to move from a model-based consumption of loss and damage to more human-centered approaches, because it's also about relational dimensions, non-economic loss and damage. Very quickly, maybe to respond to both questions on the role, or give a few inputs on the questions on the role of researchers. I think a scientist, we usually talk about this neutrality of a scientist. I think this was brought by Dr. Hamadi Diop around what is the role of the scientist. I believe that given the urgency and the critical topic of climate change and the critical impacts, a researcher has also this role to go out a bit from their bubble, as you've described it, and move towards more impactful research. And in this context, science policy dialogues, as was mentioned by the colleagues, is very important to bridge science and policy. So it's also the role of the scientists to put forward these conceptions of sustainable development that are grounded in our social, our historical, and our agroecological realities in Africa. This is central as well. And maybe just to finish with the question of the brother around behavioral change, what will lead to such behavioral change in countries. I believe the role of civil society and of scientists and researchers is critical to push such solutions and to question a bit the status quo and the way sustainable development is approached. And also, obviously, the impacts are so devastating, more increasingly devastating, that at some point there needs to be a behavioral change. So, I believe this is maybe a few elements of a response. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So, yeah, if you can.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. About the certification of the carbon sink, yes, we need, once the carbon sink is estimated to be certified by specific institution, you have a lot of institutions, for example, gold standard, etc. Because we must bear in mind the fact that the greenhouse gas emission reduction is part of the global effort to reduce the greenhouse gas emission in the world. And each contribution has to be estimated to make sure that this estimation is correct and contribute as well to the global effort. When we talk about 2 degrees Celsius or 1.5 degrees Celsius, it comes from the contribution of each of our countries. And we should make sure that these contributions are real. That's why we have to avoid the double counting, for example, etc. For the case of the performance-based payment, it is one specific credit market, because we have a lot of kind of credit market. For the performance-based payment, for example, we need to make sure that the carbon sink are accredited and maintain their integrity over the years. Because you can say, for example, I have 1 million ton of carbon sink, but you don't have the monitoring system that allows you to maintain the 1 million ton COD over 10 years, for example. So it doesn't mean anything to say that, all right, I have 1 million ton COD, if you are not able to maintain the integrity of the 1 million tons COD of carbon sink over 10 years, for example, right? That's why we need certification institution. Just one point about the policy to research linkages. I work since 2007 on climate change, and I started with an institution, the International Development Research Center, which work a lot on this topic. But I think that we come from a long way in the specific area of climate change. I think that a lot of progress has been made in terms of mainstreaming the research to the policy processes, and in particular when it comes to the planning. Where the constraints are, from my point of view, is the budgeting processes. We have done a lot when it comes to the planning processes, but we have to do something, further when it comes to the budgeting processes. That's where, there is a lot of things to do. But the good news is that some countries have started what they call the green budget. In Senegal, for example, in 2024, the green budget has been elaborated with the support of the IMF and the World Bank. And it is something that will probably be done in the upcoming years in several countries in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So at this point, we bring this section to an end. And I want to say a very big thank you to our panelists for helping us. It has been a very exciting conversation, and I think this conversation is not going to end here. We need to move it further. I have two takeaways from this discussion. The fact that the subject we are discussing is very complex and not a very simple one, and so calls for more work. And the fact that we need to maybe expand the disciplines that needs to be included to ensure that we are able to capture more of the complexities that is associated with climate change impacts, especially in our African agri-food systems. So let's give them one round of applause for this. And at this point, I would announce that we have a coffee break of 30 minutes. So from that coffee break, then we move to the next. So we'll be back at 11:40. 25 minutes, sorry, not 30 minutes.
Africa's Climate Action Agenda, Vulnerabilities, Adaptation Options, and Financing. I see our chairperson. Please welcome to the stage Ms. Nadine Bosa, Director of Food Systems Coordination, External Relations, and Governance Department at IFAD.
Good morning. I'm checking if you are ready. I can see you are. So, good morning. I have the honor of chairing session 3. The objective of the session, the name of the session is Africa's Climate Action Agenda, Adaptation Options and Financing. So in this session, we will discuss the status and effectiveness of climate policy and capacity building by African government and development partners to basically address the challenges we have discussed this morning in terms of climate adaptation. I think we will bring to a close here the discussion on climate, where we had a lot of discussion this morning on the science dimension, on the technological dimensions of the climate challenge and the way it's affecting our food systems. In this session, we will discuss experience, observation, foresight on how African countries are progressing towards achieving climate agenda ambitions and actions. So, welcome to this session. I will just give you a bit of context, and my mic is breaking. I don't know if I can have another one, please, to the logistical team. Just to say that I think it's been clear in the various presentations we have heard this morning that Africa is bearing the brunt of the climate impact. I was reading this morning again. I know we have a lot of scientists and a lot of researchers with us, but we committed to make it easy yesterday, if you recall. So let me try to make it easy so we are all on the same page on where we stand on the challenge. I was reading the report of the World Meteorological Organization, and although they are scientific people, actually they made it very easy in terms of saying what is the impact on African economies and food system of the climate change today. And I encourage you to read the report that came out just last month. And basically, again, they say 30% of the deaths related to climate, 1/3, are happening on the African continent. That's the number one. The second thing interesting that they say is that 40% of the population across Africa does not have access to early warning systems when we look at extreme weather events happening today. And this is the lowest rate in the world. While we know that we are the most affected by the climate change events, I think it's indeed a big worry that we are the continent least equipped with early warning systems. Of course, you know about the loss of agricultural productivity as we talk about food system, about 30%. They also estimate that it will take about 2.5% of the GDP of African countries to adapt, and diverting about 9% today of the combined GDP of African countries. Basically, we are really in a situation when we talk about action and financing that we are in a tight fiscal context and the least equipped to deal today with the challenges of adaptation. We had a friend from Morocco today who said, yes, it's about mitigation, but we really need to continue to hammer the cost we are paying in terms of climate change. 2023, they say it was the hottest year in the world ever. Okay, we have seen the droughts, we have seen the floods, Horn of Africa, Southern Africa, Western Africa. I don't think any part of Africa was not affected. So basically what we are going to discuss today is that it's clear that the intensity and frequency of climate events is going to increase. It's clear that we're going to continue to be affected. I would say that you are researchers and scientists. So I should ask the question, is climate change a threat for Africa? My friend Augustin told me that science can decide tomorrow based on research that it's not. So this is what we are going to discuss today. And the fact that as it is, we need to accelerate investment. We need to accelerate the adaptation of food systems, of farming methods, invest in resilient infrastructures, in early warning system, mitigate risk, build adaptive capacity. We need to do it fast. We need to do it effectively because we are losing people, we are losing assets, and we are losing investment as we invest. With this, let me invite my panelists to have the feedback on how we can do this. The first person I would like to invite is Dr. Cherkaoui. Do I see him? Yes. Please come to the stage. Dr. Cherkaoui is the director of the International Center for Environmental Training in Morocco. You're welcome. I would like to invite Cecilia to also join us, Cecilia D'Alessandro, who is the Policy Officer, Climate Action and Green Transition at EDCPM. Cecilia, you are welcome. And my last speaker will be Dr. Getako Tadesse, Director, Operational Analysis, Academia 2063. Yes, come in. Before you speak, Cecilia will make a presentation. Cecilia?
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, waiting for the slides to come up. Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much, Nadine. Thanks also to the conference organizers for inviting me to present this chapter of the Atto report called Innovative Financing Mechanisms for Climate Adaptation in African Agri-food Systems. And first of all, I would like to shout out to my co-authors, Lade Araba and Daniel Adeniyi, who are not here today but contributed significantly to this work. Let me see if I can move the slides. Yes. So here you can see a brief outline of the presentation and what I will cover today. First, I will speak about some of the recent trends in climate finance flows to agri-food systems, and then about some of the prevailing barriers to leveraging climate finance for food systems. Thirdly, I will discuss some of the opportunities for financing regarding tools and mechanisms that can support adaptation in food systems. And finally, I'll discuss some of the key building blocks of an enabling environment for financing for food systems adaptation. So starting from the trends, I don't need to remind you how urgent adaptation is in African agri-food systems. We've heard all about the impacts this morning. Given the urgency and the vulnerability of the continent, it's concerning to see that the current climate finance flows fall significantly short of addressing the continent needs. So if here you see just a global overview of climate finance flows, only 4.3% of climate finance flows globally are directed to agri-food systems. This is about 28.5 billion a year. And that means, if you look at the figure, that's the little column in green on the left-hand side. If you compare that with the estimated needs, and different reports have different estimation methods, some are more conservative than others, you can see that to meet climate objectives, investments need to increase at scale, and at a minimum 7 times. There's also an imbalance in flows directed towards adaptation versus mitigation objective, only 26% of this finance flows to agri-food systems targeted adaptation. In the next figure, here you see another concerning trend, which is that the share of climate-related development finance to agri-food systems globally is actually trending downwards, and this reflects a number of issues with ODA declining in many countries. But now moving to African-specific figures, we can see that Africa south of the Sahara received only 16% of the agri-food climate finance flows. This is about 4.4 billion. There's also quite a large concentration and high concentration in terms of the sources of funding. Most finance comes from public and philanthropic sources, while private sector investment is negligible. And this is against an adaptation finance gap of 78 billion a year, estimated to reach climate and food systems goals by 2030, with the gap being particularly large for small-scale farmers that, as Nadine mentioned even yesterday, receive a little bit more than 1% of climate finance, and they are at the forefront of the climate crisis. So in terms of the barriers we have analyzed in our chapter, we've broadly categorized them in three. First, the structural and financial barriers that prevent the leveraging of climate finance for food systems. Secondly, institutional and governance barriers. And thirdly, technical barriers. So I'll start from the first set, and I can be brief. I think you can look at this structural and financial barriers both from national perspective in terms of availability of funds and domestic budgets. Nadine also mentioned in her introduction how high debt burdens and limited fiscal space are preventing many countries to invest, even though there are efforts to mobilize more funding and update systems to mobilize fundings. I think there's a very good report from the Malabo-Montpellier panel that details some case studies. And at the micro level, farmers and SMEs struggle to access financial resources and the financial resources they need to promote more sustainable practices in their activities, and this is due to many reasons, including high transaction costs, high perceived risks. The banking sector, the commercial financing sector is not willing to invest in this sector, lack of collateral, unfavorable loan conditions, etc. So in general, there is an uncertain risk-return profile of investments in food systems climate action, particularly adaptation, which discourages private sector investment. There's also institutional and governance barriers. This can include both legislative and policy gaps. For example, only a third of African nations have submitted their NAPs, their national adaptation plans. Regulatory risks also discourage private sector investment, and governance and coordination challenges abound at many levels, nationally but also internationally, with oftentimes a mismatch between donor agendas and recipient countries' needs. And technical barriers are very specific also to global climate funds, but I think we know that the requirements to access this funding are often very cumbersome, and there's not always available institutional capacities and local capacities to access these funds, which results in disparities in access between countries, but also an excessive reliance on international partners and reduced ownership. And also the lack of concrete project pipelines based on, for example, national adaptation plans, national strategies for climate action is an issue. And I don't need to reiterate the aspect of lack of data, reliable and comprehensive data. I think this has been mentioned many times in this past day. Regarding the opportunities for financing, I think my colleagues and I have identified several opportunities for financing of agri-food systems and climate action. If we look at the global financial and capital markets, actually, the value of these markets holds great potential to finance the transition to more sustainable food systems. And here the challenge is to make the sector more attractive to investors. So that's where, for example, blended finance approaches come in as an effective way of de-risking investments, lowering transaction costs, and improving the risk return profile of investments. And other innovative financial instruments are also becoming more popular, like sustainability-linked loans, green bonds. And lastly, digital innovation, I think of mobile banking and fintech, is helping farmers and SMEs access credit in many countries. The last thing I want to say to conclude is that we can look at financial instruments and new innovative tools, but we always have to think that these are not going to be successful unless the right conditions are created for their success. And so we need to look also what are the building blocks for an enabling environment for financial investments in food systems. And these can be structured in three as well. We look at coordination and collaboration between different actors, policy and regulatory frameworks, and capacity strengthening, data and evidence. And in a way, these aspects would address many of the barriers I've detailed earlier. On the one hand, in terms of governance and coordination challenges, we can see that duplication and gaps still abound, and there are ample spaces for development partners, DFIs, as well as local public and private actors to work together to catalyze resources at scale, and also use the right mix of financial instruments that can cater to the diverse needs of financial intermediaries and agri-food companies at different stages of maturity or with different risk profiles. Regarding policy frameworks, I've also mentioned how certain gaps in these frameworks are preventing the mobilization of climate finance. And so there's, for example, opportunities to better integrate climate and food policies. This is also something that has been committed at the last COP. And there are opportunities to improve the environment for doing business and the investment environment to mobilize further private sector investments. Regarding capacity strengthening, and this is my last point, I think there's ample space also to look at the capacity gaps, not only in national institutions and local actors, but also, for example, within the financial sector, DFIs and the banking sector, where oftentimes the services, the financial services offered do not fit with the business models of agri-food. So there's ways to improve the connection between two. And then, of course, last point, data and evidence. And I think here we are at the ReSAKSS conference, you know very well the importance of it for improved decision making. I'll stop here. Thank you very much for the attention. And
thank you very much, Cecilia. Please come and join us here. I will now invite Mr. Sambana Yade. As you've seen, Cecilia has told us about the challenge of financing adaptation of our agri-food system. And Mr. Samba Yade is in the room? Yes, I see you. Please come to the stage. Will basically tell us about the option we have in order to finance and to adapt the African food systems. So please, the floor is yours.
Bonjour. Bonjour, cher. Good morning. Bonjour, cher participants. I'm Samban Yad, Associate Scientist in Academia 2063, based in Dakar. So I'm delighted to take part of this special event and to share with you our contribution about the following topics: climate risks and vulnerability in African agri-food system. So let me just take this opportunity to thank Khadija from academia and Delia Grass from IRI for their contribution. So my presentation will cover the following point: We will have an introduction. We will have also, I will share you two sections. One section about environmental risk of climate change in Africa, and another section about household vulnerability in some country in Africa. And the last point of this presentation will be the conclusion and some policy recommendation. So in terms of introduction, as you will know, climate change is a worldwide reality, and its impact are becoming increasingly pronounced all over the world. So it's crucial to understand and mitigate climate risk, particularly in regions that are highly vulnerable to climate change. Africa, with its rich biodiversity and varied climates, is suffering because it is in the front line facing unique challenges caused by climate change. So the goal, or the mainly goal of this presentation, is to provide a comprehensive overview of how climate change can influence African agri-food system, and to identify some potential pathways to resilience by exploring environmental indicator and vulnerability indicator. So, for the first section of my presentation, environmental risk of climate change. So this part of this presentation will help us to deepen our understanding of climate risk, with on focus of the current situation of climate risk in Africa, the climate projection, and some implication. So our approach to analyze climate risk involves a comprehensive examination of key environmental indicators. In this sense, we have to evaluate the extent of land surface temperature variation across the country in Africa in order to identify in which country we have significant variation of temperature compared to the average or the historical average of temperature. We have also to assess the precipitation anomaly. We have also to evaluate the vegetation health in African countries. And at the end, we need to determine the drought condition risk in Africa and also the El Nino effect in Africa. So let's see what happened about land surface temperature. As you well know, land surface temperature is a crucial indicator in Earth observation and climate science. What is the meaning of land surface temperature? It is the temperature of the Earth's surface, which include various types of land cover, such as soils, vegetation, water bodies, and built-up area. So based on this definition, we have a picture. In this map, what we have, in this map, we try to analyze land surface temperature anomaly. So what we did here is to capture the level of land surface temperature in 2023 and compare the deviation of, or we did the difference between land surface temperature in 2023 to the land surface temperature, the average of land surface temperature over the last 20 years. Here, when we say last 20, it means from 2003 to 2022. So we do this difference to see how the land surface temperature, the deviation of land surface temperature. So based on this map, what we can keep on mind. The first point that we can notice is most of African countries record temperature above the historical average of temperature. It is the first result. The second point is the most significant temperature anomaly is observed in this part, in the south of Africa, like in Zimbabwe, Namibia, and South Africa, but also in the eastern of Africa, Ethiopia, Djibouti, also in one part of the north of Africa, Egypt, and also in some African countries like Chad, Niger. The second result is also the lowest temperature anomaly. When we say the lowest temperature anomaly, it means the level of the temperature in 2023 is below the average or the historical temperature average. So for this lowest temperature, it is observed in this part of African country, particularly in the West Central Africa and some country in the West Africa. So let's see what happened with the precipitation anomaly, precipitation or rainfall anomaly. It is the same logic. We try to analyze the deviation of precipitation according to the historical pattern of this indicator. So based on this definition, we can have two kinds of anomaly. The first one, we call it the excess of rainfall or precipitation. It means the current level of rainfall or precipitation is greater than the average of historical precipitation. And as the other side, we can have the deficiency of precipitation. It means the current level is below the historical average. So based on this definition also, we have some result here. And the mainly point that I would like to put is here. If you look at in the eastern of Africa, we see, based on this legend, what we can say in the north of Africa and in some part of the West Africa, we see that the rainfall will decrease. But here in the eastern of Africa and in this horn of Africa, we see that we notice an excess of rainfall or precipitation. Okay, so another indicator is the vegetation health. So here we use remote sensing approach in order to analyze this vegetation health by developing the NDVI indicator, the normalized difference vegetation index. And so here also we have some result based on this indicator. The finding indicates that in regions such as the Northern Africa, so here if you look at here, the vegetation, we have a positive deviation in this part of African country, in this northern, eastern, and the southern African country. But here we see that we have a negative deviation of vegetation health. So the last point about the climate risk indicator is the drop risk or drop condition. Here, when I say drop risk, we just would like to highlight, I would like to highlight that it concerns agricultural drought. And then to analyze the drought condition, we use what we call the MVWSI indicator, the Modified Vegetation Water Surplus Index. And based on this indicator also, the main result is most of African countries are not concerned by drought condition. And how we can interpret it, it means when we build this indicator, we have to compare the level of this indicator by 1. If the value of the indicator is greater than 1, it means these countries are not experiencing drought condition. And here we notice that most of African countries have value greater than 1. So here also I would like to highlight just some point about El Nino effect in Africa and what we can keep in mind about two indicators, the rainfall and moisture in Africa. We can say El Nino phenomenon has led to a significant reduction in rainfall across southern Africa. And also what we can say, based on the soil moisture condition, it is affected, drought condition affecting most of African countries. So here, let me just shortly talk about climate projection. Here we have some results about climate projection and precipitation projection in Africa. And the main result is we notice significant increase in temperature across Africa with the most pronounced warming observed in North Africa. So the next section is just household vulnerability to climate change. So let me go briefly fastly in this section. So when we talk about household vulnerability, it's very important to start, or the entry is to ask 3 questions. Who are vulnerable to what and where? And it is very important to answer these 3 questions. Who are vulnerable? Help us to identify the unit of assessment, like we can analyze household vulnerability in terms of economy-wide or community-wide, okay? So this first question will help us to identify clearly the unit of assessment. The second one is to what? We need to define the vulnerability. For instance, we can talk about economic vulnerability, health vulnerability with COVID-19, etc. So in our case, we are just tracking climate change vulnerability. So the third question is where? Where we will find people or household or unit who are vulnerable. So here our approach is to develop a composite indicator, call it the Vulnerability to Climate Change Index, based on the definition given by IPCC, the definition of vulnerability. So based on this definition, we can notice that vulnerability has three components. We have the exposure, which measures the magnitude which households are exposed or we are expected to face of climate change. We have also the sensitivity dimension, which help to analyze the degree to which household will be affected by the exposure. And the last dimension is the adaptive capacity. It means it will help us to analyze how household can adjust to climate change. So based on this indicator, we have some results. Let me just show you the results. So here instead of African country, we do it just for two countries, Rwanda and Senegal. So what we can notice is we have here, based on these three components, sensitivity, exposure, and capacity, inability to adapt to climate change, we notice that the inability to adapt is the most component who explains the vulnerability of household. For the case of Rwanda, it is the same for Senegal. In Senegal also, when we analyze the vulnerability, we notice also that the incapacity to adapt to climate change is the mainly issue, or explain well the vulnerability of household. So here, it is just an exercise that we can do, and it is very important for us. For instance, if we select one country, we can analyze based on the region of this country or the district of this country. We can see where we will find the most vulnerable household, the much more vulnerable household, the less vulnerable household. So I think it is good example, or it is good results that we can show. So I'm in the term of my presentation. What you can keep in mind is, as policy recommendation, we have just some policy recommendations based on the temperature anomaly. We can say we need to underscore the urgency. We need some policy in aid to mitigate the effect of rising temperature. And the last point about policy recommendation is about data. For this exercise, I do it for Senegal, I do it for Rwanda and another country, but we need more data in order to go deeply and understand properly who are vulnerable in order to develop more adaptation capacity. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Sambani. So you had a very illustrative presentation. You can go and sit. Thank you. On the risks we are facing in Africa, from the drought to the floods, to the temperature, to the vegetation, identification of risks. So with that, I'm going to invite Dr. Tadesse to tell us what are the options for adaptation. Over to you. Thank you.
To the first page. Yes. Oh. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be talking about Chapter 7 of the ERTO. And the objective of this 10-minute presentation is just to create appetite for you guys to read about the chapters. So our chapter is about adaptation actions. I mean, we've been talking about the impacts and the risks, the vulnerabilities, and all those things that climate change is being imposed in African economies. But here we are searched on how effective are the different adaptation actions And we have repeatedly said that adaptation is a priority for African countries. And we wrote this together with my colleague, Yassine. And I will directly go to the issues that have been covered in this chapter. The first one, we try to see some conceptual framework, how adaptation can translate to resilience. I mean, these are the two important words that you might have heard in many climate change discussions, adaptation and resilience. So how we can go from adaptation and to resilience. So we are just trying to develop a conceptual framework for that. And then we reviewed some of the adaptation policies and actions that have been proposed by the African countries. I mean, many of the African countries that have NADCs and national adaptation plans and also local climate change strategies. So we reviewed some of the adaptation actions that have been proposed. And we try to evaluate and their effectiveness in terms of building resilience. And then we identified some of the critical challenges that affect the adoption and the impacts of the climate change interventions. So in terms of pathways, I can say that, I mean, the purpose of adaptation is generally to build resilience. But I mean, for adaptation action to build resilience, there are some intermediate outcomes that has to be achieved, mainly about behavioral changes. The actions and the interventions that we are doing as an adaptation option has to bring at least technological change, behavioral change, and institutional change. If they can bring these changes, and for sure we can achieve some level of resilience. That's what theoretically is saying. And also adaptation is just one option. And we have to have responsive actions, we have to have observative actions, and we have transformative actions. So if you want to see the definition of these things, I think I refer to read about the chapter. And then I think after this, we identified a list of adaptation actions that have been proposed. More recent studies, we reviewed several studies, and in general, like about 827 adaptation actions have been proposed by many African countries, which have been mentioned in scholarly written journal articles and all those things. So then I think the issue is, are all these really important for achieving our adaptations and all those things? So what we should do, what we proposed is just to categorize them, characterize them, and then we have to prioritize them. Because I think, as it has been said several times, we have a capacity problem, we have financial problems, and all these things. So we have to focus on few activities that are critically important for those things. So we identified 7 or 6 groups, and then we characterized them, and we identified them based on the co-benefits both for mitigation, adaptation, as well as for economic transformation. Africa has several development agendas, not only adaptation and mitigation, but also we have several other economic transformation agendas. So we just characterized them based on that, and then we identified policy constraints for each, and also we proposed some policy actions. So I don't want to go through the details, but these are the 2 tables that have been presented in the chapter, and if you are interested, you can go through those things. And then I think we looked at the state of resilience. I mean, you know, the BR, we publish BR data every year, and in the BR, in the CADA PR, there is one indicator which measures about the level of agricultural household resilience. So we looked at that data and tried to see the state of resilience, agricultural resilience in Africa. And only 31 African countries has reported on that indicator. And based on that indicator, we calculated the average number of households that are resilient for agricultural risks, especially climate shocks. So we found that 60%, which is a weighted average based on the population or agricultural population of the 31 countries. And we found that 60% of the agricultural households are resilient based on that data, which means that 40% of the agricultural households are still vulnerable to climate change. And among the 31 countries, I think 11 reported agricultural resilience level 50% or lower. That means, I mean, most of the countries, they have a lower level of resilience. That's very clear. But the most important issue is some of what are the options that have been contributed for this agricultural resilience. The first thing we looked at is the correlation between resilience and agricultural spending. You know that the Malabo Declaration has a 10% target for allocation for agriculture. But countries were reporting about these things, and we see the correlation between these things. Unfortunately, it's negatively correlated based on these data. You see that it's negatively correlated, which means that, I mean, yes, countries are allocating budget in agriculture, but those budgets are not really specific targeted to resilience activities or adaptation activities. So that is where we have some sort of allocation efficiencies when it comes to resilience. And we also looked at how the climate smart agriculture practice or the area under sustainable land management is contributing for resilience. So you see that countries are at different level of resilience and at different level of climate smart agriculture practice adoption. But generally we see a positive correlation, as you see by the trend line, but I think it's not very strong yet. That means that, I mean, the sustainable land management practice is not yet scaled enough to bring the significant change on resilience. And the same thing for irrigation. Irrigation is relatively better because the slope is much steeper and positive correlation with irrigation and the level of resilience at agricultural household levels. So I think still we can see some countries that has invested quite a bit on this irrigation, but still they are not resilient. An example is Ethiopia and Cameroon, and that indicates that there is some sort of inefficiencies, I mean, in utilizing the irrigation systems. And some countries they are less resilient, and their investment on irrigation is still low, like the case in Madagascar and Zimbabwe. These are some of the experiences that we observe from the data and all these things. And then the issue is how to really improve, enhance effectiveness in the climate adaptation. And these two areas, that's the strategic action and operational action. In the strategic action, what is most important are two things: improving the efficiency, the allocation and technical efficiency of the actions. And we might have irrigation, we might have some areas covered by soil and water conservation or improved agricultural practices, but those practices are not really have efficient uses, because there are a few farmers who have adopted, and those few the majority are not yet adopting those farmers, so the technical efficiency is not achieved. The same is for allocation. For example, if you take the agricultural budget allocation, I mean, we have to align our budget allocation to resilience and all this, so that we can improve the impact on resilience and all these things. The most important thing is about scale up, because I think most of the research that we reviewed, the level of adoption of the climate smart agricultural technology is very low in many countries. So I think those are the two strategic areas we have to focus in, and with some operational action like improving the climate information service, and also adaptive finance, I think that Cecilia has been talking about, and efficient climate governance systems, and also access to climate knowledge and analytics. So these are some of the things that we proposed and discussed in the chapter. And with this, I think in terms of scale up, for example, at Academia 2060, we did some simulations. How much the country has to scale up in order to reverse the impact of climate change, because the immediate effect is reduction in agricultural productivity. So how much countries have to invest on climate smart agriculture in order to reverse that productivity loss? So we estimated for some few countries like Kenya, Mali, Niger, Senegal, and Rwanda. So these are the percentage increase in the scale up of these practices, different practices, for reversing the impact of climate change, so that we will not be suffering from reduction in climate productivity change. So I think this is just a highlight to guide you read more about it. And the conclusion that, it has been said yesterday that the sentimental and unwarranted actions cannot solve our problems. And we have to base ourselves on evidence, and we have to base our action based on evidence and knowledge. That's critical, because climate change is knowledge intensive. It's not only predicting climate change impact, but also analyzing and prioritizing interventions and actions. And also, despite several strategic commitments for global, continental, and national levels, there are a lot of commitments, but the level of implementation is very low. So that's where we have to focus in so that we can bring, a significant change in reducing the impact of climate change on vulnerable groups. I think a long list of action is not a recipe for success. We have to prioritize, and we have to focus on few, and those can bring impact on the ground. So these are the few messages that have been mentioned in the study, in the chapters. So I look forward to receive your questions, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Tadesse. So you had a very interesting presentation. First one on financing, second one on risk, and the third one on options. And I think you had a very strong last word. I mean, acting is not going to be about sentiments, it's going to be about evidence, to anticipate, to plan, to react. So with that, we're going to have a bit of a strange panel. First of all, we're going to take questions from the room. And Samani, you are there, but you can take some of the questions if they come to you. And then we'll have a bit of an interactive discussion with the panel. So let me first open the floor and ask if anybody has questions, comments, contribution to what you heard. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the interesting presentation. My question is to Tadesse. There is a school of thought that most of the adaptation options that we are promoting as adaptation to climate change are not actually climate change adaptation, and that for an option to be a climate change adaptation, its effect or positive effect should be higher under climate change compared to under the current climate. So for instance, if you take inorganic fertilizer, even historically, if you use inorganic fertilizer, you expect an increase in yield. And so if you use inorganic fertilizer to increase yield under climate change, then you expect that the increase in yield under climate change should be higher than the increase in yield under the historical for it to qualify as a climate change impact adaptation. What is your thought on that? Because what it does is that we sort of underestimate the effect of climate change when we don't do the comparison between the effect of the option under climate change and then under the historical situation. I want to know your thoughts on that, because it's
Yes, I mean, what is adaptation action and what is not adaptation action is a bit challenging. But I think the minimum that we expect from adaptation action is just get back to the situation where before the shock, because shock is happening. For example, climate change. I mean, by the way, we have to differentiate between climate stress and climate shock. So whenever we talk about climate change, we are referring both the stress that comes from the climate change as the same as the weather events, droughts and increased temperature, like the variabilities, the climate variabilities. But in any way, whether it's stress or shock, once it has happened, then it reduces yield, for example, productivity and all these things. So any action that brings us back to the level where before is an adaptation action. But if you get a better one, for example, that increases yield even before the shock has happened, I mean, compared to that level, that is also a good one. But I don't know exactly about which one is better option and all this. But in any way, for us, is we are defining that it's just, adaptation is just a process of adjustment. It's a process of adjustment of actions, behaviors, technologies, and all these things to reverse to reverse the damage caused by climate change. That's our definition. In that definition, organic fertilizer, I mean, it might have some negative consequence on climate as well because of carbons and all those things, but as long as it increases the yield, we may consider. And this is subject to discussions. And I mean, I don't know whether I will answer or not, because these are different school of thoughts, and so I don't want to align myself with any of those school of thoughts. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Tadesse. Do we have any? Yes, I see 1 and 2 here.
Great stuff, Gita, Dr. Tadesse. On the issue of adaptation options, I was just thinking, when you're doing the studies, were you able to come across, say, for example, these weather-based insurance systems? So from the water side, the weather-based insurance is being promoted a lot. We're seeing that, yeah, I can drop in names of countries that have benefited from the Malawi, I think, just received $12 million, is it this year? And previously also other countries have done the same. So it's being touted as in an primary insurance that is also a very significant adaptation option. I just wanted to find out, so you listed some of the options there. I wanted to see its ranking. How does it rank relative to the others, whether in your data or just in literature? Thanks much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to share with you a research work that we done in Morocco since 4 years about the rainfall amount, extreme events. The first step was a use of SPI as an index. And in desert region, we found that we have a positive anomaly that means that there is an increase of rainfall. When we look at closer, we find that it's about extreme events. So the indices used in other parts of the world, Europe, part of United States, cannot necessarily be applied in Africa. For this reason, we look for new indices that can catch this kind of special behavior of rainfall in Africa. The second point is about the spatial resolution. The spatial resolution, especially in Morocco and other places in Africa that don't have a homogeneous distribution, geographical distribution I speak here, the poor resolution can hide a lot of diversity. When we talk about drought in Morocco, in the same year, we can face many situations between floods and extreme drought. Thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing that. Before taking the next question, I want to give the opportunity to respond.
I'll respond for the first one by agreeing. This weather-based insurance is one of the options for adaptation options. So we call them generally as risk management options. I mean, because they are transferring risk to the third party. So this is, they don't have, I mean, significant co-benefit in terms of mitigation, but these are options that have business implications. I mean, because the financial market, it helps the financial market to grow up and the private sector to involve and all this. Those are co-benefits. So in our characterization of the typology of action, we have included. But empirically, we have looked at, I mean, how many in the level of agricultural weather-based insurance in Africa. And the average number is 1%. It's only 1% in Africa that have access for weather-based insurance. It varies from country to country. We have some few data from Rwanda. And in many cases, the challenge we have with weather-based insurance is that their sustainability. Most of them are driven by projects and by subsidies from the government and all these things. When those projects and subsidies are stopped and it doesn't function, and the commercial banks or insurance, the commercial insurance companies, they are not really taking it over. Still, smallholder farmers are not really, credit-worthy or maybe insurance-worthy, unless and otherwise we design a specific, financial instrument for de-risking and all those things. But there are a lot of initiatives in Africa going on, and the impact has to be studied. And more importantly, the sustainability of those things. But for anomalies, I think, thank you for your comments. I think these are comments and also information provided.
Yes, thank you for sharing. I will take the next question, the lady in blue, and maybe I should ask you to introduce yourself when you ask a question. I see 2 hands up after that, and I think we'll close to move to the questions to the panel after these 3 questions. Over to you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone, and thanks for those pertinent, I would say, intervention. I attended yesterday and today. I'm not a specialist in the field, but it's an alarming, state of what's going on our continent. And it reminds me of this wonderful movie that Al Gore did. Remember Al Gore? He was vice president to Clinton, and when he couldn't, win the election with Bush, he, as a physician, he puts all his energy on doing this wonderful documentary that made him won the Nobel Prize for Environment in 2007, The Inconvenient Truth. And for those who didn't see it, it's on YouTube, and it's a wonderful movie on all the global warming. And since there, I started being very, very much interested and alert. Now, with all what's going on, what are the steps that we should be doing first for a general awareness of what's going on around us, rather than only for the specialists? How much research and development could be done? How much academic research should be more involved? And most importantly, the awareness of the populations. Thank you. I know it's a very, very large side, but I just wanted some hope for my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Julie, yes, the next question. I will ask you to take the question on how much we should do on awareness.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. My question is to Cecilia. Cecilia, right? There are some schools of thought that, there is financing out there. The challenge is we don't have enough bankable projects, and even those who should access this financing do not have the capacity to manage the funds, utilize the funds. So my question to you is, should we focus more on building the entrepreneurial capacity for small businesses, for farmers, so that, we have this capability to design or think through bankable projects or help our, farming communities or small businesses to have that capacity to manage and absorb the funds?
Thank you. Before Constance comes in, I don't want to lose the pace. So do you want to take the question on how much more we should do on awareness before we move to Cecilia?
Thank you very much. First of all, as the director of the Hassan II International Center for Environmental Training, which is the academic arm of the Mohammed VI Foundation for Environmental Protection, chaired by Her Royal Highness Princess Al Hasna, I would like to express my appreciation to the organizers of this event, and of course, in particular, our host here at the Policy Center for the New South for this important activity. So regarding this important question, when it comes to awareness, I think, yes, we should do a lot. We should do a lot. We should do a lot more. And here at the foundation, whether it is at the subnational level in Morocco or continentally in Africa or more globally, we are contributing our piece to this important issue. And I don't know if you want me to also talk about capacity development at this stage. This is the opportunity to work on that, because we discussed challenges connected to capacity, whether it was in the presentations or in some of the questions as well. And the way we approach this issue, we start by imagination. We start by thinking about what we can imagine. And to do that, we start literally by the most imaginative among us, and that is children. So we start working with pre-school children, with kindergarten, and we keep on working with this target, because to a large extent, youth is our key demographic, and we work with primary school children, we work with high school children, we work with university students, and then we work with private sector, we work with local authorities, we work with government in terms of capacity. And what we do concretely when it comes to climate finance, for example, which was one of the issues that was discussed, we provide solutions. We are very much in the solution space, and we provide solution by working with local authorities here in Morocco. We've been having a program, a training program in partnership with the Ministry of Interior for several years. And we work with local authorities across the country in terms of working closely with them to co-construct a training program that helps identify concrete projects that can then be put forward to secure funding, whether it is at the national level or international level. We have had this program for several years, as I mentioned, working all across the country, and we have outputs in mind. So we have outputs that are of two nature. On one nature, we have outputs in terms of capacity acquisition. So we look at the understanding at the start of the training program, and then we evaluate it at the end, working with the communities in that sense. And we have a sense that is measurable in terms of the impact that we have. Beyond that, we also work in identifying at least one project per region of Morocco, and then turn it into a concept note that is aligned with the requirements of the Green Climate Fund, which is one of the most challenging requirements that we have at the global stage. So this is the approach that we put in place there. We also work with entrepreneurs and etc. But as I'm mindful of time, I may complete a bit later on this. Thank you.
Dr. Chakari, I want to come back to you because it's related to the other question. You say you help local government with bankable projects. So before Cecilia comes in, do you see an issue of bankable projects or lack of money to fund the project? Which one is it? That's the question that was asked.
That's the question that's the heart of it. And you know, we were talking about climate finance flows earlier, previously, and a flow has a direction and it has a speed, the dB, as we say in French. And to a large extent, the answer to your question is both. We have both issues. But at some point, it's important that we are honest about what we're really talking about when it comes to that, because there are very political elements that are connected to that. At the core also is the issue of climate injustice. It goes without saying, but it's always important to say that our continent is the one that is least responsible for the emergence of the issue, yet we are the most vulnerable, and we do not get anywhere near the level of climate finance flows that we deserve. And beyond deserve, it's about, and to a large extent, when you start looking more deeply about the climate finance flow, and as you know, even what we mean by climate finance is still being debated. We are going to COP29 later this year, and there's still not an agreed definition as for what is actually climate finance. That's a problem in and of itself. So yes, I think there is an issue in terms of the volume. There is an issue in terms of the conditions of access, and we're talking about bankable projects. And even the term bankable project is one that I take issue with. For example, should we not talk about investable project? Because when you talk about bankable project, right away, you are to a certain extent limiting, even if subconsciously, what sources of funding you're talking about and what the criteria would be for then securing funding. Whereas investment then moves the conversation towards something that is more enabling for climate action at the scale and pace that we need for our continent. I can keep going on and on this, but I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's becoming lively. Cecilia, over to you.
No, thank you. Thank you for the question, and also thanks, Ayman, for some of these answers. I definitely agree with you. I think there's different views. I think depending on who you ask also, whether it's financial sector people or people in the development sector or people who are actually working on the ground, will have different answers to the question, is it a lack of money or is it a lack of bankable projects? I think from my point of view, having done also, for example, at ECDPM, we've analyzed a number of blended finance schemes in Kenya, and we've seen how they're set up, the different facilities that are available, etc. This is an issue with the kind of technical assistance that is often provided. It only targets financial intermediaries, but it does not support sufficiently the end beneficiaries to actually do what you were talking about, which is having the entrepreneurial capacity of having and also the ability to develop business plans that can be bankable or investable from different financial institutions. So it's a matter of looking at comprehensively at technical assistance and capacity building in a way that it looks both at supporting the way the funds are set up that are adapted to the local conditions, to the agricultural portfolios that you are targeting, but also supporting financial intermediaries to have the right skill set and beneficiaries to actually develop business plans that can find funding. So meeting, kind of bridging this gap, I think it's the issue.
You know, it was my alarm to say we are finishing this part, but I have to take you and still Constance. So
One-liner.
Yes, yes.
One-liner, as I mentioned, COP29. This COP, to a large extent, is depicted as the climate finance COP, because there's a new collective goal on climate finance that is to be agreed with the view of going in a different order of magnitude compared to the 100 billion that have been discussed over several years, if not decades. And the reason why I want to mention that is that the African group has indicated support for ensuring globally at least 5.9 trillion towards the developing world when it comes to that. So the goal is to go from 100 billion to the 5.9 trillion. So just wanted to indicate that as well. Thank you.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question goes to Cecilia. I work with mostly smallholder farmers, women, and over the past few months, while working on this post-Malabo agenda, I've heard severally the blended finance approach, and I would like you to kind of unpack it a bit for me, so that going back to some of the women I work with, I'll be able to tell them what that really means and how they can engage with the governments to assess some of this kind of approach. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. So I think the issue with blended finance, I mean, I can explain a little bit of how it works, but in terms of, if your question refers of how smallholder farmers can access these funds, I think that's where the challenge lies with many of these financial facilities. For example, I've looked mostly at some of the facilities put in place by the European Union with the European EFSD Plus, the European Fund for Sustainable Development. These facilities often use local financial intermediaries and mostly commercial banks to provide subsidized credit lines for investment. So in a way, there is concessional funding that is supporting a subsidized credit line that is then provided to agri-food system actors. Most times, however, because of the ticket sizes, these facilities are able to reach larger actors rather than smallholder farmers. So the way of overcoming that challenge is oftentimes aggregating smallholders through an off-taker agreement. I have some issues with that, with the thinking behind it, because it doesn't necessarily, allow for direct access to finance. So I think it is still a big challenge to find new ways to do that. And here I'm looking, just last point, IFAD. I think we have a lot of expertise in a financial institution like IFAD in reaching smallholder farmers that is not being leveraged enough by some of the development partners who are setting up funds and maybe going through maybe one commercial bank rather than, I've seen a facility in Kenya financed by, or organized by IFAD, where they're able to have a much more capillary reach in the territory, because also SACCOs and smaller microfinance institutions are able to leverage those funds. So that's, yeah, I'll stop here.
Yes, and I have to come in on this one. When we talk about access to finance for smallholders, just to say that, yes, indeed, there are mechanisms being put in place to address this. Definitely, it's not enough. It was the IFAD study showing that only 1.7% of the climate finance reach the smallholders, but it doesn't mean that the mechanisms to make it happen are not taking place. One of the ways to do this, for example, is that IFAD has entered into a collaboration with the Green Climate Fund, and it's called the Greening Initiative, call it iGreen, where basically, as Cecilia was saying, we are providing concessional loans to local agricultural banks to extend green financing to the smallholders. And it is small ticket size, adapted to their needs. What does it mean is that usually, to be concretely, they go to the bank, and it's not easy to get a loan for agriculture, but these loans are specifically designed for green investment, whether it is to invest in, for example, in irrigation, in improved inputs, in improved farming equipment. So really, they work with the local institution to come up with business plans which reflect an investment in green finance, in resilience, in adaptation, and it's meeting their needs. And what we need is to bring that to scale. I won't say more because we are over time. My little alarm rang before. So actually the conversation is continuing, because I want to ask questions now to the panel, and I will ask you to react as well, which means that I will be very open to say you can react to the question I'm asking, or you can ask any other questions you want. So I think we still have 13 minutes. We have to be extremely efficient with time. I'm supposed to ask you each 2-3 questions, but let's be realistic. Let's keep it to one, and then we keep it interactive. So I start with you. I think we've seen here that, as we always say, knowledge is power, and Samani just explained to us how we need to understand the risk, the potential impact to manage it better. And the question I'm being asked to ask you is that, do we see an increasing demand for knowledge? And this is the case in Morocco, so that basically the governments can better adapt also their action and their policies. Do you see that demand for climate knowledge coming up?
Very much so. Very much so. We see an increase in both demand and supply of knowledge when it comes to Morocco and Africa connected to climate change, of course. And it's reflective, I think, to the fact that there is clearly a position of not being a victim. Despite what I was saying earlier of Africa being the most impacted, Africa is not standing idle. There's a leadership at the continental level. There's, of course, a leadership here at the national level, and that translates into a demand and a supply of climate knowledge. And ourselves at the Foundation, we are stakeholders that are conveners and facilitators of that knowledge at the local, national, and continental level. So earlier, I provided some elements, some examples at the local level and the national level. Now I'll say a bit more also what we do at the continental level. And that we do through mainly two initiatives. One is called the African Green Universities and Youth Education Network that we have in partnership with UNEP, because when we talk about knowledge, evidently the universities play a very important role. And in Africa in particular, we are keen to facilitate development and access to knowledge that is relevant and that is context-specific and context-defined by Africa. And universities are very helpful in that regard to help us move away from the issue of fly-in, fly-out consultants, because there's an element of retention that is fundamental for capacity development. And in that sense, we've done a lot of work, including on climate finance, greenhouse gas emission calculation, carbon offset, etc. So I won't go into too much detail. And the second core continental initiative, one of our flagships, is the African Youth Climate Hub, The African Youth Climate Hub was announced by Her Royal Highness as part of the UNSG Climate Action Summit back in 2019. And there are different components. Again, in the interest of time, I'll focus on one of them, of the 6, called incubation. So we incubate African youth-led programs that are either owned, but on mitigation or adaptation, as long as the owners are African. Could be African diaspora, but African, and below the age of 35. And we've now incubated more than 20 projects over 2 courses, and we do a 3rd course within the next few weeks. We'll be launching the COFER application in partnership actually with a series of stakeholders, including Yungo, University Mohammed VI Polytechnique here, and OCP Group. And the last point is that we also work as a convener of environmental civil society that is African. And to provide a very quick example of that, just a few weeks ago, the special session of the African Ministerial Conference on the Environment took place in Abidjan in Côte d'Ivoire. And in partnership with UNEP and other stakeholders, we organized in Abidjan a 2-day workshop for African civil society to combine, share experience, and agree on a common position that was then presented at both the expert level and ministerial level during the AMCEN proper, just over the next few days.
Thank you, and I think I'm very admirative of the Moroccan approach to say you start from school, primary school, the youth, and the emphasis. Dr. Tadesse, I see your phone, so I bring you in so that you leave your phone. I want you to come in on the issue of knowledge and bridging into your next question, because you told us it's not about sentiment, it's about evidence. And the second question I want to ask, let me group when you react on knowledge, is that you are a convener of the post-Malabo working group on the climate agenda. And how well do you think the climate agenda is being integrated, and also the need for knowledge, the need for evidence?
Thank you. I think there are a lot of people in this room who have been participated on the post-Malabo agenda process. And yes, I was a convener of one of the technical working groups. We are working on adaptation and mitigation to climate change. And after we work with a lot of experts from within Africa and beyond Africa on what are the best options for Africa to consider integrate into the post-Malabo agenda for mitigation as well as for adaptation, specifically for agri-food systems in Africa. And we work together with many of the experts. Some of them are in this room. And then we developed our recommendation, which is based on evidence, available evidence. We reviewed a lot of evidence, but we thought there are a lot of research evidence. That was the impression we had before. But when we start reviewing, I think we didn't get enough. So we are not doing research enough. I mean, that's what really the most important lessons that we learned from the process. I mean, we don't know. We don't know even which innovation or which adaptation action is really something that's more effective and that can be pushed and be brought into the policymakers. And there are a lot of research gaps, knowledge gaps there. I think we have to work hard. But in terms of integrations, once we did our recommendation to suggest, and I mean, the African Union was very, very keen to integrate into the strategy, the 10-year strategy, post-Malabo, and also the declarations that will be approved by the head of states next year. And so finally, we merged it with the resilience concept. So resilience comes out one of the 5 key strategic objectives in the strategy, and it's well incorporated. Actually, climate change was somehow there in the Malabo declaration, but for the upcoming declaration, it becomes very significant and very timely. In those strategy, or the strategic objective 5, I think that's the strategic objective 5, and there are 4 strategic actions that have been proposed. That were the one I proposed. Building responsive capacity, because resilience or climate change is all about building capacity. Capacity of smallholders. When you think about capacity, we are thinking about 2 levels: system level capacity, which is related with building systems, and also agent level. That means at household level, or maybe at firm level, or at community levels. So they have this responsive capacity at system levels, and transformative capacity at system levels where they invest on big infrastructures, long-term strategies and all this. At agent levels, we have identified absorptive capacity and adaptive capacity where we have like absorbing the shocks that comes in through, for example, asset building, through insurance systems and all those things, and also adaptive capacity through adopting climate smart. I can say that it's well integrated in the post-Malam. Hopefully that will be approved by the policymakers next year, but so far the process is very inclusive, and climate change has come out one of the significant strategic objective in the post-Malawi, and I can say that, yeah.
I am going to move to Cecilia on a question on financing. I mean, we can ask the question, you said, Dr. Tadesse, why are we not doing research enough? Is it, as usual, because it's not prioritized, because we don't have the capacity, because we don't have the money? Is it because of the tree? I will not ask you to answer that because it brings me to the money issue. Cecilia, the question I want to ask you is that, yes, we heard that there's a call to mobilize climate finance for food system transformation. We really need to hear from you and clarify, is the money not enough, or is the money directed to respond to emergencies rather than transforming and adapting?
Thanks, Nadine, for the question. I think that's a tough one, but my answer is that it's a bit of both, in the sense that we've seen, looking at climate finance, definitely this is not reaching the adequate levels that is needed for supporting mitigation and adaptation actions, especially adaptation is underfinanced. And especially food systems in this framework are underfinanced. So that's an issue, and there's also an issue in terms of declining share of climate finance directed towards agri-food systems. If we look at the political environment, also the geopolitical environment, with ODA declining, geopolitical shifts that put more attention on other topics like migration or security and defense. In many European countries, the political climate internally has also changed, so the priority on climate is decreasing. So I think, in short, definitely finance at the moment is not enough, and especially not the finance directed to food systems. A lot of projects are directed to energy-related projects that have easier returns or higher returns. There's, for example, partnerships that Europe is putting in place with different African countries. They mostly are focused on climate from an energy perspective, energy and green transition perspective, but food is not there. But at the same time, I think it is also necessary to look at the finance flows that are flowing to agri-food systems. And I think also there, IFAD and the World Bank are doing very important work to assess where the finance is flowing to support food systems transformation and climate action objectives, and see and look at the, for example, large agricultural subsidies that are being put in place to support agriculture. Are they really supporting the transition that we need? Are they supporting climate goals? I think there's a lot of space there to repurpose some of the finance flows that are existing. So it's a bit of both.
Thank you, Cecilia. And I think there's a lot of common ground between the work we do. And yes, indeed, I would say IFAD and the World Bank have been looking at financial flows to food system, working with some African countries. And what we have seen is a tension between dealing with emergencies and transformative investment. The tension is real because people cannot wait in terms of response to the disasters we are seeing, and the money is being diverted from transformative investment. But let's also acknowledge that even when the money was there, this transformative investment did not take place. So today the situation is even worse. So we see also from the development partners a strong focus on countries in crisis, countries in conflict. So that is really, we hope we'll be able to share some of these trends very soon. But with this being said, I want to open, I promised you, a last round of questions before we go for lunch. I mean, I don't know, the voice will soon remind us what we need to do. We don't know if it's a real person or AI. We've been debating since yesterday, AI. So any questions in the room? Last chance. We have 1 minute and 15 seconds left. So happy to finish 1 minute early. Okay. You can go.
Thank you. So mine is more of a comment on the issue of data unavailability. I think it's more of our countries not spending or not making enough resources available for research. So a lot of the research we do at the national level are funded by donors who already have their intention, they have an aim and objective for putting up a call. So if you want to be busy, you write up a proposal for what is available to be done. So for us to be able to get data that is required, we will need to be able to get our national governments to make more commitment in terms of funds available for research. That's the only way we can be able to ensure that we have adequate data that is relevant for our system. But so long as we rely on donors, we can never be certain that this issue will be resolved. Thank you.
Thank you. I see Augustin.
Yes, thank you very much to the panel. I have a question addressed to Dr. Tadesse. The question came from a comment made yesterday by Dr. Badian. The conversation around climate change started a long time ago, as you mentioned, Nadine. And just like today, people are still very passionate about arguing, sharing their thought on what it is and what is not. Not many people are still in denial, but we still have people who are kind of not very sure. Now, coming back to the African context, I remember sitting in several meetings several years ago, people arguing that Africa has nothing to do with mitigation, that we should be going for adaptation. Now, Usman said something yesterday, if I got it right, he was saying, I'm trying to paraphrase, that as you try to act on adaptation, you are contributing to mitigation and vice versa. If I got it wrong, please correct me. The question I'm asking Dr. Tadesse is where do we stand? I suspect that we don't want to advise countries to to choose adaptation against mitigation or vice versa. If I'm speaking to a policymaker and the policymaker is asking me, what do I do? What do I go for? What should be my entry point? Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Augustine, for this question. Yes. Yeah, I accept what Usman has said. Do I have an option? No. No, it's just because that was right. Because I think to me, it was wrong. It was wrong, not for the policymakers. It's among scholars, African scholars. And everybody is saying mitigation is not our priority. And we have to go for adaptation. That's always you hear in any forum, any discussion. That's, for me, is wrong. Yes, we know that our contribution is very small for, carbon, 3 to 4%. That is the recent data we have is Africa contributes only 4% of the greenhouse gas emissions globally. But, we shouldn't look at it how much we contribute for the global warming and all these things, but we have to look at mitigation as an opportunity. It's an opportunity for us. So we shouldn't make separable mitigation and adaptation. Our adaptation action needs financing. Our adaptation, all strategies require adaptation. The source of this fund mainly should come from mitigation because we have that opportunity. And we don't know how many of our farmers, how much carbon they have in their soils, in their plants and animals, all these things. But if we can sell that one and properly argue, have a good bargaining power from the international global discussion, and we can sell those carbons, I think we can have a lot of opportunity for our adaptation investments. So I think whenever we see mitigation is an opportunity, just that's the issue that we have to send for our policy makers, so that I think we can take both mitigation and adaptation together. Mitigation as an instrument to invest on adaptation, because that's where we are, suffering a lot, in terms of when it comes to climate change. But the issue is, now we are not selling our carbon enough. We are not getting enough. We are not selling. It's basically because we don't know even how much carbon we have in our soil, in our forest, and all these things. That's the measurement issue. The other one is the global carbon market is not functioning very well right now. So we have to think about it, how to function that well. And also there are some regulatory issues in some countries. Who is selling carbon? Is it government or private sector, a smallholder, or farmers cooperatives? Who is selling those carbon? Who owns that? And there are trees in the farmlands. In some countries, the trees are not owned by the farmers, maybe they are owned collectively by the community. So who has that rights? And all these regulatory issues has to be solved. But in our climate change discussion, I think we shouldn't neglect mitigation. That's my idea. But we have to also improve our capacity of measurement, our capacity of selling and buying, and all those things. And those are my ideas. So we don't need to separate the two things. One is an input for the others. That's what I'm thinking.
Thank you, Dr. Tadesse. I think we are coming to the end of the session. I'm not seeing anybody coming to me energetically to say we have to close, we have to close. I just want to say something on mitigation and adaptation. Allow me just to say that, remembering that we are living in a connected world, and yes, we talk about Africa, but on the plane I was reading about the Maldives, an Asian country, on climate change, and it was scary. It's one of the lowest standing islands in the world. They call it low rise, I think. And so basically, they were saying that in 2050, the whole island will be underwater. And they are actually buying land in India, in Syria, in Australia, to relocate their people to different parts of the world because the country is going to disappear. And I was just like, wow, this is really serious. So when we talk about mitigation or adaptation and whether we have to choose between the two, we have to remember that this is a connected world, and whatever we do impact the other. So in the name of human solidarity, let's look at the two issues together. We close. I want to challenge you all, not by giving you final thing to say, but by giving you one word to say that you want the people to go with. It's one word, not two, one. One word, not two.
No, one word. Action.
I think I have to agree. I have to agree. Action is what we need.
I have one word for you, but if I may cheat a little bit by also adding another concept to the conversation that we were engaging on before, given the fact that we focus a lot on the conversation about adaptation and mitigation, but let's not lose sight of loss and damage, that as Africa we are pushing for as something separate from adaptation, including when it comes to funding. And that is something that was fought for and to a certain extent attained in the previous COP. And we just had an executive secretary from Africa that was nominated just last week or 2 weeks ago. I just want to say that. And my one word, education.
Thank you very much. With this, I think we are closing our morning. You heard education, action, adaptation, knowledge, reaction, a lot of things, finance. So I leave you with that, and I wish you a nice lunch. Thank you.
We kindly ask the panel to remain on stage for a panel photo. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to the fourth plenary session of the conference that will focus on bioeconomy in African economies, potential and opportunities for regional cooperation and integration. Please join me in welcoming to the stage our chairperson for this plenary session, Professor Christian Henning, Chief Scientist at Academia 2063.
So welcome back, everybody. I hope you enjoyed your lunch, and now you are ready to get back to work. We have this very interesting fourth plenary session, Bioeconomy in African Economies, Potential and Opportunities for Regional Cooperation and Integration. And I have the pleasure to lead you through this session. And as you could see from the program, we have different program points. And the first one is that we are starting with presentations. We have 4 presenters, and I will call them one by one. And after that, we have a short 20-minute plenary discussion, and then we will proceed in the program. I come to this later. Okay, so then we start with the first presenter, which is my colleague from Academia 2063. It's Augustin Wambujamidou. Forgive me for my bad pronunciation. He is the Director of Knowledge System at Academia 2063. I'm sure most of you know him anyway, and he also was one of the coordinators of the Arthur report this year. And his presentation is Converging Climate Change and Bioeconomy Agenda in the Context of the Post-Malabo Agenda. And the time is 10 minutes. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Prof. Good afternoon, everyone. Happy again to have this opportunity to share with you what we did with my colleague. Where do we point? To here? Mr. Chair, my time is being eaten up. I don't know. Yes, my presentation went to... it's coming. Yeah, she's saying that the presentation is coming, so I was getting worried. So thank you very much. The presentation I will be making, yes, it's here. So the presentation I'm making is on the topic that has just been indicated to by the chair, converging climate change and bioeconomy agendas. We felt that it was very opportune to start looking into these issues, especially at this particular time that the African Union is developing a new strategy for CADEP for the next 10 years. We thought that it would be good to bring this conversation to the table as we started yesterday presenting. But after listening to the conversation yesterday, I'm now very careful what I'm going to say. Because in my mind, I took some of these things for granted. Even though we are talking about bioeconomy as an emerging issue, but deep in my mind, it was something that probably we were getting familiar with. In this presentation, I'm quickly going to show you the objective of the chapter and look at the policy frameworks that we have out there at the regional, continental, and global level, and begin to explore possible entry points for integrating climate and bioeconomy ambitions, but also look at the bioeconomy, the potentials that it has, and look at some country entry points, and give a few words of conclusion. This is an analysis of the connection between climate change and bioeconomy. This is what the chapter is focusing on. A lot has been said already yesterday, so I'm happy that we will not be spending too much time going through everything, but specifically this chapter is offering a review of the policy landscape, how it has evolved. Also proposing some pathways to strengthen shared development focus by adopting bioeconomy lens. I'm sure some experts in the room will speak with more authority about this last element than myself. And then we zero in on the convergence between these two agendas in this particular context that we are discussing. So from the global level, you have a policy report on global bioeconomy policy report that exists. So meaning this is an issue that is not only being discussed in Africa. It's a global agenda that is emerging and that out there people are embracing. Of course, without it being something being imposed on people. But in the continental context, we have the Malabo Declaration with a set of commitments that is providing a very robust framework for Africa on food system transformation. We also have at the regional level, the experience from East African community that came up with the bioeconomy strategy as presented, as indicated yesterday by our brother Julius here. I think we discussed this already yesterday. There is really an opportunity to bring all these key issues together in making sure that we try our best to reflect them in the new CAADP strategy. During the process of mobilizing expertise to help craft the content of the new strategy, 3 technical working groups, one focus on the principles and values of CAADP process, led by Prof. Wale, who is in the room. Number 7 was on enhancing resilience of livelihoods and agri-food system to shocks, led by Prof. Mbo of CSE. A very capable representative of CSE was here this morning on the panel. And number 10 was on theory of change and result framework. Dr. Ulimwengu led this piece of work. So looking at everything that was discussed in these 2 or 3 technical working groups, there were some very good entry points, some good pointers in making sure that we bring the ambitions around climate change and bioeconomy into the new strategy that is being developed by the African Union. It is an emerging integrated policy agenda. Just like you are seeing, when it's emerging, that means we have to be very careful not to take it for granted that everybody is understanding what it means. From discussion yesterday, we are aware that more will be needed. It's not really a silver bullet. It is something that's also helping to open more space and create more opportunities. When you look at the official, not the official definition, the definition of bioeconomy offered by the Bioeconomy Summit in 2020, you see it here. I don't believe there is anything there that should scare us. We should just be open and make sure that we can trust the science, for the science to guide the evidence, with the evidence, the kind of decisions that we are making as a continent. There is potential for a bioeconomy strategy to contribute to climate change and adaptation, climate change adaptation mitigation. Getao and other colleagues really presented the impact of climate change here, why people living under the risk of being affected by climate change and vulnerability due to climate change need to be supported. So this particular agenda, from everything that we've seen so far, is suggesting that transitioning to bioeconomy put countries on the path towards more sustainable use of input, but also through more efficient production system, processing practices, reduction of input demand, and so on and so forth. So as indicated by many speakers who have been on this panel or who presented here, there is really room. But no one so far is saying that this is the only way to go. It's just an opportunity to be explored, or is offering a set of opportunities to be further explored. So looking at this issue, we should be open-minded and allow ourselves to think out of the box and explore really what is needed for us to be able to consider. It also offers an opportunity to enhance resilience. When you look at the biennial review, the CAADP biennial review, there is a particular commitment in the Malabo Declaration, which is commitment number 5, I think, number 6, on building resilience to climate change and other shocks. The review is showing that Africa is performing very poorly on this. Yes, yet as you look at what we have within our reach, including the opportunities created by bioeconomy, by embracing bioeconomy, by transitioning, we stand a very good chance of improving how the continent as a whole is performing and individual countries on this particular commitment. It could be looked at as a lever to support agri-food system transformation effort. The Montpellier panel report of 2022 went to very great detail in bringing to the fore some of these pointers that we should be looking at. For instance, they are seeing it as the report is seeing it as a strong regional and local, as a very strong lever to help strengthen some actions at national, regional level, of course, taking into context the national situations or the regional situations without having a one-size-fits-all recommendation to all. Again, there are country points that will be presented. I think Aisha will present based on some case studies that they have reviewed, where African countries are increasingly recognizing this as an important agenda to embrace, with South Africa leading that particular, not race, but that particular effort on this front since 2013, with a national strategy, followed by Namibia more recently, but also countries like Kenya, Mali, Mozambique, and so on and so forth, adopting bioeconomy policy. And in Senegal, for instance, you have what they call the energy sector development policy, adopted first in 2008 and revised in 2012. That means there are people out there who are already embracing this, that are really looking for more evidence to further support and strengthen how they embrace the bioeconomy to fit into their national priorities. So this is what science can also contribute. And the report is deliberate about this in making sure that it brings the data and the knowledge and analytics that countries will need to inform their strategy. Now to conclude, this was already mentioned yesterday. We see win-win relationship between climate actions and expanding the bioeconomy. There are lessons from the continent, which Aisha probably will share, and also Julius, and beyond. Countries have tried this, Thailand, Brazil, and you name it. They have tried, there are lessons that have been learned that we have to capitalize on. Transitioning to bioeconomy requires clear investment and strategies aligned with climate and change and priorities. This can help to create conducive by creating conducive environment. This will enable a private company to innovate, provide training, education needed to drive the bioeconomy transition. As Usman mentioned yesterday, it's something that will require a lot of learning. People have to be capacitated to be able to fully embrace. So thank you very much, Chair. I hope I didn't go beyond the allocated time.
Thank you very much for this well-structured overview, and especially also for keeping the time. You were perfect in this. So I can call our next presenter, which is Dr. Julius Ikuru. He's the Principal Scientist and Manager for Research Innovation Coordination Units, Bioinnovative Africa, International Center of Insect Physiology and Ecology. So welcome, Dr. Julius, and we will get your presentation on business case for a bioeconomy value proposition for a bioeconomy transition in Africa. And you also have 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Christian. Yeah, this was the most difficult chapter, and I'm happy to hear your views about what we are going to present. This is, yeah. So we did this chapter together with my colleague, Philip Osano, who heads the Stockholm Environment Institute, Africa Center. So making the business case for bioeconomy. Oh, what have I done? How do I go behind? Oh, okay. Sorry, you've already seen the business case. But what we state in this report is that bioeconomy is now regarded as a growth pathway for the future. Why? Because of the increasing global efforts at reducing carbon emissions, saving biodiversity, and also innovation and prospects for decent jobs. We also argue that bioeconomy is now attractive to policymakers because of its attributes. One, it's biologically based, it's scientifically driven, it's innovation driven, it's cross-sectoral, and it's sustainable. So yesterday we argued a lot about whether to include this in CADAP. But I think given that this is very cross-sectoral, the most important thing is to see how CADAP actually incorporates principles of the bioeconomy. We also argue that the added value of the bioeconomy is in the new goods and services, good for consumers, good for the environment, and also good for creating jobs. So why the bioeconomy? We argue in this paper that Africa has a rich biodiversity, and also I think it's the continent with the largest biomass compared to all the others. We also argue that Africa has more arable land compared to other continents, but we are careful here to state that the intention is not to increase or to expand farming systems, but we can support both large and also more intensive farming systems. And we also argue that the added value will be seen more in bioprocessing and biomanufacturing capabilities that we have. And then, of course, we see this as an opportunity for keeping carbon emissions low. And I like the discussion we had just before lunch, how to look at mitigation, adaptation, and looking at mitigation as an opportunity. So we make a business case for bioeconomy, and I hope you agree with us. If you don't, it's still fine. We can keep the discussion going. But one point we argue is that for most African countries, we see macroeconomic stability. So in terms of liberal markets, fiscal policies are in place. We also see impressive growth. Some countries are growing at 5%, 4%, 6%. We also see FDI coming in. The challenge is most of this investment is driven by infrastructure. And we know that for us to attain the middle income status that most countries aspire for, we need growth rates of 7% and more. And this has to be sustained in order to achieve those income levels. The question we ask, where will this growth come from and how? And we argue that the bioeconomy is one way to actually achieve that. The second argument we put for a business case is biodiversity richness. I've already mentioned this in terms of the genes, genetic diversity, species diversity, ecosystem diversity, and so on. And we also see a lot of communities using this biodiversity, especially in herbal medicines, in nutraceuticals. We give an example of their a herbal remedy, Covidex, which was used to manage symptoms of COVID-19. And then, of course, countries now have frameworks in place to
to access genetic resources and ensure benefit sharing. But we say that this must be made enabling, not it shouldn't be hindering progress. And then we also argue that there is quite a good investment in biotech, and this came using mostly modern biotechnology in crop and livestock improvement, pharmaceuticals, and so on. There are examples of countries experimenting with genetically modified crops, arguing for sustainable or climate-smart agriculture. We've seen some deployment in some countries, but there are still controversies with its application. So this is, I think, the argument we want to put forward, because if you see the way this bioeconomy has been evolving, in the 1990s with the CBD, there was a lot of discussion about biodiversity and access. The challenge was most of this was accessed in raw form, and value addition was done elsewhere. And then came the advent of biotechnology or modern biotech, and we saw a lot of countries coming up with biotech policies and so on. Now, when this biotech matured somehow, we started talking about bioscience innovation around 2010. But again, at least the policy and academic community felt that just talking about bioscience innovation was not enough. And then we started talking about sustainable bioeconomy as kind of the pathway that will take us to Agenda 2063 and also the SDGs of 2030. Then we also we argue also that the agricultural potential is a great opportunity. So if you see from this table, agriculture, there you see contributes more than 23% of GDP. But if you look at manufacturing, the column on manufacturing, it's still very low. Uganda, of course, being the outlier, and you see the CO2 emissions is fairly low for the countries. So we argue here that to boost the manufacturing sector, countries would have to tap into the agricultural sector, and this is an opportunity. I think for the global average, to sustain economies, you need a manufacturing sector accounting for roughly 20 or 25% of GDP. And then we also look at the forward-looking policies. We've talked about the East African Regional Bioeconomy Strategy. Now we have Namibia. South Africa started this in 2013. So you can see here, of course, within East Africa, we have several countries now nationalizing this regional strategy. But really, I think for the future and for us to go to agenda or achieve aspirations of Agenda 2063, we need to be talking about an African bioeconomy. And I think the enabling related policy there is the Continental Free Trade Agreement of 2018, which would help to boost inter-Africa trade. So in conclusion, we think that the African bioeconomy will increase economic and social value of regionally traded biologically based goods and services. We also think that, and I think this is like a prophecy, we think that countries with a vibrant bioeconomy will be the ones to fully participate in and benefit from this agreement. Therefore, countries should develop bioeconomy clusters of innovation and entrepreneurial activities based on renewable biological resources and their unique needs and natural advantages. And if we do this as different countries or different regions within the continent, it should culminate in what would become the African bioeconomy, and then connect this to the rest of the global bioeconomy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julius, Dr. Ikuru. Again, you perfectly keep the time and make my rule here very easy. Thank you very much. And of course, thank you very much for this very interesting and well-structured presentation. So now we come to the third presenter, which is Dr. John Ulimbengo. Forgive me for my bad pronunciation. John, welcome. And we very much look forward. John is, as most of you know, of course, Senior Research Fellow at the IFPRI, and he will give us a presentation now on bioeconomy and nutrition. And again, I'm sure you will keep in 10 minutes.
Yes, I will.
Thank
I'll
you
try.
very much.
Thank you, Christian. Before I start my presentation, I'd like to maybe say a word on what we heard yesterday. That we are bringing some new things that may not have a place where we are still struggling with what we have. I think the reason, among others, must be that when you look at the food system outcomes in terms of socioeconomic, nutrition, food security, and sustainability, the results are not good. We are still struggling as a continent, struggling with undernutrition, struggling with obesity and all those things. So it means that whatever we have been doing, it's not working. And I think it's Albert Einstein who's credited saying that the fool is the one who does the same thing every day while expecting different result. So that's the reason why we need to keep trying new things until we get it right. And bioeconomy is just one of those new things. It's not here to replace the traditional economy. I just wanted to start by saying that. So the paper here is, we did it with a group of colleagues from University of McGill, the food engineering department. It's very simple, three-step analysis. We start by reviewing all knowledge that is out there around bioeconomy, focusing on the nutrition. And based on the review, we developed a profile of each of the potential bio resources, the nutrition profile. And then we do a nutrition environment trade-off analysis. The idea is really to determine a possible potential pathways from biosources to nutrition and back. So what, when you read the paper, I'm just summarizing. So we came up with, among other things, two critical pathways from edible mushroom and insect, and which, of course, from waste to protein pathways. We assess the environmental and nutrition benefit. Also, in addition to the edible mushroom and insect pathways, we added aquaponics and bio-waste utilization. Both of them are showing some good, promising result. So just the quick sum of the findings. We compare the protein content and iron content of this the insect, the edible insect, animal-based food, and plant-based food. Well, this is science, and as we know, we like our animal-based stuff, we like our plant, but the results are showing that systematically some of those edible insects have more content in terms of protein and iron. And the funny thing is that those edible insects are often considered as food for the poor. But in terms of nutrition, they tend to have more. I have my own disappointment to the result here because my favorite insect is palm weevil. It didn't make the top 5, but it's okay. So in general, the results are very good in terms of edible insects. So this means that it doesn't mean that it will replace your animal-based food, your beef, chicken, pork, egg, or the soybeans, the cowpeas. But it means there is a potential here, at least at local level, to bring this into the mainstream food and nutrition security discussion. So when you add the sustainability component, the global warming potential in terms of CO2 emission, just look at where the beef is. It's you know, and this is not new. We know that livestock, in terms of CO2 emission, is one of the driver. But when you compare those edible insects, the animal-based and plant-based, they tend to be more environmental friendly. Those black soldier flies and edible mushrooms. Some of the flies can be food and feed as well. So that's the potential here. So the key lessons are that in terms of opportunity, when you map up all these edible insects, the mushrooms, Africa has, and Julius mentioned this already, has a vast bioresources and biowaste for upcycling into nutrition-sensitive product. The programs like mushroom and insect farming are, generating some very good and promising result. The challenge is that there is a need for additional investment in technology. In addition to what we call the orphan crops, we should add insect and mushroom orphan as well when it comes to the amount of research required. At the same time, there is a need for education. We need to educate consumers. As I said, the same amount of insect has more content in terms of protein, zinc, and iron compared to meat. Well, but for the urban consumers, when the income goes up, we tend to think that it's no longer socially acceptable to consume insect and mushrooms. So let me finish by this. So first, we need to make sure that we have both public and private sector in bioeconomy technology in terms of investment. We need to promote education and awareness on the benefits of nutrition-sensitive bio-waste product. There is a momentum on the so-called VAX, which is around the indigenous and traditional crops. They should be the same. These resources, bio-waste products should be part of that momentum as well. And of course, following what Julius is doing, we need to implement robust policy frameworks that support the scaling of circular bioeconomies. We need to make sure that in our next version of the National Agriculture Investment Plan under the Malabo, under the CADEP agenda, we include this circular bioeconomy as one of the pathways. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John, for this very thought-provoking presentation. And I look forward to the plenary discussion and what we can make out of the insect in the future. And so I will come now to the last, but not least, of course, the presenter, which is also a colleague of mine. It's Aisha Musasi Nakito. I hope my pronunciation was UK, and she's a scientist and interim program lead at Academia 2063 and a program lead for Malabo Montpellier panel. And she also contributed to the Artour 2024. And so her presentation will be on bioeconomy pathways, experience from Africa, Asia, and Latin America. So we very much look forward to your presentation. Aisha, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon once again. I'll be presenting on the bioeconomy pathways, and that is looking at the experiences from Africa, Asia, and Latin America. So I would like to thank again my co-authors. These are the names of the co-authors of this chapter. And I'll be presenting based on this outline, first looking at the introduction and then country experiences, and then policy recommendations. So our chapter gives an overview on how different countries in Africa, Asia, and Latin America are choosing their own pathways towards achieving a bioeconomy. And the chapter also bases on the findings of the Malabo Montpellier panel, published in 2022, where it provides evidence on how African countries can adapt a bioeconomy approach to transforming agri-food systems and boosting economic growth. So to better understand how different governments choose their own country-specific bioeconomic development pathways, the panel systematically selected 4 countries that were standing out. So the focus in our chapter, we're looking at the current updates regarding the countries that were selected previously by the panel. So we chose Ghana, Namibia, and Uganda. And to learn from what other countries are doing in other regions, we also look at Thailand and Brazil. So we'll start with Ghana. I'll just kind of look through what the different countries are doing for the interest of time. So as we know that it's important when developing a sustainable bioeconomy to adequately increase the production and availability of biomass. So what Ghana is doing, led by the Ministry of Food and Agriculture, it has implemented these programs, that is the Planting for Food and Jobs program, and also the Planting for Export and Rural Development. And when we also look at some of the different policies that have been implemented. So one of them given here is the Ghana Forest Plantation Strategy, and this is also really pushing the planting of more trees in the country. Of course, as we can see here, we have these various institutions of research. So the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research stands out. It has many agencies under it that are doing a lot of research in biotechnology. Then we also have the Cocoa Research Institute of Ghana. So this research institute has done a lot of research in byproducts of cocoa, and it has actually received many awards due to its achievements. We also have the Center for Plant Medicine Research, where many medicinal plants have been researched on to develop medicines, for example, in treating COVID-19, malaria, and also ulcers. As you can see here, there are various policies that have been implemented to increase generation of renewable energy. As you can see, we have the Ghana National Energy Policy and the Ghana Renewable Energy Act, and also cassava, which is one of the largest staples in Ghana, is being used in the production of ethanol, but also its byproducts are being used for biogas production. So in 2003, we see here that there was a launch of the Presidential Special Initiative on Cassava to increase production of cassava. And looking at Namibia, it has various gateways, which are mentioned actually in its biotechnology strategy launched in 2024. And some of the focus areas, we have agriculture, natural resource management, energy, and tourism. So for tourism, for example, it's part of the transition to a bioeconomy. So sustainable tourism practices are being promoted that emphasize, for example, environmental protection and culture preservation, among others. And so for Namibia, it really has done a lot towards preventing bush encroachment. So in the process, as you can see in this picture here, where you have a lot of bush encroachment, it means that it gets difficult to conserve biodiversity. So it's a challenge, but it's being channeled into an opportunity where most of it is being used to, for example, make different products like wood pellets, charcoal and biochar, and as well as doing other bush control practices. That's what stands out for Namibia. And also we have bioeconomy, innovation and entrepreneurship. As you can see some examples here. We have the National Investment Promotion and Development Board, so which is increasing financing all projects that are, including projects that are developing a bioeconomy. Looking at Uganda, a lot of research is centered around agro-processing as well as renewable energy. So the government of Uganda is providing different funding mechanisms. For example, under the Office of Science, Technology and Innovation Secretariat in the Office of the President, they fund different research activities in different themes, and biotechnology is one of them. For example, you will get research on converting waste into animal feed or other renewable energy technologies. And then we also have, there's a challenge in Uganda sometimes where there is a high demand for biomass as compared to what is available, the supply. So there are many campaigns and projects that are headed by the government to increase, for example, the number of trees. As you can see, the Running Out of Trees campaign, but also this was mainly in collaboration with the private sector. But you also have other examples where the government worked with different development partners in such big projects as seen here. And to promote clean energy, as I mentioned, is one of the big pathways towards achieving bioeconomy. So we have very many institutes that are conducting research on technologies, improved technologies on biomass usage to reduce the demand for firewood and also to increase the use of renewable energy. So, for example, here we also have policies, as you can see. Maybe if I can talk about how knowledge is disseminated, the Uganda National Alliance on Clean Cooking. So any updates or technologies that are developed within the country, this alliance helps to disseminate it among its communities to ensure there's quick adoption of these technologies and also at affordable prices. And then you have the biomass energy strategy, the Uganda Green Growth Development Strategy, and also, for example, the Uganda Energy Transition Plan, all channeled towards reducing agricultural waste to, for example, biogas or developing better cleaning technologies. Now, learning from countries across the border, we have Thailand. So they have the Biocircular Green Economy model, which was developed, the development was led by the Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Research and Innovation. And so one thing to learn from here is that they really involve everyone, all various stakeholders in development of the strategy. So for example, you have the community-based business models to generate benefits. As they're promoting this economy model, they're also trying to show the communities how they can benefit from the whole strategy. And then you also have the various ways indigenous knowledge and biodiversity is being conserved. And for Thailand, one takeaway is that they are really investing in increasing high-value bio-industries. And actually, Thailand is the second largest country that has bioplastics. And to do that, they are really providing incentives to buyers and players in the bio-industry to ensure that more of them get engaged in that. Then, of course, they are using a lot of sugar in their journey to developing a bioeconomy. The last one is Brazil. So with Brazil, they also have, many of these countries, as you can see, there's a lot of research that is going on. So all these institutions are leading a lot of research in bioeconomy, and of course we have the policy and action plans that are put in place specifically for bioeconomy, like the action plan on STI in bioeconomy. And of course we have investments in biomass value addition supported by the biotechnology strategy. And one other thing to promote value addition, there is a national bank where processors are able to get reasonable credit lines in order to improve processing in biomass products or bioproducts. So that is also a plus. And looking at Brazil, is the second largest, it has a very successful wood value chain. And this, you'll find that 80% of the trees that are used in the wood value chains are actually planted trees. So there are very many strategies put in place to ensure that there's sustainable usage of the wood, although the industry is still very successful. And lastly, we have the policy recommendations. So here we are saying that it's important to have coherent national strategies for sustainable development. So even if some countries don't have the policy yet on bioeconomy, at least we've seen that some policies are in place, for example, those related to energy, which support bioeconomy development. And then research and innovation in bio-based technologies, for example, Ghana has various industries looking at medicinal research, like developing medicines from neem. Then we also have, and we're encouraging the use of biomass, especially in strategic sectors. For example, energy. It's also important to increase capacity building and knowledge sharing, and then also sustainable agriculture and forestry practices, as seen with the bush encroachment in Namibia, how they've managed that. And lastly, I would like to just highlight and say cross-sectoral partnerships and collaborations are very important, because bioeconomy is not only for the Ministry of Agriculture, but it also cuts across various sectors. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Aisha. I think we had now 4 very interesting presentations, which I now like to discuss with you as a plenary. And for this, I would like to invite all the presenters to join me here on stage. And as now the floor is open, I might summarize briefly. We had basically 4 presentations. 2 were more in the political arena. The first one by Augustine on how the general bioeconomy strategy and climate actions fit or can be integrated into the future post-Malabo agenda. Then we had the last one by Aisha, which just gives us an international perspective comparing the particular strategies for bioeconomy in African countries and compare this with Asian and South American examples, who were, like Thailand, very successful. And then we had 2 more economic focused presentation. One is the interesting relation between bioeconomy and nutrition, and especially new innovative functional food based on insect and others. And the other one is particular to what extent we can make a business case out of bioeconomy here in Africa. So these are our 4 presentations, and now the floor is open, and I would like to invite you to ask questions. Yes, please. Yes, I saw you too.
Thank you very much, and thanks to the panel. The presentations were very insightful. I just want to ask a question with regard to the concept of bioeconomy, the hot topic of climate change, and the changes that we are seeing in our environment, in our landscapes in particular. And as a way of illustrating my point, and linked to this example from Namibia, bush encroachment is a big problem for the Southern Africa region. We're losing our grass systems to encroachment by these acacias. Now, in the context of bioeconomy, it seems it may come across as if it is an opportunity now to kind of support or leverage the changes that are happening to be able to produce other economic activities like firewood and so forth. Policy-wise, where do we draw the line? It's something that will require policy coherence at the highest level. If I give you an example, in South Africa, if a land is encroached and it's been encroached for more than 25 or 30 years, it becomes an area that you could not willingly go and cut down those trees, even though they may not have been forests in the past. So again, policy prevent you, but you are losing the ecological integrity of that ecosystem because it has been transformed. So what lessons is coming from bioeconomy, climate change, policy? It's open-ended in a way, but I would like to hear your reflection, especially TC, since you've done some work in a Namibia example. I hope I have not confused the question. It is a question in a way, not just a comment. I'm asking, what lessons are we drawing from the interlink between the bioeconomy concept, the issues of climate change that is driving change in our environment, and policy instrument to be able to manage this intricate relationship?
Okay, thank you very much. I would suggest that we first collect 2 more questions and then you have the chance to answer. So, please.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much. We've been talking about bioeconomy since yesterday. It's very interesting. And I tie this to the post-Malabo agenda. After listening to the messages and communications, I'm under the impression that this new approach has not been implemented during the current phase of the project implementation. And here I'm thinking of the implementation of Malabo's commitments. And we've seen that some countries have adopted such an approach, and I'm thinking of South Africa back in 2013. My second question, what are the specific outcomes in the countries that have experimented with bioeconomy in terms of yield and production? What changes have been observed between the adoption of this approach and the outcome after the implementation of Malabo's commitments? And here I'm thinking of the macroeconomic and microeconomic level in terms of specific evidence in those countries. And this seems to me very important because the prospect that we are drawing from the presentations are to encourage African countries to promote bioeconomy in order to implement the post-Malabo agenda. And therefore, we need specific experiences from countries with clear insights that can be shared. And here we don't question the capacity of those countries, but I think those are things that have already been implemented. And I'm saying this based on what has been presented. But what will change? And how do we go about encouraging the promotion of this approach? So this was my concern after listening to the presentation. And once again, thank you for your excellent work.
Just also give you background.
Je suis Dr. Nonga Saud.
I'm Dr. Noadogo. I work at the Agriculture Ministry in Burkina Faso.
Very much. And thank you very much for your question. Okay, we take one more and then you have the chance to answer. Go ahead, please.
Yes, I like to stand up because I'm a teacher, so I like standing to ask questions.
That's okay.
Yes, my name is Olawale Olaide from University of Ibadan. I'm also the president of the Africa Circular Economy Research and Policy Network. Thanks for the presentation, especially the last one that focused on the examples from Africa and America and Asia. I want to ask, what is the basis for the selection of the countries? I was thinking that usually it would be what is the development challenge in those countries, and how do you position circular economy to be a way out? So I see circular economy approach as a development pathway. So if you, during your review, you found that the basic challenges in this country can be resolved through circular economy, it will be a good approach to select those countries. That is one. The second thing, assuming you don't have that idea, but with interconnections with climate change and circular economy, I was thinking that you will have posited energy, because I saw energy coming forth. You will have posited food. I see food coming up, especially from John's presentation. And the third one will have the water, water challenge. So we talk about food, water, energy nexus. So if those three issues are coming up, and perhaps you can now use circular economy to provide solution to them, as circular economy, in this case, coming up as a regenerative approach to the economy. So my question to follow up on those two positions is that, what is the developmental challenge for each country, and how do you see circular economy as a way out? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now I give the floor to our presenters. Yes.
Yes, thank you, the moderator. I will speak in French for Dr. Sawadogo. Vous avez posé la question de ça.
You asked the question when you observed that the approach promoted through the bioeconomy has not been sufficiently promoted or embraced post-Malabo, and you wanted to know whether that was true. Based on what was presented, nothing is really new, because in our knowledge, in the knowledge that we formed when we go to the villages on the ground, this is what we see at various levels of sophistication, with levels of technology that are not necessarily comparable. But nothing that I've seen so far is really new. But there are opportunities for science to step in order to strengthen this knowledge. Were we completely quiet on this issue during Malabo? This might be the case, but from what was presented here, I can say that some of those issues were proposed during that conference. The abandonment of some traditional crops, how to ensure greater biodiversity through the use of insects, for example. Those issues were at the heart of our discussions at Malabo. So it's about seizing opportunities, reorganizing, having sufficient will to make things function. But of course, things will function better if they are structured. I think we could find another expression to define bioeconomy, but by saying bioeconomy, we face some backlash.
Try and answer the question by a claimant, which I hope I understood. I picked that you are looking at whether there is policy coherence in us trying to bring together these two agendas. Yes, of course, whatever you do, you have to make sure that you have policy coherence. Whether we're talking about climate change or something else, or even education, the various policies that different departments or different agencies within the government will adopt have to be coherent. On this particular one, it's also the same. It's the same rule. So the more your policy coherence is strong, probably the better your ability to really adopt and successfully run a transition into this process that we are referring to. If you are going for a bioeconomy agenda without being able to connect the benefit of that to your ability to adapt to climate change and so on and so forth, that means you still have something that you are missing. If you have everything, you should be in a position to justify why implementing A is going to trigger the C reaction and so on and so forth. That's the best I could answer the question. Next.
Thank you very much. Now I think I turn over to Julius, because one was directly oriented to you, right? So.
Okay, thank you. I'll answer just two questions. One by Dr. Sava Dogo. I think post-Malabo, in the post-Malabo, there was a lot of emphasis on bioscience capacity building. And over the last 15 years, we've seen that actually happen very much in countries like Kenya, Uganda, Ghana, South Africa, and a few others. But that was geared more towards modern bioscience tools, using, for instance, recombinant DNA technology, using more sophisticated gene-led breeding. So that has been there. And now we see these tools beginning to mature. And that's why people moved and say, okay, why don't we look at the innovation ecosystem that could now bring these products to market or to use? And then, of course, now we are talking of bioeconomy. But a country that has, I think, shown a very good example, specifically on bioeconomy, is South Africa. In 2013, as you said, they put up their policy, dedicated policy on bioeconomy. They had a national biotechnology policy, but biotechnology policy alone could not move them, to industry and to the market. So it's the bioeconomy where they put in a lot of investment. And 2 years ago, they measured what was the impact of their investment in bioeconomy. I'll share with you that report, but they showed that they were able to create, I think, maybe over 100,000 jobs. They were able to raise revenues of over 50 million US dollars. And today, I was talking with colleagues yesterday when I flew from Joburg to Windhoek in Namibia with Airlink, and in the in-flight magazine, every example, story that was shared there from the business perspective was about bioeconomy. In fact, even if you read, they had specifically the word bioeconomy in nutraceuticals, in pharmaceuticals, in construction technology, and all this. Even in insect farming, they mentioned this in that in-flight magazine. So for me as a layperson, traveler, this is really an indication of the impact of their investment in the bioeconomy. And I wanted to talk also a little bit about the difficult question you raised. But it is a bioeconomy, and sometimes the challenge with the invasives like acacia or some kind of introduced plant species. We had an issue of somebody wanting to invest in prosopis, for instance. It's just another type of invasive plant. And the question was, if you invest in this, turn it into value-added products, will you actually be promoting or will you be solving the problem of invasives? So that's a difficult choice, and each case is looked at on a case-by-case basis. You have to do life cycle analysis, you have to do environmental impact assessment, you have to do long-term projections, and then come up with a way. But for us, the bioeconomy needs to be sustainable. That's the bottom line. It has to reduce emissions, it has to conserve biodiversity, and it has to be innovation-driven.
Great, thank you very much. And I'd like to give the chance for the other two presenters to react on the question, if they want, John and Aisha. So the floor is yours.
Yeah. Yes, thank you. Responding to the question about the methodology. Yes, what you've said is one way through which you can see which countries are successful. But I wanted to highlight on the methodology used by the Malabo-Montpellier panel. So for every report that is published by the panel, there are different methodologies that are developed where we look at the countries that are successful towards achieving the given objective. So for example, in this case, in the bioeconomy report, the panel used what we call the Global Innovation Index. This was developed by the Cornell University and WIPO to see, so we looked at the ranking of the countries. So countries that were selected are the ones that ranked high in the Global Innovation Index, as well as those that had high biomass use. So the countries that ranked high in both are the ones that were selected as those leading in the development of a bioeconomy. And in the report, the countries that came out are Mauritius, South Africa, Namibia, Uganda, Ghana, Tanzania. But for regional representation, the report that has country case studies on South Africa, Namibia, Uganda, and Ghana. So I hope that gives you a reason why those countries were selected. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to go back to Clement's question. I think the rollout of bioeconomy will be case by case. Will depends on each country's standing with respect to food system issues, failure and not failure. Because let me give you one concrete example. My beloved country, the DRC, is the second producer of cassava next to Nigeria. But in that country, livestock, fishery, livestock, and all the other things, sector are completely inexistent. Why? Because of high cost of animal feed. And for those who understand, 6% of development of livestock is animal feed. Now there is a technology of when you can use the cassava waste pills to produce animal feed that you can use then to develop livestock and the rest. So that's, for a country like DRC, that's an opportunity to develop the bioeconomy around that sector. And when you have the development of livestock, at the end you have manure that you can use to produce compost that goes back to crop. Then you create that circular economy. You end up with the circular bioeconomy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There will be another chance for you as a plenary to involve in the discussion after the moderated discussion with the panel. So please join me first to thank our presenters for this excellent presentation and insightful discussion.
We
And
kindly
now
ask the panel to remain on stage for a panel photo.
Okay.
Dr. Gideon Taps, Advisor for Sustainable Agri-Food System Transformations at the GIZ.
Yes.
Professor Henning, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So we continue with this very interesting topic. And now I'm going to ask the different rounds of questions. And so I would like to start with you, Julius. You are definitely a leading expert in bioeconomy. You contributed a very interesting chapter to the current AA Tour 2024. And now my first question to you would be, given the fact that the Global Bioeconomy Summit this year and first time will be in Africa, in Kenya, Nairobi. Of course, this is a very special occasion, and I would like to see from your perspective, how do you evaluate the importance that this takes place here in Africa, and what kind of opportunities you see which can leverage this political moment?
Thank you for promoting me, and thanks Academia 2063 for promoting me as one of the experts in bioeconomy. I take it humbly. I think we are very excited as a region, as a country, Kenya, as Africa, to be hosting the Global Bioeconomy Summit for the very first time outside Europe, outside Germany, and the first time in Africa, in Nairobi. So first and foremost, Christian, that is a historic event, being the first. And the Global Bioeconomy Summit is going to move around the world. So imagine Nairobi, Kenya, East Africa, Africa being the first. That's in itself historic. But we think that, and as I've presented in our chapter, Africa has an important role to play in the bioeconomy of the future because of the reasons I've given. And then we think that having the Global Bioeconomy Summit in Africa for the first time will help us to increase the momentum. South Africa started in 2013, and these discussions have been ongoing. But now having the GBS in Africa itself, and the work of the MAMO panel, the work of this ATO now bringing up bioeconomy, is going to really increase that momentum of advancing bioeconomy in the continent. Most importantly, we think the GBS gives us an opportunity to connect the African bioeconomy to the rest of the global bioeconomy. So we are very proud of that. And Brazil, this year the G20 is going to be in Brazil, and Brazil is leading what they call G20 Bioeconomy Initiative. Next year it will be South Africa hosting the G20, and they're going to take up this G20 Bioeconomy Initiative. So I think we're in a very good standing, and this is the moment that all of us in Africa should seize with great opportunity. So the GBS will be on the 23rd and 24th of October this year in Nairobi. You can join virtually
but I would love to see you there in person if possible.
Great, thank you very much. So now I come to Aisha. You already give a very interesting presentation on your chapter in the current aid tour, and there you particularly have specific case studies in different African countries, and one main in Uganda. Now, if you use this opportunity to again to summarize and share the key insights of your study, so for example, what are key policies you could identify for future bioeconomy strategies, and also what might be important institutional setups. So that would be my question to you, my first question.
Okay, thank you, Christian. So for Uganda, the focus areas for developing a bioeconomy, we have agro-processing and also promotion of clean and renewable energy. So regarding agro-processing, John mentioned in his presentation something related to optimizing waste. So a lot of research is being done around that, converting waste, agricultural waste into biogas, for example, or converting food waste itself into animal feed. So an example is a project which developed cricket feed from food waste, which is low cost, protein rich, and also rich in micronutrient. So this is affordable for rearing of crickets, but also the crickets that you end up having mass production of crickets, which could be used in supplementation of human food. So another example is technologies regarding upscaling, processing, for example, cocoa and shea butter. For example, northern Uganda has a lot of shea butter. So a lot of processing is being done around that in formation of various products from there. And looking at institutions, we have the Uganda Industrial Research Institute, which is for the government. A lot of capacity building takes place there, supporting SMEs and also startups in bioeconomy. So various young people are trained on product development in various foods, and also adapting some of the technologies to local contexts, developing also other processing technologies in food. URI itself, actually, just to mention, it is the East African Community Center of Excellence. It was awarded that due to the excellent research it conducts regarding various themes, most especially product development. And looking at clean energy, as I mentioned, there's a lot of demand for biomass, but how can it be used sustainably? So the government, in partnership with various private sector and development partners, a lot of research is done around that. For example, at Makerere University, there is a center specifically doing research on clean energy technologies. So these technologies are then disseminated at community level to promote their adoption. Some examples are stoves. So the point is that with these stoves that conserve charcoal usage, it means that if they can conserve energy, in rural areas, for example, less charcoal is going to be used, and therefore less trees would be cut down in formation of the charcoal. So just an example. And all these approaches are supported by Uganda Vision 2040 and the National Development Plan 3, all looking at different ways through the bioeconomy can be developed for growth in the economy. And also to add on to other ways through which sustainable use of biomass is being promoted. I earlier talked about the running out of trees campaign. So the target was to have 40 million trees planted annually. And why 40 million? It's to encourage every Ugandan, the population of about 40 million. So if everyone plants one tree in a year, so that means we'd have 40 million trees planted annually to increase the supply of biomass. And also another example is the biomass strategy, which is also supporting use of renewable energy, conversion of agricultural waste to biogas. And actually, currently, there are over 100 biogas plants around the country, which shows some progress made towards increasing the usage of clean energy. I just wanted to add on, someone talked about circular economy. I think I've given an example where it is also still one of the things being looked at as we move towards bioeconomy. The example I gave of converting waste to animal feed, or even some of the waste from processing plants. For example, if there's a cassava processing plant, the peels are converted to other food products which can be consumed. So those are just some of the examples I wanted to give, but of course the research is supported by different agencies. Some are development partners. For example, we also have the government research bodies like the Science, Technology and Innovation Secretariat at the Office of the President, and also Government Research and Innovation Fund, which is given to public universities. Currently, 5 public universities are funded, and about 40 million USD has been channeled to that kind of research, plus other research themes, inclusive of bioeconomy, about 40 million USD from 2019. So those are some of the examples, Christian. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. And so my next question would go to our third panelist, which I'd like to welcome again here, enriching our panel, which is Dr. Gideon Tubes from, he's an advisor for sustainable agri-food system transformation in GIS, which is the German's development organization, the German's development organization. So welcome again. And now, my first question would be, of course, bioeconomy and bioeconomy strategy, especially in Germany, is a prominent strategy. Germany was one of the first countries pushing this in Europe. For example, even now, this 2025 Global Forum for Food and Agriculture, which happens in January in Berlin, this time focus on the topic of bioeconomy. So in general, how would you see the potential for collaboration between Germany, Europe and Africa, and maybe also particular, where do you see some points, entry points for your organization to support or facilitate this collaboration?
Thank you, Christian, so much. Thank you also, Aisha and Julius, for joining me here on the panel. I think to understand key lessons and opportunities for collaboration, I must actually briefly delve into the German experience, So other than Julius and Aisha, who are really looking ahead, I want to try to, humbly offer also here the insight from the German experience on drafting a bioeconomy strategy. So, as Christian said, Germany was actually among the first countries to adopt a fully fledged bioeconomy strategy. We started with rather part-wise strategies already in 2010, 2013, where we had our first more sectoral drafts of bioeconomy strategies. And then eventually in 2020, we basically came up with a more consolidated strategy. So there is, in fact, I think, a rich history of experience in Germany already. And looking at the key lessons that you asked about, I think what is quite remarkable about the German bioeconomy strategy that it is all about creating a certain degree of simplicity, So albeit dealing with such a complex and somehow novel topic, that is really what is making it unique. And I want to try to illustrate that by having a very brief peek into the strategy. Let's say, magical formula here for me is basically 2 and 3. We have 2 principles that demarcate an understanding of the bioeconomy, and we have 3 implementation fields. Starting with the 2 principles, the first principle and perhaps primary principle is that we strive to use biological knowledge and innovation for climate neutral development. So you see the first principle is recognizing that the bioeconomy must be knowledge intensive. If we don't ensure the bioeconomy is knowledge intensive, we will basically just exploit our raw materials, and go on the way that we used to do, perhaps. The second principle then acknowledges that we want to use biomass resources to feed into circular economies, which basically recognizes that there is, of course, a certain context-specific dependency on the available and potentially available raw materials, and that we strive for efficiency in using them. So this twofold logic of having these principles, I think, is the first way of making the strategy pretty lean and actually attractive. Moving to the three implementation fields, and then also coming to your question on cooperation, Germany chose basically, let's say, a multi-tiered approach. Yeah, so we basically have national instruments such as the Bioeconomy Council, civil society fora, etc. We encourage national and federal integration in scaling the bioeconomy. This is the first tier, perhaps, the national perspective on the instruments. But then we also have integrated this more international and cooperation-oriented instruments. That is, first of all, recognizing and making sure that we go towards also European integration in terms of scaling the European bioeconomy, and then beyond that, scaling international partnerships. So to summarize, yeah, I think key lessons learned, looking also into the history, tackle complexity with a certain degree of simplicity and perhaps also flexibility. And then regarding the opportunities, I think especially this intangible side of the bioeconomy, innovation, entrepreneurship, etc., is really crucial for facilitating international exchange and cooperation. That's where we can basically tackle the difficult topics right away, whereas it is perhaps a little bit more difficult on the more tangible side of things, that is the raw materials available and how they are being traded.
Great, thank you very much. And now giving your answers, this inspired me to go a little bit in this direction further with my second round of questions. What we see is that there are different visions of this bioeconomy and also of a bioeconomy strategy. And partly this is already reflected to what you said. So just to give you a flavor, countries like US and China, they are very much thinking about bioeconomy as a biotechnological base. So they are looking for innovative technologies. They want to combine this with digitalization, new AI techniques to get new products, new ways of doing things. The Europeans much more have a bioecological vision. So they see this should be less resources. We have to save natural resources. We have to regulate biomass use. The US, for example, want to increase biomass use by all these interesting technologies. Now, and we saw already some comparison. Now my question is, for Africa, taking these two visions, and I will give you a third vision, because for Africa it might be beyond these two visions, it might be interesting to see bioeconomy as a new strategy to solve old problems, basically using this knowledge, this new technologies to solve old problems like poverty and malnutrition. So if it comes to you and your particular view, how would you reflect on this, just taking this different visions? What would you see is maybe a mix, or where would you see the focus from African states? So this would be my question, and I will ask this for your perspective one after another. So I will start again with you, Julius, and then I go to Aisha and finally to Giron. So.
Okay, first of all, before I answer your question, thank you, Gideon, for those reflections. I wanted to acknowledge that we already have some cooperations going with the German Bioeconomy Council and also the University of Bonn, and we're working very closely to do the GBS 2024. It was birthed in Germany, so. But back to your question, you're right, the visions we see. I think for Africa, it's, I see it as kind of mixed of the two. I presented earlier that we've had some investment in biotech. It's maturing, and then
for Africa, because people think we are rich in biodiversity, rich in biomass, we are looking more at value addition, using innovation to create jobs. I think jobs, solving problems of food security and employability are high on the agenda. But we also ride on the fact that we use it as an opportunity to have a growth pathway that is less polluting and also is less carbon emitting, and it's more sustainable for the future. So I think the narrative we want to create around the African vision is heavily reliant on the biological resource base, but we add on issues of climate, issues of food security, jobs, entrepreneurship, and the like.
Thank you very much. Aisha,
yes.
Give me your perspective.
Just to add on to what Julius has mentioned, and in regards to biotechnology, I think for any given country, when they decide to choose which pathway to take, if it's if looking at Thailand, for example, if they want to say their focus is on increasing high-value bio-industries, and therefore the government has been putting different incentives to promote that. So in the previous years, for example, there was a 25% corporate tax exemption for bioplastic players. So that means many of them would be encouraged to to produce bioplastics, and in a way it also contributes to developing a bioeconomy, but as well as climate mitigation. And looking at Brazil, he talked about if you find there is a resource that is mostly used in a given country, how do you use it sustainably? So it's the second largest, it has the second largest forest area. This is Brazil, and they have a very successful wood value chain. But you find that 80% of the trees used in the processing of wood and other products from wood are coming from, 80% is planted trees. So again, I'm just supplementing what he said. Yes, there is biotechnology, but there are also other visions that come to play, or other players that are involved. But we also must remember that we have to, in the development of a given strategy, various stakeholders have to be engaged. And this is not only looking at ministries or experts, but we also have to include in the end users and also investors, not only at national level, but also investors have to come into this discussion when we are trying to develop a bioeconomy strategy or agenda for that matter. So also earlier I mentioned the multi-sectorial. It's not only agriculture when developing a certain vision, but also we have to include in other sectors like tourism, or even sectors engaged in development of drugs and medicine. So generally, everyone is concerned regarding a bioeconomy strategy or agenda, and everyone must come on board towards that goal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Gideon, please give me your perspective.
Thank you, Christian. And yeah, to be honest, I think you're putting me into an inconvenient position here, because
on purpose.
It is, of course, not in my duty to define priorities for the continent. Yeah. So what I can rather do, I think, and that is then perhaps also showcasing my learnings from the last few days, is amplifying some major takeaways that I really took with me for now regarding this prioritization. First of all, I want to amplify this call, especially from yesterday, this call on leaders to embrace an African bioeconomy. Yeah? So Usman has mentioned that the ATOR 2024 is doing that precisely. I think that is more than necessary. Frankly speaking, if you take a brief glimpse at the world map of bioeconomy strategies, at least, you'll see a yawning gap when you look at the African continent. Yeah? So I think it's really a huge opportunity to step up the game here, to make sure that calls for embracing the African bioeconomy is not only an empty signifier, but show, especially, and that would be my second point, sort of make explicit what the continent can offer based on its own specificities, yeah, in terms of resource endowments, in terms of innovation ecosystems, and so on. Make visible what bioeconomy activities do already exist, and we've seen that in the presentations today already. The ATOR 2024 will definitely add to this, and discuss how we can add more value to them. But I also want to raise some words of that are perhaps more careful, and maybe that is also an elephant in the room. I think we also need to be pretty clear about the potential repercussions and trade-offs of the bioeconomy. They should not be forgotten. They will definitely be featured also at the GFFA in January in Berlin. So we need to talk about competition about land and biomass. I think we need to talk about the rather notorious debate about the bioeconomy's implications to the right to food. Does it impede the right to food or not? And we also need to talk about the question how we can ensure that Principle 2 of the Agenda 2030 is acknowledged, and that is leave no one behind. So that is definitely a takeaway that I have extracted here so far.
Great, thank you very much, and I appreciate that you also showed these trade-offs and pointed to this. So now for the last round of questions, giving now these different perspectives and the visions, and one thing is, of course, there is also, with this new kid on the block, bioeconomy, we definitely also have some competition, and we also have challenges. And so now my next and last question would be, again, from your perspective, what would be your particular recommendation for future policy agendas? What are the particular points you would like to emphasize, you would see from the side of public policies to enable and promote a successful bioeconomy strategy? And maybe just for a thought, I think especially to what extent it might be really good to concentrate more on specific African-based demands, and to what extent it might be good to point more to biotechnological development, which are demanded, let's say, in other industrialized countries like bioplastic or things like this. Or maybe one should more focus on new functional foods which really can solve or maybe contribute to the solution of the malnutrition problems in Africa. So just in general, what kind of recommendation you see for the future policy strategies looking ahead, and with a particular focus maybe on what I just tried to describe. Okay, so then I start with you, Julius, again.
Yeah, thank you so much, Christian. So for me, I think the priorities for Africa, we have food security, sustainable farming, renewable energy, sustainable industrialization, health and human well-being. So those are key. What I would recommend is I think that we need dedicated bioeconomy policies or strategies. Why? As we have all seen, bioeconomy is very cross-sectoral. The only way to solve that multi-sectoral nature of bioeconomy is to have a dedicated bioeconomy strategy that brings everybody together and does not leave anyone behind. So that's one point. The second thing related to policy for me is for Africa to take advantage of the regional economic blocks like we've done in East Africa. That's I think a kind of easier way. And together we can then see what are the priorities for the African bioeconomy. And then number two, I think we need to build skills. Bioeconomy is highly scientifically intensive. It's innovation driven. We need to build those skills in our universities, in our small and medium scale enterprises. And I think for me, the universities and research institutes should play a leading role in building these skills. And I think it's also an area of cooperation. The last point I want to raise is, and we've seen this example in different regions, in Europe, in Asia, is to build what I call bioeconomy clusters of innovation. I think given our smallholder farming systems and so on, I think bioeconomy clusters of innovation would be one way to ensure this bottom-up participation of everybody and linking this to local, regional, and global value chains.
Thank you very much. Aisha.
Thank you, Christian. To add on to what Julius has mentioned, indeed, it's important to develop a bioeconomy policy or strategy. In as much as many countries recognize that, it's important for that to be elevated as a top priority in terms of policies that need to be developed. So it needs to be elevated as a top priority and also integrated across sectors. And just to add on to that is that successful transition to a bioeconomy requires a coherent bioeconomy strategy, but also an investment plan, because that is very critical to achieve bioeconomy. And also, we've seen various countries have policies around energy, but bioenergy needs to be incorporated into that, or to have separate bioenergy policies being developed and implemented in effort to transitioning to a renewable energy and sustainable use of biomass. Lastly, it's also important, from what I think, to accelerate prioritization of agriculture innovation that is in different, across the agri-food value chain, and also sustainability, for example, in the use of biopesticides, biofertilizers, and other sustainable agriculture practices. This needs to be more advocated for. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. Gideon.
Thank you. Yeah, I started by looking a little bit into the history, so I think I use this moment to also look a little bit at the near future and the perhaps most obvious opportunities. And here I see exactly two opportunities. The first one was discussed already yesterday, and that is the question how the bioeconomy can be featured in a more prominent way in the CADEP, of course. Dr. Bahigwa has already announced that he's interested in bringing the proposal also to the STC meeting. So I think everyone here in this space can be excited about this this initiative. So that is, I think, the first immediate opportunity that is quite obvious. And the second one, Julius, you've announced it already, the G20 is moving now towards the presidency of South Africa. We have the Global Bioeconomy Initiative that was drafted under Brazil's presidency. But of course, this initiative is rather abstract so far. Yeah? We have 3 major goals. We have 10 high-level principles that are really, again, demarcating the global community or the G20's priorities in terms of bioeconomy. But it is a little bit shy of becoming a little bit concrete. And I think that is really an opportunity for the South African presidency also to highlight again what the African profile can be in grounding this high-flying strategy and coalition. Yeah, that would be a huge opportunity. I think that can barely be overestimated. Yeah.
Great, thank you very much. So I think we can close the panel for now, and then we continue the discussion, but open it for you for the plenary. So now for the last part, we are happy to take your perspective and your questions. So yes, please. Mike is coming. And please introduce yourself.
Okay. Thank you very much, panelists. My name is Patrick Okori. I lead the RUFORUM team. We're a network of predominant agriculture universities across the 5 regions of Africa. from the previous presentations and what you have done today and the conversation yesterday, but especially today, I see a common thread coming through what you have presented. That is a more focus towards harnessing the biodiversity that we have across Africa, on one hand. But on the other hand, yesterday I heard, and there is also that school of thought, that actually Africa should be spending more time. We had the case of Morocco, making sure, and I'm just now wearing a typical agricultural hat, to make our farming systems much more efficient. Now, the challenge, I think, with harnessing a lot of biodiversity is that you must think trade ultimately. And so we can go into all these many things around which we can diversify and produce new products and services. Who is going to buy them? Who is going to eat them? Given the fact that over the last 100+ years, Africa's food system has basically transitioned more towards a globalized format. And even now, it's even going further towards the very staple cereals and legumes and even meat products around which the rest of the global food systems should be going. So my question to you is, aware of all those things, how do you make this argument of feeding more people on less land, on less water, vis-a-vis diversifying for a smaller market? I think your argument would really be very small. I just wanted to point this out, because any president, anybody in policy will ask you, I have 30 million people to feed. How many of them can I put on your insect proteins? And how efficient is that system for me to feed 30 million people? You'd have a very difficult case to make. So I just wanted to throw this out, that it is important to think about the efficiencies accumulated by science over the last 200 to 300 years to get the systems that we have today to the level where it can feed. How long will it take these ones you're proposing to reach that level? This type of analysis also must be placed vis-a-vis just the advantages. There's a lot more behind the story, perhaps, which you are not telling us. All that is there, and we are not aware of. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You want to respond directly, or we can collect further questions? Yes, okay, then we have here, Your Excellency.
Okay, thank you.
No, well, it's okay, then we do it one after. You will be next.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Yeah, thank you, panelists. My name is Constance. While I'm agreeing that bioeconomy can have positive impacts, it's also good for us to consider the negative impacts it might have on smallholder farmers, especially the women. You know, for example, the scale is, gearing towards a large-scale application, production. How do we mitigate issues of land grabbing, where women could be displaced from their lands? And given that our African policies most of the time do not support women participation in most of the agricultural program, how do we ensure they are not disenfranchised? You've talked about capacity building, transfer of technology, or updating their skills. Most of the time we know the women mostly don't get these skills. How do we put things in place ab initio to make sure that at the end of the day, the people we are targeting to support are not disenfranchised? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we have here a question. Thank you.
Thank you. I am Tami Alami Iman from Indra, Morocco. So I thank all the panelists for the insightful intervention and to share with us the expertise. My question is, how can Africa leverage its rich biodiversity and the natural resources to become a global leader in the bioeconomy? And what policy frameworks are needed to support these transitions? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So I think we take one more and then we just have a first round of answers. So Greenwell, please.
Right, okay. So my name is Greenwell. Maybe, yeah, I think the panel will still answer. John, I wanted you to also be there. But yeah. So I know that you're focused on insects as an example, but I was just wondering, was that random or, and I am a bit worried because if it's just insects, and I love insects, right? But I also know that where we come from, it's not just insects. I would have loved you to also say something about other bush meat. So one controversial one is mice, a snake. What is the position of those ones? And is any of your research showing something to that extent? I know that, yeah, these are country specific, but if you fly into the southern part of Africa in some airports, you find these being shown from the airport that you should buy them, right? Barbecued already. So I wanted to just know, is there any studies? Are there any studies? And are you promoting these ones as well? Are they part and parcel of what you're talking about? And is there some room? Do you have any recommendations for maybe trying to encourage behavior change in favor of switching to these foods? Because people die while they are there, those foods sometimes. I remember a president of one country in the Southern Africa region did say that, please, we know we are in distress. Would you please go to the bushes and do bush meat, insects, etc.? People were like, okay, we are going to remove you. And of course, they removed him, right? Okay, there might have been other reasons, but at least he was removed after saying that.
Okay, thank you very much. I just leave this to the panel. So please, then floor is open for you.
I will start with the last question. I think Julius has made some, he will be answering some of the first ones, and as well as Tim. So Greenwell, you've asked a question regarding insects. It was mostly like an example, but also like where I come from in Uganda, I think you've heard about the grasshoppers. It's a delicacy, and people always wonder, do they always have to wait for the season, which comes in the rainy season in December? So what happens to the rest of the year when they can't enjoy the grasshoppers? So in order to increase, for example, mass production throughout the year, so some of this research can be channeled towards that. It also helps in food security in a way, and you wouldn't be tampering with a culture that is already in place. And for crickets, they can be rich in protein and micronutrient, but you'll not find that like in many of the households in Uganda. However, during food product development, you can include it as an ingredient to improve the nutritional quality of a product. It could be maybe soybean flour for making baby food, and you add in a component. So it may not change the taste so much of the food, but you're increasing the nutritional quality of the product. So don't get so worried about some of these kind of foods that are not familiar in your mind, but they can be used to supplement your diet. There was also a question about how Africa can be a leader in bioeconomy. I think if different countries can choose different pathways towards achieving a bioeconomy. And it's very important to recognize that and provide a conducive environment to support that. It could be institutional or even policy and different programs. But also it's important to, one presenter mentioned earlier, I think it was you, Julius, that a bioeconomy development requires technical expertise. So you must have the right people all the time to do the capacity training in the specific specific field that your country wants to use as a pathway. If it's biotechnology, how many people are skilled enough towards developing a given product or service towards achieving developed bioeconomy. So I just wanted to highlight on that. I think you can give some other example.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to respond to Patrick's and Constance's intervention here, yeah? So I think your concern about land use and food security is very important. I think your concern about the rights of smallholder farmers, especially women, is very important. But I also want to add one, pretty explicit or concrete experience from our work at GIZ. So Aisha mentioned already the encroachment of bushland in Namibia, and I don't know if you're aware of it, but GIZ had a huge program basically converting this or using the bushes to produce fuel, basically for barbecue, for coal production, yeah? So actually me coming from Cologne, nowadays I can buy my coal for my barbecue that is being produced in Namibia using the bushes that are actually endangering livelihoods, pastoralist livelihoods in Namibia. So I just wanted to add this anecdote, but actual case of implementation here to showcase that scaling the bioeconomy must not necessarily mean putting pressure on land. In fact, it's the opposite. It can even free land for alternative uses and also strengthening livelihoods. So that is definitely something I can contribute from the GIZ perspective here. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I do agree with both Gideon and Aisha. But Patrick, I think, when we promote bioeconomy, we are looking at also the market. In fact, for most bioeconomy projects, we have to ask the question, who is going to buy? And already we see some good examples. And I agree, we don't have to expand land acreage in order to achieve a bioeconomy. We can actually do intensification. Right now, there are groups in Kenya, for instance, who are exporting cricket flour to Europe. We have, at ICIPE, we have some biopesticides which are being used in France, in Canada. So there are those examples. If you look, for instance, sweet sorghum. Sweet sorghum is a huge opportunity. Sorghum, in our tradition, in our context here, is treated as an orphan crop. And Patrick, you worked a lot in sorghum, you know this. But sorghum, now we've found that it's the sweet one, the sweet sorghum variety, has nearly the same BRICS value as sugarcane. And you can imagine this arid and semi-arid regions of Africa, if we all say, okay, let's grow sweet sorghum, maybe to feed into the sustainable aviation fuel, which is now a big thing. You can solve both the food issue and also the fuel issue. There's sweet potatoes, there's banana fiber waste. We've now discovered that dry banana fiber waste is very good in controlling potato nematodes. And the question is, can we develop an industrial value chain that uses banana fiber waste to control soil nematodes, increase production of sweet potato or potato? So those are opportunities. And you know that, for instance, Korea, their national crop is sweet potato. So we see opportunities here in Africa of actually linking through cooperation, trade cooperation and partnerships, our bioeconomy to the rest of, first of all, the region, and then also the rest of the world. Another point I wanted to mention is, if you look at Africa now, the urbanizing trends are increasing. I think some people say it's increasing 5% per annum. And the consumption or the behavior of urban populations these days is quite different than the rural ones. So there has to be that kind of dynamic where the rural also feeds into the urban
through, let's say, bioprocessing and so on and so forth. And to Constance, the women are not left behind. So there's what we call now the just transition, just bioeconomy transition, which agrees with what Gideon says, we shouldn't leave any communities disadvantaged. So these trade-offs are part and parcel of developing the bioeconomy. And for our smallholder farming systems, we are thinking, for instance, of biorefineries. Biorefineries are very good and they can be distributed. We don't have to have very huge, biorefineries, but within what I call bioeconomy clusters, you can have these biorefineries and connected through some kind of supply chains to feed into the bigger market. So there are various models which have worked in some settings, which could also work in our smallholder settings without leaving the women behind. And for Imam, I think my simple answer to you, and sorry if I'm biased, I think the solution is how to use our rich biodiversity to become a global leader in bioeconomy is to have a dedicated bioeconomy strategy at regional level, country level, but also as a continent. I think we need to have this shared vision, shared value.
Yes, thank you very much. So we still have time if there are more questions. I'm happy to take this for the panel. Yes, please.
Thank you very much for the very interesting panel and presentations. I'm just thinking, with bioeconomy, it means we'll need to have a very robust intellectual property rights space. So what are we doing, or what are the thoughts to ensure that we strengthen the intellectual property registration, patenting in the African continent? We still need a bit of capacity in that area. Then the issues of phytosanitary certification. I'm not sure about the protocols, but once you start to produce products that are going to be eaten, issues of food safety come into play. And also when we consider trade, then it means we'll have to adhere to certain phytosanitary regulations. And trade also, the WTO and the whole trade space, because I had one presenter mention some issues around the African Free Trade Continental Area. So there's a trade space and issues of food safety, issues of adherence to consumer-based standards, and some that are standards that are generated also by different governments, the non-tariff barriers. So it would be interesting to hear what work is going on that space. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, sure.
Thank you very much. I do agree with you. So intellectual property rights regimes are part and parcel of the bioeconomy, especially if you're talking about research, innovation, commercialization. I think countries in Africa are doing pretty well in terms of the policy and the legal framework. But I do agree with you that capacity building is necessary, especially at the institutional level. A report, there is an organization called African Regional Intellectual Property Organization, which is helping, together with World Intellectual Property Organization. They're doing a lot of capacity building. And with a report, you can file for protection across a number of countries, and also both for the Francophone and Anglophone. So there are those efforts. Phytosanitary, food safety are all part of it. I wanted to share with you just one example, maybe which you know very well. For East Africa, there is a ban on exportation of fruits and vegetables to Europe. Why? Because of the pest problem, fruit fly in particular, for mangoes. But we have come up with solution, very simple solution that uses, we call it hot water, warm water treatment. At a certain temperature, at a given time, you can actually disinfest mangoes, fresh mangoes, and also increase the shelf life to about 2 weeks. And we experimented this, tested, and were able to export for the very first time after so many years, mangoes, fresh mangoes to Italy. So right now, the government of Kenya is working with some exporters to establish this treatment facility at the airport, which will be like a one-stop center where people can bring in their mangoes, disinfest using this technology, and be able to export following these phytosanitary measures. So I think the point I want to put across is when we talk about bioeconomy, our people in the standards bureaus who are responsible for food safety are very much on board. When we started insect proteins, there were no regulations or standards for incorporating insect proteins in feed or even in food. And I think it was Uganda and Kenya were the first to establish this. Now we are working with the African Union to have a continental kind of framework for insect protein standards. And the US, I think it's US food, the one for agriculture, USDA, also recognized these standards. So I think bioeconomy, there has to be all this regulatory policy, IPR, food standards, phytosanitary are part of the bioeconomy. And that's why I advocate for a dedicated strategy for bioeconomy. And I agree with you. This is an opportunity for CADA processes to at least highlight the advantage we'd have with bioeconomy.
Thank you very much. Yes, so now I see more questions. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I would like to congratulate panelists. And after that, I want to share an experience in Senegal because we are working on a project called Biostar. In this project, we have installed machines that transform peanuts, cashews, and mangoes residues into bioenergy in 8 pilot agricultural processing small, middle companies. And we have not evaluated the impact, but they are very satisfied with the reduction in energy cost and environmental management and time. Just to tell you how relevant bioeconomy is. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This was a comment. So I think there was one more question. And here, of course, sorry.
Thank you very much. Suhaib Nshkron, Climate and Development Policy Analyst. I just wanted to comment on the experience shared. We've talked about insects, but one of the presentations was also about mushrooms. And there was this one of the success stories in Africa about growing mushrooms on coffee substrate. It was an activist from Zimbabwe, I think, who was known for transforming a condition of vulnerability and malnutrition into empowerment through this story of growing mushrooms actually on coffee substrate. And it goes from the idea of using coffee as a whole and not only the coffee beans that we usually use. So this joins the idea of circular bioeconomy, or what also in some other definitions can be called as regenerative economy, which has a potential in Africa. So yeah, I think we need to leverage such ideas and our African knowledge, and this has potential definitely in the continent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think here was one last question.
Last question. Merci beaucoup pour ce.
Thank you so much for this very insightful panel. The bioeconomy aims to efficiently use natural resources as well as soils, energy, and so on. And this allows us to make our production system a more sustainable system. It also allows us to diversify our production. And for me, this is an innovative solution, an attractive solution to produce in a sustainable way. It also allows us to develop new products and to conquer new markets. We mentioned technical, environmental aspects, as well as the economic impact of this approach. So for each species, for each resource, we need to analyze the economic impact of the use of such and such a resource. For cassava, for example, as was mentioned by one of the panelists, we need to look into the cost of using such products in the food industry here in Morocco.
Okay.
Merci beaucoup. Je pense que c'était essentiellement des commentaires plus que de questions, ce qui nous convient. Je pense que nous avons bien géré le temps. Je voudrais donc dire que d'abord, il n'y a plus de questions et remercier les intervenants et également la plénière et l'auditoire pour ces présentations très intéressantes et pour votre participation. Voilà, donc je vous demande de vous joindre à moi pour remercier les... Si nous prenons en fait cette voie, nous empruntons ce trajectoire, il y a lieu de réussir. En toute dernière chose que je voudrais dire en termes de leadership technique, j'étais expert pour la Commission européenne et ce que nous avons voulu inventer, c'est comment assurer le suivi des émissions et sur une base individuelle pour les fermes. J'ai fait ceci pendant les 2 dernières années. Je ne sais pas si je suis c'est moi le fautif, mais je n'en ai pas pu trouver. Mais à l'écoute de la présentation, j'ai pu voir qu'une jeune équipe a trouvé la solution pour exactement le suivi des émissions à effet de guerre, parce que à effet de serre, vert. Donc, il existe beaucoup d'occasions, de possibilités pour que l'Afrique puisse être également le leader technologique en la matière. Merci, professeur Christian Henning. Merci à l'ensemble des intervenants. Nous allons maintenant passer à nous allons mettre l'accent sur le programme, le réseau des analyses locales, LAN, du ReSAKSS, Atlas et la mise en œuvre du programme CADEP. Avec nous, Madame Bitsitsi Makumba, directrice des relations extérieures, Academia 2063. Merci beaucoup, Laï. Bon après-midi, pour ne pas dire fin d'après-midi, tout le monde. Bon, nous sommes presque à la fin de la deuxième journée, deuxième session. Alors, comme Laï l'a mentionné, nous allons faire les choses un peu différemment. Plutôt que de discuter des chapitres du rapport à tort lors de cette session, nous allons mettre l'accent et nous avons discuté sur certains des travaux que entreprend sur le terrain ReSAKSS avec ses partenaires. Donc, je vais servir, si vous me permettez, de modératrice de cette session. Là, on parlera justement du déploiement du programme LAN de ReSAKSS et de la refonte du programme Atlas. Ceci a été fait en mettant en place des réseaux d'analyse locale, les LAN. En fait, les LAN sont là pour ramenant les centres d'expertise locaux, les intervenants en matière d'offres et de demandes dans le pays. Bon, généralement, c'est en soutien de la mise en place de l'agenda CADEP et de son examen et des processus d'apprentissage. ReSAKSS a également travaillé pour la mise en place de un E-Atlas ReSAKSS pour le pays. C'est un outil du LAN et c'est une plateforme SIG, qui cartographie les données hautement désagrégées, socio-économiques, au niveau local. L'objectif de cette session est de nous permettre d'apprendre ce que l'Atlas Atlas et les LAN veulent dire, l'intention qui les sous-tend, et nous allons ouvrir le dialogue pour que vous puissiez partager avec nous vos expériences et votre vision sur la mise en place de communautés de pratiques, de sorte que nous puissions mettre l'accent sur des défis, des success stories et des leçons et enseignements appris. C'est une occasion pour nous d'explorer les moyens de renforcer ces efforts pour nous assurer que ces moyens sont mis en place, déployés et durables. Alors sans plus tarder, j'ai le grand plaisir de vous présenter mon collègue Dr Greenwell Machaya, qui est le coordinateur pour l'Afrique du Sud et de l'Est du ReSAKSS, et il est le représentant adjoint pour l'Afrique du Sud de l'Institut de gestion de l'eau, Institut international de gestion de l'eau, et il va nous parler en fait de la refonte du E-Atlas. Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup, docteur Makwambe. Hier, nous avons eu une session, un atelier dans lequel les représentants des pays mettant en place en fait ce système ReSAKSS et d'analyse ont pu nous faire part de leur présentation. Mais je pense qu'il serait utile qu'aujourd'hui nous passions en revue certaines de ces informations, de sorte à ce que la connaissance puisse être généralisée. Alors, ma présentation est comme suit. Je vais passer en revue les objectifs de la session. Madame Agoumé en a déjà parlé. Je parlerai également du cadre général de cette analyse ainsi que du e-Atlas et je parlerai des efforts e-Atlas et du LAN. Et donc, je vais également rehausser en les reconnaissant un certain nombre d'informations qui s'y trouvent. Alors, en termes d'arrière-plan ou de contexte, nous savons que nous parlons de la mise en place du CADEP. Peut-être n'avons-nous pas beaucoup parlé du CADEP. En fait, le cadre général de cette transformation, c'est le programme. Pour vous, c'est déjà dans le royaume du connu. Mais par contre, nous supposons que les domaines dans lesquels les chefs d'État, dans le cadre de la déclaration de Malabo, ont dit qu'il fallait mettre l'accent sur tel domaine et d'autres, bon, ça serait trop facile pour atteindre l'objectif, qui y sont d'ailleurs mentionnés. Mais la réalité, c'est qu'il nous appartient de faire davantage en termes de politique et en termes d'adoption de bonnes politiques, d'investissements qui sont les bons. Mais de manière plus importante, il nous faut avoir un mécanisme pour savoir ce qui s'y fait. Il nous faut nous fier aux preuves. Certes, des efforts sont là pour le suivi, l'évaluation, pour adopter des politiques dirigées vers cette cible, pour l'encouragement également de preuves, pour le processus décisionnel. Et il va falloir agir davantage sur ces fronts-ci. Le LAN entreprend des efforts pour l'encouragement de ces activités au niveau africain. Bon, si vous ne le faites pas, on continuera à faire de la recherche, mais la recherche ne sera pas mise à disposition des décideurs. Ce n'est pas cela que nous appelons de nos voeux. Il nous faut mettre l'accent sur les stratégies proposées pour les décideurs et à défaut de leur existence, il nous faut nous assurer que nous faisons des recherches et que on les relie et qu'on les mette à disposition des décideurs. Alors, Madame Makambo a fait référence au fait qu'il faut établir un lien entre la fourniture d'informations à ceux qui la demandent. Il faut donner les informations à ceux qui la demandent. Et donc, c'est ce qui me fait parler des réseaux d'analyse locale, les LAN. Voilà, pointeur, restez là. Et mon ami. Oh, merci beaucoup. Non, ne faites pas ça, monsieur Pointeur, monsieur Pointeur, s'il vous plaît. Bon, on va me redonner une autre chance. Mais, mon ami, oui. Allez-y, mollo. Alors, on va y aller, mollo. Bon, écoutez, je pense que j'ai déjà parlé du LAN. Le LAN est un réseau d'agences, d'institutions, de particuliers, d'universitaires, qui accorde un soutien technique pour la mise en œuvre du programme africain et qui travaille de pair avec les ministères de l'Agriculture, quand bien même ce n'est pas le ministère de l'Agriculture qui abrite de telles institutions. Ça peut être d'autres organismes qui les reçoivent. Alors, les institutions qui créent des LAN travaillent de manière collaborative dans le domaine de la recherche, renforcement de capacités et dialogue. Alors permettez de vous montrer ce diagramme que j'apprécie parce qu'il simplifie ce dont nous parlons ici. Alors dans chaque pays, que le pays soit riche en institutions de recherche ou instituts de recherche, etc. Il fait toujours bon de penser de la sorte dans ce cadre. Alors d'un côté, vous avez les institutions demandeuses de preuves pour le processus décisionnel. Et d'un autre côté, vous avez également un ensemble d'institutions qui sont engagées dans l'analyse, le développement, la création de connaissances et de savoirs qui sont utilisés pour la mise en œuvre de politiques. Et en plein centre, au milieu, vous avez le secrétariat du réseau des analyses, des LAN, qui a une fonction en matière de gouvernance, s'assurer que le réseau d'analyse locale entreprend ce qu'il est censé faire et également surmonter les manques, sensibiliser, synthétiser les connaissances, faciliter la formation, parce que fort souvent, vous allez trouver que dans le secteur, il est nécessaire d'assurer des formations. Et tout ceci du côté demande, vous avez le réseau, les institutions de tutelle du LAN. Connaissances, c'est le secrétaire, la direction de la planification et également contribuer à la gouvernance et dans certains cas également, ce sont eux qui exigent ou qui demandent le savoir-faire nécessaire. D'un autre côté, les institutions qui se regroupent dans le cadre du LAN, c'est elles qui manifestent un intérêt dans des recherches qui sont nécessaires pour la collecte d'informations, pour également entreprendre un certain nombre d'activités de création de connaissances et également entreprendre des études ad hoc qui sont demandées par les consommateurs des informations, à savoir les politiques, les décideurs. Alors, c'est l'idée ici, étant que si vous ne pensez pas de la sorte, et si vous ne pensez pas en ces termes, ce qui adviendra, c'est que d'aucuns continueront à faire des recherches, mais en le faisant, peut-être ce sont des recherches dont le besoin était hier, avant-hier, pas aujourd'hui, pour résoudre des problèmes dans l'avenir et non pas dans le passé. Mais dans certains cas, vous pouvez trouver que les gens ont des capacités de faire cette recherche et qu'ils ne la font pas parce qu'ils ne pensent pas de la sorte. Les efforts dont nous parlons ici, c'est exactement consistant à dire, bon, écoutez, mettons en place des fonctions au niveau pays. Peut-être l'abriterons-nous au ministère de l'Agriculture, département de la planification ou un autre institut tel que créé par le gouvernement le cas échéant. Une fois que vous avez tout ceci, vous allez organiser le réseau de chercheurs et d'instituts de recherche et ce faisant, vous allez savoir qui va être consommateur de l'information. Et ainsi, ça va vers la phase d'opérationnalisation où vous allez commencer à avoir des dialogues et des échanges avec les chercheurs, avec les utilisateurs d'informations pour savoir quels sont les domaines qui appellent recherche. Et commencer ainsi à identifier qui sont les personnes bien placées, idoines, pour commencer à utiliser ces recherches ou même synthétiser ces recherches adressées aux consommateurs. Alors, je réalise que ce n'est pas clair à voir, mais c'est juste pour dire que l'idée ici, c'est que si vous mettez en place ce réseau d'opérationnalisation, vous allez avoir la possibilité d'insister sur le fait que ce réseau local d'analyse, LAN, traitera non seulement de la mobilisation des informations, mais il devra également au moins traiter du stockage, de la sauvegarde d'informations, mais en encourager l'utilisation. Il y a référence ici faite à un certain nombre de cas où l'on disait que la recherche est là, mais sans qu'elle ne soit utilisée. Donc on doit s'assurer ici de disposer de mécanismes pour promouvoir, encourager l'utilisation de ces informations. Nous avons géré pendant 4 cycles ou éditions la revue de l'Union africaine et l'on a pu voir qu'il n'y avait que 2 cycles. Et donc, il a fallu mettre en pratique un certain nombre de recommandations. Et ceci nous permet d'éviter de telles situations dans l'avenir. En fait, le LAN, essaie de se faire. Organiser les chercheurs, leurs activités internationaux ou locaux, dans la mesure où ils travaillent en réseau, organiser les activités de demande et d'offre. La demande doit également arriver sur le même bureau, sur la même table, pour savoir quel type de connaissances sont nécessaires, ou ainsi demander. Alors l'un des éléments importants que le LAN doit faire ou entreprendre, c'est générer de la connaissance. Donc produire le e-atlas, l'atlas électronique. Vous pouvez avoir des données sous tableur Excel, beaucoup de données. Mais franchement, si vous donnez ceci à un décideur pour prendre une décision, ben écoutez, il n'a pas suffisamment le temps pour passer à travers le tableur. Et donc, pourquoi ne pas dire, ben écoutez, obtenons des données de pays. Et donc, il va falloir également les cartographier sur la base de systèmes d'information géographique, les SIG, et les présenter de sorte à ce que les directeurs avec leur ordinateur pourront voir justement les cartes, où la production agricole, où les rendements sont meilleurs, etc., etc. Et s'ensuit la prise de décision facilitée. C'est ce que nous avons pensé faire. Nous avons étudié ces efforts, certes, il y a de cela quelque temps, et nous sommes en train de refonder ceci, de le réingénierer, si je puis dire. Et nous avons été en mesure, d'ailleurs mené par Academia 2063, nous avons été de mettre en place celui-ci dans un certain nombre de pays. Et dans la diapositive suivante, je vais commencer à parler de ce que nous faisons aussi bien pour le LAN que pour l'Atlas électronique, le e-Atlas. Ainsi, le LAN, le réseau d'analyse locale, sur la gauche, sont mentionnées les activités du LAN. Certaines réalisations ainsi faites. Alors, en Afrique de l'Ouest, regardez des pays comme le Burkina. Vous pouvez voir que c'est un LAN entièrement opérationnalisé et abrité par le bureau du secrétaire permanent des politiques au sein du ministère de l'Agriculture et qui a défini les membres de l'AN. Ils y sont. Il a également entrepris un examen biannuel, un brief, à savoir numéro 4, et il a été assez actif, ce LAN-ci, dans l'appui et l'intégration d'indicateurs des bureaux nationaux de statistiques. C'est là quelque chose que l'Union africaine souhaite. Nous voudrions assurer le suivi d'un certain nombre d'indicateurs. Mais pour ce faire, il nous faut intégrer les examens bisannuels dans les statistiques. Le Burkina le fait. Ils ont également réalisé une actualisation des cartes dans le cadre du e-Atlas. Grande réalisation, la mise à jour d'informations, également l'élaboration d'autres outils de cartographie. Donc vous voyez que le Burkina a réalisé des pas assez intéressants. Alors également des outils au niveau du ministère de l'Agriculture, des outils de prise de décision. Ce sont là autant de contributions du LAN et de e-Atlas. En Guinée, au Togo, au Sénégal, au Bénin et au Ghana, des efforts sont entrepris. Pour l'instant, ce n'est pas aussi élargi, aussi important et avancé que pour le Burkina. Mais au Ghana, c'est en attente de signature et d'aval par les autorités concernées. Maintenant, en Afrique de l'Est, il en va de même pour le Burundi, le Kenya, l'Ouganda et l'Éthiopie. Ce sont des situations, des expériences différentes. Alors pour le Burundi, où les contrats ont été déjà signés et conclus avec le gouvernement, vous pouvez voir que le LAN a été mis en place auprès du ministère de l'Agriculture. Il est déjà mis en pratique. Il y a donc des moutures, des documents bisannuels, des données sont recueillies sur les changements au fil du temps et donc des données sont donc mises à contribution, mises à disposition pour une cartographie. de sorte qu'ils ont également les cartes. La carte. Bon, oui, je vois que vous me regardez, madame, pour me dire que le temps est presque terminé. Alors, pour ce qui concerne le Kenya, le processus est en cours. Celui de la signature. Je pense que l'accord a déjà été signé. Mais au Kenya, ils n'ont pas encore rédigé le document. Maintenant, au niveau du LAN, les parties prenantes ont déjà été identifiées. Ils sont en train de finaliser ces tâches. En Ouganda, le processus est assez avancé. Mais par contre, l'Ouganda est l'un des pays où nous avons pu voir que existe déjà un réseau des ressources qui travaillent également à la finalisation de l'accord avec Academia. Nous serons en mesure de finaliser le e-Atlas ainsi que le brief ou le document de synthèse avec des études d'impact, ainsi que toute autre étude que le gouvernement pourrait identifier. Donc ce n'est pas vraiment un pays LAN. Nous n'avons pas un réseau d'analyse locale, mais par contre, des e-Atlas ont été déjà finalisés et les cartes sont déjà en ligne pour l'Éthiopie. En dernier lieu, et non le moindre, pour l'Afrique du Sud, d'accord, ces efforts en Zimbabwe, Mozambique, Malawi, Zambie, Botswana, l'Afrique du Sud et l'Angola, ce n'est pas des LAN, ce sont des atlas électroniques. En Afrique du Sud, ceci a déjà été finalisé et les cartes résumant les données et les informations sélectionnées pour le secteur agricole pour l'Angola, ce sont des efforts en cours. Mais en termes de réalisation par le LAN, au Zimbabwe, c'est un réseau à part entière. Il en va de même au Mozambique. La même chose au Malawi, quoique les niveaux d'avancement sont différents. Mais au Malawi, pour le LAN, le siège au Rwanda, il collabore avec le ministère de l'Agriculture. En Mozambique, c'est le ministère de l'Agriculture à travers un département ad hoc et en Zimbabwe, également, collaboration avec le ministère de l'Agriculture. Vous y trouverez, aussi bien au Malawi qu'en Mozambique qu'en Zimbabwe, les dossiers de préparation et les rapports bisannuels ont été finalisés. Dans les deux pays, les membres du réseau sont très impliqués, engagés dans la production de GSR.
Il y a également des progrès en termes d'études d'impact menées. Au Mozambique en particulier, une étude d'impact a été menée sur les intrants, l'accès au financement, le commerce. Et nous avons également été actifs dans d'autres domaines. Il y a eu des activités pour passer en revue ces rapports au niveau pays. Donc, les processus sont en cours au Zimbabwe. Concernant les atlas électroniques, il ne s'agit pas de les vendre, mais en tout cas, nous avons mené des travaux en Afrique de l'Est, en Afrique centrale, en Afrique du Nord, en Afrique de l'Ouest. Dans tous ces pays, nous avons des cartes pour les atlas électroniques. Je crois que nous couvrons à peu près 26 pays. Alors, quels sont les principaux enseignements? Les LAN et les atlas électroniques ont été lancés dans un certain nombre de pays. Et ce sont des outils très utiles, donc il faut couvrir davantage de pays. Et ce serait utile d'essayer de couvrir autant de pays que possible. Il y a de la demande, et donc je crois que ce serait utile de travailler avec nos partenaires. Il faut continuer à renforcer les capacités dans le domaine de la prise de décision basée sur les faits. Si nous ne mettons pas en place ces mécanismes, nous compromettons la capacité des pays à prendre des décisions, donc il faut faire davantage dans ces domaines. Même chose pour les atlas électroniques, ils sont très importants, mais le financement est essentiel. C'est aussi important que les parties prenantes comprennent que lorsque nous apportons des LAN, si nous parlons des réseaux d'analyse, cela ne suffit pas. Il faut être membre d'un réseau. C'est une façon d'organiser les connaissances et c'est important. Et parfois, nous rencontrons quelques réticences. Il faut assurer également des partenariats au niveau pays. Concernant les coordinateurs des LAN qui sont ici, Afrique méridionale, Afrique de l'Est, Afrique de l'Ouest, dont nous sommes vus hier, est-ce que vous pourriez catalyser les partenariats au niveau pays pour veiller à ce que ces partenariats soient durables? J'étais au Mozambique, au Malawi, en Zambie, et parmi les messages que nous avons eus de la Banque mondiale, c'était pourquoi vous ne nous laissez pas vous aider? Donc, il faut travailler ensemble, il faut pouvoir capitaliser sur ces partenariats. Je crois que c'est ce que nous pouvons faire avec la Banque mondiale. Il faut également intégrer ces fonctions dans les systèmes nationaux pour assurer la durabilité. Il faut veiller, il faut parer aux éventualités où nous manquons de fonds. Voilà, c'est tout ce que j'avais à vous dire. Je vous cède à nouveau la parole. Merci beaucoup, Dr Machaya. Vous pouvez vous joindre à moi ici. Merci pour cet excellent aperçu de la situation actuelle. Vous avez bien rappelé la situation. C'est une excellente transition pour notre discussion. Chers délégués, nous voici dans la discussion. Vous voyez ce qui a été fait pour lancer les LAN et les atlas électroniques au niveau régional et pays. À présent, je vais solliciter vos réactions, vos commentaires, mais aussi vos propres expériences. Peut-être avez-vous lancé ce type d'initiative. Nous avons des représentants pays qui mènent ce type de travaux LAN dans pas moins de 26 pays. Donc, c'est l'occasion pour vous, pour les coordinateurs LAN, de partager vos expériences et réagir à ce qui a été présenté ici par le docteur Machaya. La parole est à vous. Nous sollicitons vos commentaires, vos questions, mais je vais vous demander de vous présenter brièvement, simplement votre nom et votre institution. Docteur Badian. Merci beaucoup, Ousmane Badian de l'Académia 2063. J'ai une question pour le Dr Bachaya. Vous avez évoqué toutes ces cartes qui ont été mises au point dans ces différents pays. Quelle est leur utilité? Qu'est-ce qu'elles racontent, ces cartes? Quel est leur contenu? Merci beaucoup pour cette présentation. C'est là un travail très intéressant. Je me demandais si vous vous penchez sur les questions transfrontalières et sur le commerce dans vos données, que je crois qu'il y a beaucoup de travaux effectués sur les corridors, des questions qui transcendent les frontières. Donc, comment est-ce que vous vous intéressez à la dimension régionale de ces questions? Nous avons une autre intervention au fond, une question. Merci, docteur Macha. Je voulais savoir quel a été le rôle des acteurs non étatiques. Parce que j'entends parler de ce travail pour la première fois, je crois que c'est une excellente initiative. Merci beaucoup. Monsieur au milieu, puis nous reviendrons au docteur Machaya. Et d'ailleurs, nous avons d'autres collègues dans la salle, d'autres collègues ReSAKSS qui pourraient répondre à ces questions, y compris des coordinateurs LAN. Merci beaucoup pour cette présentation. Quel est le lien entre les LAN et ReSAKSS et peut-être les IUC? Dans le cadre du processus BR, nous avons des pays qui transmettent des rapports. Donc, quels sont les avantages de ce processus pour le processus CADEB, notamment pour le processus post-Malabo qui est en place? Deuxième question, comment vous mobilisez les institutions? S'il n'y a pas d'institutions, est-ce que vous parvenez tout de même à obtenir des informations au niveau des pays? Parfois, il y a des goulots d'étranglement qui empêchent d'obtenir de telles informations. Et pour aller dans le sens du docteur Ousmane, ce serait intéressant de nous montrer certaines de ces cartes, d'en voir le contenu et comment elles s'insèrent dans les cadres qui ont été définis au niveau du continent, notamment le cadre du processus post-Malabo. Merci pour ces questions. Alors revenons à la scène, au docteur qui va pouvoir répondre à ces questions. Merci beaucoup. Alors, c'est dommage que je n'ai pas pu vous montrer ces cartes. Je vais pouvoir vous les décrire. Ces cartes sont des synthèses de la production des récoltes, production des élevages. Si vous prenez l'exemple du Sénégal, par exemple, eh bien, vous pourrez savoir ce qui se passe à Salé, à Dakar ou dans d'autres régions. Et ça apporte de la valeur parce que sans des données de ce type, vous ne pourrez pas avoir une vision globale. Une fois ces cartes produites, vous pouvez y apposer d'autres indicateurs pour pouvoir afficher ce qui se joue dans telle ou telle région. En termes d'économétrie, par exemple, vous pouvez apposer des variables qui ont un impact. Vous pouvez dire, par exemple, ici, les gens ont très faim parce qu'il y a des problèmes de production. Donc, c'est des éléments que nous pourrons prendre en compte à l'avenir. Concernant les données transfrontalières, nous n'y sommes pas encore, mais je ne vois pas pourquoi on ne pourrait pas utiliser ce type de données à l'avenir dans nos cartes pour éclairer les analyses des questions transfrontalières. Je crois que c'est envisageable. Concernant le rôle des acteurs non étatiques, alors peut-être que je vais laisser cette question au coordinateur pays. Qu'est-ce que vous avez fait? Comment vous avez impliqué les acteurs non étatiques dans vos pays, dans vos conversations au niveau terrain? Alors, vous organisez des réunions pour disséminer les informations et vous y invitez les parties prenantes. Mais bien sûr, le Malawi ou le Mozambique, vous pouvez intervenir pour illustrer ces points. Concernant le lien entre les LAN et ReSAKSS, au niveau régional, vous avez le ReSAKSS en Afrique de l'Ouest, en Afrique méridionale. Ces outils permettent de produire des connaissances. Et ReSAKSS est impliqué dans plusieurs activités, génération de données, par exemple, avec les communautés économiques régionales et l'Union africaine. Et il y a des choses similaires au niveau pays. On n'appelle pas forcément ça ReSAKSS, ce sont des réseaux d'analyse locale, mais l'idée est similaire. Quels sont les avantages? CADEB, le succès de CADEB va dépendre de la disponibilité des données. Les réseaux d'analyse locaux permettent de prélever des données locales pour pouvoir alimenter la mise en œuvre du CADEP. Alors, qu'en est-il lorsque les institutions ne sont pas prêtes à collaborer ou qu'il n'y a pas d'institution? Nous n'avons pas eu de cas de ce type. Parfois, dans certains pays, il y a des institutions privées qui sont disposées à héberger des réseaux d'analyse locaux, mais le ministère de tutelle doit être là. Parfois, nous n'avons pas d'institution locale, mais le département de la planification du ministère, par exemple, est disposé à contribuer. Mais bien sûr, si une autre personne a quelque chose qui pourrait éclairer cette discussion, vous êtes invité à contribuer, bien sûr. Alors, est-ce que les représentants pays pourraient commenter la façon dont ils s'organisent, comment ils impliquent les acteurs non étatiques? Allez-y, allez-y, n'hésitez pas. Je crois que le micro est déjà là. Merci beaucoup pour cette présentation très détaillée. Je voulais souligner quelques points que vous avez évoqués. Nous partons du principe que plus vous êtes proche du terrain, de là où se jouent les choses, plus vous aurez accès aux données les plus pertinentes pour pouvoir éclairer les actions qui pourront être prises. Deuxième point, si vous rassemblez tous ces différents acteurs dans la chaîne de valeur, vous aurez tous les ingrédients pour pouvoir bâtir votre légitimité et l'intégrité des données que vous utiliserez pour éclairer les actions. Au niveau pays, lorsque nous faisons des cartographies avec la Banque mondiale, alors il m'a demandé si son organisation a été mobilisée. Je lui ai répondu que non, mais peut-être que c'est le cas au Kenya. En tout cas, si nous procédons à une bonne cartographie, nous pouvons savoir qui est intéressé pour être pourvoyeur de données. Et nous pouvons ainsi solliciter les institutions intéressées. Lorsqu'on parle des segments de la chaîne de valeur de données, si une personne peut faire figure d'autorité, eh bien, on peut lui faire confiance pour cet aspect. Mais les contextes varient d'un pays à l'autre. Mais en définitive, il faut veiller à ce que tout le monde soit impliqué, que le gouvernement soit en position d'apprécier ce qui passe par ce processus, de pouvoir faire confiance à ces données. Voilà ce que je voulais partager avec vous. Merci pour cette contribution. Alors, il y a une question qui a été posée par Cécilia concernant les travaux transfrontaliers. Oui, les LAN peuvent avoir être menés dans des zones communes entre différents pays. Et vous avez évoqué par exemple une étude sur le commerce. Bien sûr, s'il y a une demande émanant du ministre du Commerce, eh bien les LAN pourront répondre et apporter leur expertise. Mayoyo du Zimbabwe, peut-être que vous souhaitiez réagir sur la façon dont vous vous organisez. Je m'appelle Fus Mayo du Centre de l'agriculture et de la politique alimentaire. Nous sommes le point focal pour le projet l'Inde. Et j'aimerais évoquer la question des acteurs non étatiques. chez nous, nous avons une personne qui est responsable et le coprésident est membre de l'union locale. En termes d'adhésion, vous avez des représentants universitaires, des représentants du gouvernement, du secteur privé, qui font partie des LAN. Mais à l'intérieur des LAN, eh bien, on trouve des clusters de données. Ces clusters de données sont responsables de la disponibilité, de la production, et ce, pour pouvoir se conformer aux indicateurs du processus BR. Et ce sont des éléments importants pour éclairer les politiques publiques. Vous avez également des représentants de la société civile. Dans tous ces clusters de données, nous avons au total 8 clusters de données. Merci beaucoup, Alpheus, pour cette contribution. C'est là, donc, pour but d'être très inclusif, de mener des consultations dès le départ pour pouvoir procéder aux cartographies mentionnées par Augustin. Ousmane a levé la main avant de revenir au docteur Badian.
Merci. Je voulais dire un mot sur le e-Atlas. Comme ceci a été expliqué, l'une des innovations de ce système de représentation de données, c'est la désagrégation. Fort souvent, l'on aura des données au niveau national, certes, mais pour les décideurs dans un pays donné, ceux-ci veulent également savoir quelle est la répartition d'informations, de sorte à ce qu'ils puissent identifier les domaines qui appellent une intervention, mis à part les données sur les données, mis à part les informations sur les récoltes et les cheptels, il existe d'autres types de données, notamment les données biophysiques, les précipitations chronologiques et les aspects démographiques relatifs à la santé, les données sur la santé, la répartition de la population dans le pays. Si vous voulez avoir davantage d'informations sur des indicateurs sanitaires tels que, par exemple, le rachitisme, le retard de croissance dans le pays, vous pouvez avoir de telles informations. Aussi, des données de nature économique lorsqu'elles sont disponibles et au niveau des agrégés. Et j'aurais bien voulu avoir l'occasion d'en parler. Donc, c'est vrai qu'on peut cliquer sur un bouton et on peut voir la cartographie et mettre le doigt sur le district et obtenir ces informations qui d'ailleurs sont utiles. Et comme d'ailleurs l'a mentionné par Greenwell, le processus de... en fait, ce sont là des données nationales. Le LAN collabore avec des institutions responsables de la production de données, lesquelles données sont validées par l'équipe de l'Atlas électronique avant de les cartographier. Donc, je voulais juste mentionner cela. Merci beaucoup pour Paul pour cette contribution très importante sur les différents types de données que l'on peut trouver dans l'Atlas électronique. Alors, docteur Badian, à vous la parole. Merci. Paul. Bon, j'allais porter un commentaire sur la richesse des données, la couverture qui va de la démographie à la santé, etc. Mais nous avons, en fait, pour une minute ou deux, l'on pourrait montrer une démonstration très rapide du cas ougandais, excusez-moi, non, burkinabé, de l'Atlas du Burkina. Car dans l'ensemble des données, vous avez des outils analytiques qui vous permettent d'analyser les données qui y résident en utilisant justement un outil interactif sur la plateforme de l'Atlas. Merci. Docteur Badian, merci beaucoup. Alors, Greenwald, vous avez dans votre présentation mis le doigt sur la question épineuse de la durabilité. Alors, je voudrais avoir les délégués, tout particulièrement les coordinateurs. À votre avis, quels sont les moyens qui nous permettront de nous assurer que ces LAN sont durables au-delà de la phase de financement? Quels sont les ingrédients principaux pour ce faire? Donc, je voudrais savoir cela, en apprendre. Si vous avez des suggestions quant à dans des situations où ceci a donné de bons résultats, merci de nous en inspirer. Voilà, donc également les coordonnateurs du LAN, je sais que vous avez une certaine expérience, donc n'hésitez pas à prendre la parole. Merci. Merci. L'une des manières, entre autres plusieurs, de faire que ceci soit durable, il faut que ça soit approprié par les institutions, à savoir le ministère de l'Agriculture, les universités et également les centres et organismes de recherche, dont le rôle est d'être responsable vis-à-vis de leur pays et donc notamment en matière de collecte de données. Et surtout lorsqu'il s'agit d'avoir les budgets nécessaires. Alors, ceci nous permettra, à la fin de ce projet, combien exige en termes de financement, peut-être différemment d'un pays à l'autre, c'est l'AN. Donc voilà, donc les budgets qui seront mis en place et créer une équipe, agréger les fonds avant de les distribuer aux différents LAN. Ceci peut être fait régionalement, mais également au niveau continental. Merci. Merci. Excellente remarque, si ce n'est suggestion, pour ce qui concerne la durabilité. Alors, qu'en est-il maintenant à nos représentants pays? Avez-vous quelque chose à dire sur la question de la durabilité, ou est-ce que vous voulez parler, évoquer des défis que vous avez pu surmonter? Je pense publier également des informations relatives au prix, etc. Donc, j'imagine que une unité ou un département la création d'une telle unité serait judicieuse pour entreprendre ces activités. Certes, il y a des défis au niveau du financement. Mais ce que j'ai pu voir le LAN faire n'est pas tellement différent de ce que ces autres unités le font, donc avec des ressources. Pour l'instant, il faut affiner ce qui est en cours d'exécution. Merci beaucoup. D'autres échanges, d'autres réflexions de la part de coordinateurs LAN? Oui, Wilson, ici en plein milieu. S'il vous plaît, levez la main de sorte que le microphone vous soit entendu. Au Mozambique, au lendemain de la Covid, nous avons travaillé afin de mettre à disposition d'un puits en nature. Des fois, il n'y a pas d'argent physique lorsqu'il s'agit de mener des études, mais les études ont été menées avant Covid. ReSAKSS a pu mener 6 études au Mozambique qui ont permis de formuler les générations à venir de ces produits-ci, de l'âne. Mais après la Covid, nous n'avions plus de ressources d'agences de donateurs, etc. Donc, il a été possible d'allouer les enveloppes pour mener des études. Et jusqu'à présent, nous sommes actuellement engagés dans dans l'évaluation à mi-parcours du NAIP ou du NIP. Nous avons des ressources, nous avons pu obtenir des ressources de donateurs et dans les 5 études qui vont suivre, ceci nous permettra de travailler avec des partenaires locaux, internationaux pour garder le même élan. Alors, excellent. Je pense que c'est là quelque chose qui est clé pour ces LAN, mettre ensemble différentes institutions et d'obtenir davantage de financement. Donc, M. De Gousson, qui mène les activités LAN au Mozambique, ce qui nous amène à revenir au coordinateur LAN. Que pensez-vous être les ingrédients majeurs pour faire en sorte que réussisse le LAN? Et surtout, mettez en lumière les défis auxquels vous avez été confrontés et comment vous avez pu prendre le dessus, réussir dans cette entreprise. Oui, je vois qu'une main levée. Et là, les représentants du Kenya également, du Sénégal, du Burkina et du Malawi. Merci, Tsitsi. Je vais commencer par la première activité autour de la durabilité. Un certain nombre de cadres existent dans tous les pays pour coordonner tous les projets. Et comme vous l'avez, Greenwood l'a dit, en fait, le LAN ne vous permet pas de créer votre structure, mais pour renforcer ce qui existe déjà. Dans le cas du Zimbabwe, je vais commencer par la stratégie nationale de développement. Le cluster sécurité alimentaire. Tout ceci est présidé par le secrétaire permanent, en deçà duquel un groupe thématique est également actif, responsable qu'il est d'un certain nombre de situations et de cas, la mécanisation, l'irrigation, et en deçà de celui-ci, nous avons des programmes et projets tels que le LAN. Et la personne responsable de présider de telles réunions, à savoir le directeur responsable des politiques. Alors, pourquoi de la sorte en fait, ceci a pu créer une demande pour les produits parce que les syndicats d'agriculteurs ou les chambres d'agriculture également sont responsables. Et il faut avoir également une certaine équité en termes de représentativité. En termes de défis, c'est une activité qui exige que les parties prenantes se réunissent sur une base constante et que l'on puisse maintenir et entretenir l'appétit pour des produits qui sont le résultat du LAN. Greenwald en a parlé d'ailleurs. Alors, un des défis consiste en s'assurer que nous sommes en mesure de retenir des réunions trimestrielles pour traiter des exigences et également entreprendre des recherches. Parce que lorsque l'on se rencontre, on veut discuter du substance. Donc les ressources sont nécessaires pour mener ces études. Voilà, je pense que je vais m'en arrêter là. Merci beaucoup pour vos contributions fantastiques, notamment au regard de la durabilité. Le temps nous est compté et peut-être maintenant une question à côté. Avant, je voudrais revenir à Greenwald pour les toutes dernières remarques avant que nous ne entamions les remarques de clôture. Monsieur du Général, oui, je suis du Sénégal. Je pense que pour que le LAN réussisse, il faut impliquer l'ensemble des parties prenantes pour pouvoir se rencontrer très souvent et pour traiter avec les acteurs, les parties prenantes et mener des projets d'envergure ensemble. Merci beaucoup pour votre contribution. Osman, vous vouliez dire quelque chose? Babacar, où êtes-vous?
Okay, all right. Did he have his hand up? Oh, okay, all right. I see what you're saying, Ousmane.
Bon, je comprends, Ousmane. Peut-être, entre-temps, Babacar, est-ce que vous voulez nous donner une démonstration de l'atlas électronique Greenwald? Pourriez-vous jeter quelques remarques finales? Merci beaucoup de nouveau d'avoir participé à cette session. Alors, je ne vais pas donner davantage d'informations, sauf pour dire que le besoin de preuves en matière de planification politique et de processus décisionnel ne saurait être l'on ne saurait insister davantage là-dessus. Dans le passé, nous avons fait cela sans forcément créer certaines de ces fonctions. Nous savons où est-ce que nous en sommes. Les ressources ne sont pas si bien ciblées dans la mesure où, pour la plupart des pays dans la région SADC et dans le continent, globalement, voient leur productivité rester faible, quand bien même elle s'est améliorée. Et alors qu'il y a beaucoup de programmes autour, nous pouvons aplanir ces problèmes en adoptant ces innovations. Donc il nous faut être ouvert et essayer d'adopter d'adopter cela, l'appuyer. Si vous êtes dans votre pays un chercheur qui cherche à trouver où se trouve ce LAN, ben écoutez, trouvez le LAN et contribuez-y. Ce n'est pas seulement de l'argent dont ils parleront, mais de votre approche pour faire partie intégrante de ce réseau. Et il n'y a que de l'émulation, pas de concurrence. Donc, si vous êtes un partenaire au développement, il y a une certaine valeur à appuyer ces efforts au niveau pays. Vous pouvez agir au niveau pays avec le LAN, avec ReSAKSS, et vous pouvez agir au niveau des réunions. J'ai vu cela se produire ailleurs, au Mozambique, au Malawi, dans le passé, et en Zimbabwe. Mais je pense on peut aller encore plus loin, on peut faire plus. Avec l'appui de tout un chacun, nous pouvons gagner. Mais si nous décidons que on devra se suffire de faire les choses comme on les a fait jusqu'à présent, je ne pense pas que ça, il n'y a pas lieu de deviner où ceci va nous mener, notamment la mise en œuvre du protocole Malawi. Nous ne voulons pas revenir au processus de décision et nous lamenter et nous plaindre sur le fait ou du fait que on n'a pas pu planifier. C'est là quelque chose que nous devrions adopter et continuer à travailler. Merci beaucoup, Dr Machaya, pour ces remarques finales. Babacar, Ousmane voulait que vous fassiez une démonstration de l'Atlas et peut-être allons-nous vous donner 5 minutes et puis par la suite nous passerons à la séance de clôture. Alors maintenant, une présentation grandeur nature de Atlas, e-Atlas par Babacar. Merci beaucoup, City. Bon après-midi tout le monde. Ce sont là les Atlas électroniques, comme mentionné, qui sont prêts pour 26 pays. L'idée ici, sous-jacente, c'est de leur donner des données au niveau des agrégés. Bon, généralement, nous avons des données au niveau national, mais ici, nous voulons donner des données. L'idée, c'est de donner des idées des agrégés pour prendre des mesures ciblées. Et donc, voilà à quoi ceci ressemble. En haut, vous pouvez voir le Burkina Faso, ici. Voilà. Au menu en haut, c'est la caractéristique téléchargement. Vous pouvez télécharger et vous avez également la touche menu déroulant qui vous permet de voir la liste des 36 e-Atlas. À gauche, également l'indicateur de suivi. C'est là où vous allez pouvoir faire un filtrage pour afficher votre carte. Là, le premier filtre concerne les catégories. Ici, vous avez les données économiques, les données relatives à la productivité des récoltes, la production, les zones emblavées, les données relatives à la santé. Et une fois que vous avez choisi la première catégorie, vous allez devoir sélectionner le type. À titre d'exemple, données économiques, vous allez avoir la sécurité et la consommation alimentaire, la pauvreté, les ménages agricoles. Et en arrivant aux données, vous allez avoir plusieurs indicateurs depuis lesquels vous pouvez sélectionner, comme ici, le nombre de travailleurs agricoles. Une fois que vous avez sélectionné les données en question, vous pouvez choisir le dernier filtre concerne la période de temps. Donc, voici les listes de récoltes disponibles. Les données les plus récentes remontent à 2022. Et en sélectionnant les données, vous allez voir la carte affichée au centre, avec la légende en bas à droite. Cette caractéristique qui vous permet de télécharger la carte. Et vous pouvez voir ici la répartition des quantités d'engrais minéraux au Burkina au titre 2022. Vous avez la possibilité de télécharger la carte et également indexer un lieu pour avoir la valeur spécifique de ces engrais minéraux. Et donc, c'est ainsi que vous naviguez ou furetez sur l'Atlas. C'est bien, vous avez les mêmes fonctionnalités pour plusieurs indicateurs, en fonction de la catégorie, comme je l'ai dit. Voilà, je pense qu'ici, nous avons la deuxième visualisation. Ah, peut-être n'est-ce pas ouvert? Cet exemple permet de visualiser les récoltes pour l'igname avec la répartition au Burkina. Vous avez essentiellement la même caractéristique ici, la légende ici en bas à droite, la caractéristique téléchargée, et vous pouvez sélectionner la région pour voir les valeurs spécifiques de l'igname pour 2022 au Burkina. Vous avez également d'autres couches aux strates. Vous pouvez décider, par exemple, d'avoir plusieurs couches. Vous avez, par exemple, la pluviométrie, les eaux de surface, également les incendies, etc. Les incendies, c'est pendant les 24 dernières heures que nous avons pu obtenir d'imagerie satellitaire, avec les démarcations administratives que vous pouvez également utiliser. Essentiellement, c'est l'atlas électronique et je voulais partager avec vous ces informations. Alors maintenant, essayons de cliquer sur récolte.
Okay, you have economic data, fisheries, livestock, demography, health and nutrition. And once you select each of them, you will see now for demographic, health and nutrition, you will see the specific, disaggregation. So you will see the demographic, and then you have the density of the population, and then you have the year. So maybe we can try to do it for the crops, to see the list of the crops that we have for Burkina Faso. Okay. For the production, for instance. So this is the list of the crops that we have for Burkina Faso. Yes, so let's take an example. In 2022, the latest, we can see the distribution of cotton production in 2022. So this map, we can download it. We can click on a location to see the specific amounts. The analyses are being added now. Yes. So,
all right, wonderful.
So
thank you so much, Babaka, for giving that impromptu demonstration of the e-Atlas. Thank you, excellent. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think this concludes our session. For me, I think from the experience of what the ReSAKSS team is doing, really the demand for the work of the land is there. Them working on supporting key processes like the CADA BR. Their technical expertise is needed, right? Supporting with the data collection efforts, doing the briefs to really help disseminate the results of the BR, and of course, making sure that we anchor them in key institutions, in key programs. I think those are all issues that can help towards informing, sort of ensuring their sustainability, as well as also strengthening their capacities. The other thing that the team does, right? Strengthening the capacity of members of these local analytical networks. So, yeah, we look forward to continue to work together with your institutions in the countries in which we're trying to set up these lands. So thank you so much for participating. Thank you again, Dr. Machaya, for your contribution. Thank you, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now ask the panelists for please welcome to the stage for the concluding remarks, Dr. Gitau Tadesse, Director of Operational Support at Academia 2063.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, everybody. And it was a very long day. I think we have gone through a lot of things. We have, the morning we start with looking at, I think we had about 3 sessions And the first session was about the problem of climate change and its impact. And we looked at some of the different challenges we are having and the chapters and all those things. And how those important issues that comes out from that discussion is the issue of measurement of or tracking of carbon sink and also the emission issues. I mean, we know that the IPCC has a methodology, but that IPCC methodology may not really properly and precisely applicable for African context, because some of the emission factors are not really specific to Africa, and we lack also activity data, and also the MRV system is not really working in many countries. And so that was why we are just trying to find a new methodology, like using some remote sensing and also GIS methodologies to come up with a complementary methodology to the IPCC methodology. But it has been also there are issues about cost of this data access and all those things. Those are the issues raised. And we also go through about the macro, micro level impacts and the agriculture productivity impact, how to adapt all those things. And then the third session was about climate risk, adaptation, action, and finance. It was about how climate change has, structural and risk effects. And then I think a presentation, a chapter has showed about the increasing incidence and intensity of anomalies and temperature, precipitation, and all these things. And in that, then it has been stated that by the access to early warning system is very, very critical. And we also discussed about the different adaptation actions and their progress and across countries and all these things from a wide range of commitments and all those things. So, but most important critical issue that comes out from that discussion is how to really get access to finance for smallholder farmers and how to really have targeted financial access for smallholder farmers who are bearing the highest impact of climate change. So these are some of the key areas, the key issues that was raised related to climate change. And then we move to the very hot discussion about bioeconomy. I mean, climate change is already, no one has issue on climate change. This is just 2024. Everybody has been convinced, even the policymakers, everybody. So it's not really something that it's a matter of action, it's a matter of doing something. But bioeconomy is coming as an issue, a policy controversial issue. And even we are trying to have a definition for it and the wording for it. So I think we understand that the basic question was how best we integrate bioeconomy to the African agricultural development agenda. And we understand that bioeconomy is not only about agriculture, it's also about energy, it's about health, is it about, broadly on food and all these things. I think understanding all these things, it's also business, industry, and all those things. So I think understanding all these things. But the good thing is there is no doubt about the importance of bioeconomy. The issue is how to integrate to our policy agenda. Do we really need a separate strategy or not? And the advocates are saying that we need a dedicated strategy for bioeconomy based on the experience from the global community and the countries from Germany and from even from Africa and also other countries. So I think those are the issues that we will continue discussing and we will continue arguing and all these things. I think we have also some issues raised about the bioeconomic models. The EU model is different from the US model, and which one is best for Africa, and how to also integrate indigenous knowledge, because bioeconomy has been driven by indigenous knowledge, and how really integrate all these things. More importantly is about collaborations, global and regional collaboration, how best we collaborate for bioeconomy and all these things. And then finally, the last session, which was chaired by Ms. Makombe, was about, and also delivered by Greenwell Machaya, is about the land and e-Atlas. I think ReSAKSS is a program. ReSAKSS is just a program. Land is one of the specific activities. ReSAKSS has a lot of activities. For example, ETOR is one of the ReSAKSS activity, and we also provide support for the BR and EBR, and we have joint sector reviews, and LAN is also another one, and e-Atlas is another one. So we discussed about the importance of LANs and the status and all these things. We learned that, LAN is a knowledge broker. Broker means just that a person or an institution that brings demand and supply together. So LAN is a place or a platform where we bring the demand for knowledge or data and also the supply for knowledge, so that I think we can trade our data and evidence and with the users and all these things. So I think that has been cleared. And also the e-Atlas, I think it has been demonstrated. And we have to clearly understand that many of the tracking tools we have are either at national level or maybe at regional levels. So the advantage, the value added for e-Atlas is that it goes down to the sub-national levels. So if you want to know the spatial distribution of something, yield, for example, the average yield maize in X country, you might find from different sources, including the FAO stats or maybe the World Bank development indicators. But you cannot get sub-national data in other sources. So e-Atlas has a value addition and all these things. So I think the key message for today's session was, there is significant evidence and methodology gaps on climate change, and also a significant gap on action. That's for climate change. And there is no doubt about the benefit of bioeconomy, but the challenge we have is a successful bioeconomy requires a lot of work. We have to convince our policymakers to embrace, and we have to also convince our consumers to change their food habits, to some extent. And also we have to convince the businesses to invest on bioeconomy. Bioeconomy is more of a practice and more of a business than political decision. So these are the key areas that comes out from our discussion. And finally, we also realize that there is a strong need to popularize and institutionalize our LANs and e-Atlas for sustainability. That's what has been recommended from the team. I think with this summary of the whole discussions for today, and I want to thank everybody for your active participation and for listening all these jargons and also these interesting insights and all those things. And I thank you all the moderators. I also thank the speakers and the panelists and the presenters. So wish you a good evening, and thank you for your active participation. Now I think the session is ended.
Trying to give you the eye, but no problem. So thank you. I think we can call it a day. We really have to go now. There's a shuttle waiting for us outside. Some of you might leave Rabat without any evidence that you came. So we hope that will not be your case. We have a very beautiful branded photo frame here that you can use tomorrow. We have a photo wall outside. So please, tomorrow, come early, and in between the sessions, try to take as many pictures as possible. We'll be sharing a link to our Flickr account so that you can use the pictures on your social media channels. We really have to go. See you back here tomorrow at 8:45 a.m. Ciao.